kick on a little bit now.
Belgium looking for the wing again with the long pass, and again he doesn't quite come off. Now Germany will have their tails up after that try, and like you say, they do look that little bit better prepared. They do seem to be handling it that little bit better.
See, the transition just seems to be a little bit more structured. They'll break into their fifth touch play. They've only got 5 players on here. Germany are a man down.
Yes,
but they've still created a little bit of an overlap. Oh, great feet!
I think he was just touched as he went over. So unlucky.
Great feet.
Mark Davidson.
I'll tell you what, that's lovely. Comes off his left foot, skips back inside. I think there was maybe an option to tip back into to Tumalopine. So comes off his left. Maybe if he tipped in there, they would have got the overlap on the other side. But tell you what, that's beautiful.
Bram Prost just getting the touch in there, just extending the arms. But
I'll be looking to go back to Davidson if the opportunity comes up again.
Oh, and it's another.
There's a lot of
error.
There's a lot of that going on.
Ball is going to be greasy though. We've had very little rain, quite a heavy shower before we start. That water's going to be lying on the surface.
I think there's obviously a lot of nervous energy as well. I think your first game, you want to play everything at speed and you want to do everything you've been training for, preparing for. So Germany will come to that fifth touch option. They'll run that quickie play. Wingers open. I think that's back to 1. It is.
Yep, so
Belgium will be gutted with that.
Yeah, just diving in there, gets a fresh set of 6 for Germany. Very deep in the Belgian half. This is a great opportunity for the Germans to take the lead. I think the touch came through as he burst through there.
I think he's caught him on the way through. Germany going back to the 2-man stuff. Maybe we'll see something a little bit different now. We're going into the back end of the set of 6. Now they're sticking with the quickies.
Space on the wing. No, just couldn't quite get the pass off.
To 1. Yeah,
it is indeed.
Sideline ref didn't catch it. On-field ref sees the link coming in for the ball. So Germany will start the set again. Quickies again.
Oh, is he through? No, I think the touch came in.
Belgium defending this really well.
Yeah. Bondon just getting the touch in.
With line defence, I mean, there's obviously a lot of structure and a lot of framework and things that you want to stick to, but attitude is massive, and Belgium are displaying that big time. 32 long, they'll look to get on the outside of their opposing player.
And there it goes. There's space over on this left-hand side. Makovacic doesn't use it. He's still. Germany have the ball on the 7 metre. It's going to come to the right-hand side now.
I'll tell you what, the Belgian crowd's really getting into him here. It's really good.
Yeah, some of the other Belgian teams are on the bleachers right in front of us, supporting their team. And they're making quite a bit of noise as well.
That's great yards. Really good, really good. And they'll get into the Germany half for their 5th touch. It's probably not where they want to be, and they have lost it.
Yeah, again.
That's a shame.
I think just as he was putting it down, it hit his shin and shot off.
I think it's just that the error rate is quite high in this game, and I think it could remain quite low scoring. I think it'll be the team that makes less errors that. And again, there's another one there.
Yeah, and he knows it as well. Mike Moller just putting
gave himself up.
I think he definitely thought he'd turn the ball over there. It's not been given, and Germany still have possession. As they're at the 7 metre now.
Tuchel looking to get on his outside player.
A quick switch.
Not sure if Belgium are onside there, and the referee's got it. So again, Germany, fresh set of 6. They've been really happy to just stay 2-man quickie plays. Maybe we'll see something a little bit different. It doesn't look like it, and they will stick with it with Tupo. Wingers free.
Didn't get it.
Oh, that's such a shame. acrobatic dive from Davidson, but just ball to ground.
Ball to ground, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even a forward pass, so the score would have counted, and that's a shame. But it's good to see that they're looking to get to those edges now. You'd like to think that you can sort of see where the space is coming from. It's short. The short side defence for the Belgium is on Belgium is that's where Germany should be looking to exploit.
Germany in the past couple of drives seem to be using their wing play just that little bit more.
Yeah, well, I mean the score was off on the link, and that was the short side off their 32 short, and again just errors. I think the team that looks after the ball here are going to go into half time in a really good position, and neither team seems to want to do it.
3.5 minutes away from half time. Still all square, one apiece, but it's Germany who are finishing the half the stronger. And they're using that wing again, and this time it does work.
That's nice, really good.
Mark Davidson gets the ball down, but it was a great pass from the middle.
One of the standout players for me so far. Really good finish, that proper wingers finish. So they've run a bad or a 33 count as he steps inside, gets outside that middle. Well executed pass, well executed finish.
And it was Aurelien Galmish with the pass. It was great vision as well to look left and see how much space that Davidson had there on the left-hand side.
No, there's a really good finish, that, and I think, like we said before, it's sort of an extension of what they've been running already. They're basically just looking to keep everything quite condensed and safe on their line attack, and the few times that they've actually used their outside players, it's paid dividends for them.
And they're on the attack again.
So again, I think they'll just be happy to stay in those two-man plays, and it's the same play that they scored off before. Good feet. Ooh.
I think he lost the ball before he put it down, or did he? No. I just saw them congratulating each other. I thought, has that one been given?
I thought it was a really good step back, and I thought he got that down, but no, Belgium did well to recover.
So Belgium starting very deep as they head towards the halfway line. It's a good drive so far.
So I think Belgium are staying on here. They'll look to just transition up the field with the players that they've got on. That's always a tough one when you get caught on fifth touch. Got to run off a static play here, and
touch
good
made.
defence from Germany.
It's probably the deepest that Belgium have got it in a while, though. And they'll be happy that they've at least got Germany to the 7 metre. They have to start very, very deep in their own half.
It is, but it wasn't transitioning to the box. It was the same players who have stayed on. And obviously, you feel fine doing that on day one, game one, but they might come back to
day 5.
But you can't do it all the time. These 40 minutes, you can obviously do it every so often.
Well, handling error by Germany has given Belgium another opportunity. They're at the 7 metre. We're in the final minute of the half now, and this is a good opportunity for Belgium to try and get back on level terms.
Belgium look dangerous there. They've got two of their younger players on at the minute, Bondon and I think it's the two brothers, the Bondon brothers, and they're happy to run those two-man plays. They've both got good feet, and short side. That's such a shame. But yeah, when those two are on, they look pretty threatening.
Yeah,
and they forced an error here. So hopefully they'll get one play out of this if they can speed up a little
10 seconds.
bit. Hopefully somebody's telling them from the box.
There it is. And there's a touch. So that will be half time. The final play, or is it?
Thought the hooter had gone. I think he's given the penalty. So the hips weren't square from the Belgian player. I think that was. Touch pass, so we'll get another play. This could go on.
Oh, it's back to Belgium. Comes back in, and I think
forward pass, so we've got another play. This could go on forever.
If you're wondering what's happening, it's because penalties keep getting called. The referee won't blow the half-time whistle, even though the hooter has gone, and I think it will be blown now as the touch is made. So a very interesting half, and it was Belgium who certainly started the stronger, but Germany very much came back into it and were the stronger team
I think,
towards the end.
Like we said, Germany probably look a tiny bit more composed on the Belgium line. Belgium a little bit frantic when it comes to line attack, but like we were saying, when the two brothers come on, they look settled in what they're doing. If they can just take a step on from what they're actually running, like we said, when they picked up short side, that option is on all day. So if they can go back to that, I think that's something that they can exploit. Once Germany started running shorts, like we see on the screen now, they go back to that short side. The space is open there, and I think if they go back to that, they're going to have a lot of success.
Yeah, it was Matvicius with the first German try, and then they took the lead with.
I think if I'm Germany, I'm looking to go back to Davidson a little bit. I think he looks threatening on the wing, and he's developing a good little combination with his middles here. That's where that space is coming from. Such a shame that wasn't he couldn't take that in.
I think this was the second German try that saw them take the lead, and it was just a great pass out to the wing, and Davidson.
It's similar to their first score. The only difference is that the ball player actually went down on his opposite middle and stepped infield. So it can either call that a 33 counties or a bad. And he's basically just looking to exploit a shut-in defence or quite a tight defence. And they've done that really well. I think if I'm Germany, I'm one of the German coaches, they'll be looking to exploit that a little bit more.
Well, it is half-time, 5-minute half-times here at the European Championships before we start the second half. You see Belgium in quite a tight huddle there in front of us, as we're 2 minutes away from the start of the second half. There seems to be a great deal of coaching going on in that huddle, and they're going to take some pleasure from the way that they finished that half. They had two really good drives. They came quite close to scoring, so they got every reason to go into the second half with a lot of confidence. Yeah,
they started well, they finished well. I think the main thing that we're talking about is errors, and I think that'll go for both teams. Probably Belgium a tiny bit more. They're just not controlling the ball as well as you'd hope. So yeah, if they can look after the ball a little bit more, and again, once the Bondon brothers are on, if they can look to just exploit that short side a little bit more. To be fair, on the German side, I think they'll be saying a similar sort of thing. That's where they got their scores. That's where they got their success from. But for both teams, it's errors. Error rate was way too high for both teams.
Do you think that the weather would have played a big part in that? Yeah. As you said, it was a heavy shower, as I keep referring to beforehand. So, yeah. That would have led to a slippy ball, probably a slippy top surface as well. Yeah.
I think it's two things. It's a little bit of nerves, a little bit of nervous energy. I think day one, I think that would have contributed, even if it was quite a dry day. But obviously the shower just before that would have definitely been a factor.
Well, it's Belgium who have the tap off here for the second half, so the opportunity for them to have a good drive towards the German line. There's the hooter, so the 20-minute clock will start now. 2-1 Germany lead as we start the second half. It is a good drive from Belgium.
Calling no touch there, but they've got away with it.
Goes back to the 7 metre.
So a little quickie play from Belgium. They pick up short side and they've gone through.
He's down. Now, did he handle?
Ball to ground.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
Yes, he didn't quite handle that.
It was nice play. It was similar to what we were asking from Belgium in the first half. So they've run that quickie play, and they've sort of taken a step on from it now, which are progressing the play on. And they've gone to the short side. They've got through, and hopefully they'll go back to that, because there was quite a bit of success that they got from that.
Omar Perez just couldn't quite gather the ball in as he went down.
No, what a shame. It was a really nice play.
It's Germany with a good transition, but they're on final touch now. And that was a good switch pass, but the touch from Belgium's point of view was made just in time.
Yeah. So hopefully Belgium, with a little bit of transition here, they can maybe get a little strike play on fifth. And it's a good start. So third, and they're already in Germany's half. Nice play. And he's gone straight through.
He needs someone there. Has he got it down?
Great touch, great defence. And that's fifth.
Proust and Kolevaerts. It was Kolevaerts who got it down, but the touch was made just in time. But again, it's two impressive plays from Belgium so far in this second half.
Yeah. No, that was a good start. Really good transition. Germany didn't really press them too much, especially when Belgium were coming out of their half. And if that's something that they're going to continue with, it could really open the game up here.
It's Germany driven to the 10 metre. Final touch though.
Static play on fifth.
He's done well, but that is the sixth touch.
Yeah, that was a shame. I think Germany had driven well, and they just kind of lost their way a little bit on fourth and fifth.
Belgium who make a few changes, fresh legs on as they come over halfway. More changes being made,
just
but
got to go forward there. So they'll look for that strike play, and it's four, so they've still got one in the bag. You'd like to see a scoop here. That's a shame.
Final touch, so there is space on the wing if they use it, and they have done, but I just can't
it's a tough one,
gather it in. Good marker.
Well, on that transition there, you want to be getting it down on fifth touch for a scoop play, and they just they didn't really get anything set up.
Bit of a breeze starting to come across the ground now. It's certainly got a lot brighter, and the forecast is for sunshine as the day goes on, so that will dry the pitch out.
Yeah, I think it'll be nice to have that shower actually. You know, like you said, you get that little bit of grease underfoot. It's good defence. Sixth, half
Crombie going through, but just losing possession to Belgium for the sixth touch. So Belgium start again, but again very deep. Yeah,
there's been a little bit of a theme for them. And the thing that they're probably doing a little bit better this half is just looking after the ball a bit more. Germany pressing way better. And they're going to have to strike from their own half here, Belgium.
Villiers gets it down.
They've lost the count.
Yeah, but that is 6 touches, and Germany start again from just beyond.
It's happened a couple of times that now for Belgium. They're losing the count a little bit. I don't know whether it's because they are getting stuck in their own half a little bit too long, and they're losing fourth and fifth. But they'll look to improve on that. 32 short from the Germans.
On that.
Still
wide for Germany. There's space there now.
Good dive.
Frick dives through.
Yeah.
And he has got it.
Score.
And a 2-point advantage now for Germany. That will be huge for them with 15 minutes to go.
So it's a little bit of off-the-cuff stuff, really. They've run that 32 short. They've managed to create a bit of space there with that right foot step, and they've just been able to exploit it really well. It's a great dive, really good dive. Gets nice and low.
Matthew Deng getting it to Lorenz Frick, who dived through, avoiding the touch.
It's like we were saying before, that's what the weather can do. You know, that little bit of a shower in the morning, it can just help you nudge a little bit long in that nice low dive.
Belgium have done well though. They're at the 7 metre, so they've taken full advantage of being at halfway for the tap off. But they are on final touch now, but there's space over on the ring. Wing, did he get through? No.
Good D, really good. Germany look a little bit more composed now. 3-1 up. I think if they can get one more, they can probably pull away a little bit.
Saying it was a very, very close game in 2018, and it's been a pretty close game here as well.
Yeah. I think obviously it being the first game, day one, that will have contributed a little bit to it. I think a little bit cagey, obviously the weather playing a bit of a part, but I think Germany have just dropped their error count a little bit this half, and obviously just been able to convert 2 more times.
Yeah, it's been noticeable there have been far less handling errors in the second half than there was in the first, but I suppose that is a virtue of the pitch drying out a bit dry conditions.
Oh, nice feet. Gets through, he's looking for his brother. He's got it.
Oh, now was he down?
Nah,
no, ball to ground.
It's given back to one anyway, I think. Good defence from the Germans, good recovery.
It was really good play as well. Well, not just
great scoop through.
Getting free. Again, a couple of times we've seen this for both teams now, where not just quite being able to gather it in and get the ball down.
You just want to be able to finish one of those, and I think Belgium do look like scoring. I wouldn't say that the Germans have got this on ice. Belgium do look good, like they're likely to score next here.
No. Still there for Belgium. Bondon brothers working together again, but not that time, and Germany have the ball back on their own 7 metre.
Yeah, I think if they do go back to those 2-man plays later on, I think I'd be looking for one of them at half to pick up and go short side. There's so much space, and they've both got the speed to do it. They both look comfortable picking up from half and scooping through, and that's a lost ball, and Germany will look to pull it back before we go into the last 10 minutes. Sorry, Belgium, Bill.
And Belgium at halfway. Again, it's a scrappy change from the Belgians.
Yeah, the transition just a little bit slower than you'd want.
Brought in now.
Creep the way up to the line, and
Houllier has it. Houllier. Oh, quick switch now.
Has he got it?
I think he has got it.
He's in. The Germans
no touch.
Oh, he's given it.
Touch has been claimed. It was a great play by Houllier.
Germany done pretty well to recover here. It's a nice little flick. Yeah, I think.
Maran Jain putting the ball down. He showed some great footwork as well, but I think the touch came in.
Yeah, Alan Stocking coming in with a nice little touch. I think he's recovered quite well there. The middle's got pulled apart, but they've recovered. A little bit of a stalemate here at the minute. I wouldn't say maybe next score wins, but I think if Germany score, I think they'll probably pull away. Belgium score next, I think we've got a really good finish, because they are creating that space, and when they do get a good little bit of transition, they do look good, and they look good value to go through, but not being able to convert.
No. Belgium.
Nice.
Again, it's some nice passing, but it's quite a heavy touch, but it's not been given, and Germany have the ball back.
Yeah, so 10 minutes to go. I think Germany will just look to close the game out now. They're still only 2 scores up, but I think their transition just... I say that. Put the knockers on them.
Probably the first time we've seen their transition break down, to be honest.
Yeah. Because they do look really good when they're going towards the box, and it's just a little bit of a shame, that one. So the brothers are back on.
They seem to...
Good defence from the Germans. So Germany did really well at not letting them even get down towards the 7. Quickie play from the Bondon brothers. Good feet.
Probably a little too much on the pass, and it was behind. It would have been a very good take. But as it is, Germany have the ball back again. I know they're only 2, but do you feel that they can probably manage the game out from here?
Yeah, I think they can. They look a little bit more settled on line defence now. I know they've not really had a shot on Belgium's line since they scored. And obviously the yards they're making here, they look good value to close this game out. Not sure if Belgium are onside there, but Germany get to 5th touch.
It's switched on the wing, comes back in field. The pass off.
Oh, that's a shame. Back to 1, and obviously gives them a chance to score, but it's just going to eat the clock up, and that's not what you want from Belgium.
Yeah, just time not on their side at the minute. They've got 8 minutes to try and pull 2 tries back while preventing Germany from scoring themselves. And Germany,
good dive, nice little counties play. Steps in field, comes off his right foot.
Corbinian and Pfeiffer diving through there. Touch was made though.
Germany will just take the time here. They can just slow the clock down, run their 2-man plays. And that's ball down. I think he's taken a knock for his troubles, but that's it's a good quickie, good score.
Yeah, there is an injury on the play, but it does look like the try has been given. He's back on his feet.
I think he's taking a little knock when he comes down. But yeah, it's a great score, and it puts them 4-1 up, and it might just put them out of reach for Belgium here.
Ernest Fallon it was. He's going back towards the sub box, but we'll watch it here.
Steps outside, right foot, right hand down. I think he's just taking a knock there.
Yeah, I think it was a knee to shoulder, I think.
Yeah. But that's what they were trying to run in the first half. They were just trying to run those quick 2-man quickie plays, and I think that set more than anything would have liked to use up the whole set of 6 and probably use up to a minute of time. But I'm sure they'll take the score as the other option. Oh, nice. The speed from the winger.
Oh, that's great speed. Defence recovers well though.
Yeah.
Axel Houllier getting the touch in.
So again, Germany will just be happy to slow the play down, use a few more touches, eat up that clock. Oh, that's nice, and I think they're in, and they're really pulling away with this.
Yes, they've stretched it to 5-1.
So it's pretty much the same setup, same play. So it's a quickie play. This time, instead of stepping back in and going through the both middles, he steps back in, cuts back to the outside, stands up his opposite middle, and he's just able to get a good little finish.
Schlossmacher making it 5-1 now, and Germany pulling away in the past couple of minutes. 3-1 to 5-1. That should secure an opening victory for them.
Yeah. We did say at the beginning, obviously Germany do have a bigger squad, and they'll probably play a little bit more of a part later in the competition, but it seems like it's playing a little bit of a part in this game because they've really pulled away in the last few minutes.
Well, Belgium coming again though and using the wing. Good Macher though. Just stopped in his tracks. It's still there for the Belgians though. Nice switch play, but the touch is made. They'll go back to 7. Prost to Dormal. Back to Kovacs, the captain.
Great defence from the Germans there. They've really composed there. Belgium did run a little quickie play just before that, but yeah, they defended it really well.
Germany starting very, very deep, but we've seen how good their transition is.
Yeah, I think especially in the second half, like you said, less errors, a little bit more composed. They've got that first half of the tournament out of the way, and they've really kicked on and looked good value for the lead they've got now. And again,
Diving through again, and it's another one. And it's just too easy for the Germans at the moment.
Yeah, no, they're looking sharp now.
Stocken going through and putting the ball down.
Similar little play to what they've scored off on the last two as well, and they do look a lot sharper now.
So 6-1 Germany lead.
It's a shame, really. I think Belgium, like we said, they started that first half well. They ended the first half well. They've had a good few moments in the second half. They just, maybe if they'd been able to convert a few more scores in that first half, we might have a bit of a closer game. Germany just look a little bit more experienced.
And again, it's turned over. Perez just dropping the ball, which gives it back to Germany. There's 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yep.
It's comfortable for the Germans now.
Yeah, they'll look to close the game out now, and obviously with it being a 5-day tournament, you want to use these moments to maybe not try new things, but maybe perfect things that they have done in training. Obviously, it's a live match situation. Now they've got that victory, there might be moves that they want to run, or little things like that they might want to try. So I think that's a good opportunity for Germany to do that. Belgium will look to salvage, take something into their next game.
But this will be a statement victory for Germany, won't it, going into the rest of the tournament? It will make the other teams sit up and take notice.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been a very, very strong performance by them.
Like we said 4 years ago, this was a close game, and they finished very close together last time. Obviously, Belgium finished a place higher than them. So, like we said, there'll be a nucleus of both teams that will remain the same from that tournament, but obviously the new players that Germany have brought in, or maybe a new style of play, a new coach, it's obviously improved them quite a bit from 2018.
It's Belgium have it back on halfway as we head into the final 2 minutes. They'll be desperate to get something out of the rest of this game. If they can just get another try on the board, that'll give them some great momentum and confidence going into their next one.
And I think, obviously, like we've been saying, there's quite a few of their other categories watching them on the sidelines. I think it'll be great to get something for them. Great ball.
Now, was a touch made? I think it was.
Yeah, Germany have just defended really well here, and I think they'll probably close the game out.
They just need to manage the game from here with less than 90 seconds remaining. Take the opportunity to bring some fresh legs on.
Yeah, I think obviously what we said before, Germany have got a little bit of a bigger squad, so if they can improve as they get through the tournament. Nice feet, ball down.
Yeah, I think that's another.
Yeah, not too happy with that.
Yes, it is. Or is it? Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a knock on the line again, but just a good little scoop through short side. The link's come off his right foot, and he's found that space in between the middles, and the other middles come in late. I don't think he's too happy with it.
They did tap hands.
I think they disagreed about something, but we're all mates in the end.
So 7-1. Germany lead. It's an emphatic opening victory for them. Yeah,
it's a shame. I think, like we said, Germany have been the better team. I'm not sure. I think I would have liked to have seen Belgium score one or two more. I think they did deserve it. They've, especially in the first half, they just weren't able to convert. And who knows? I think you find that your attack definitely does improve as the tournament goes on. Germany just looked a little bit more experienced today.
Well, that is that. It's an emphatic 7-1 victory for Germany in the opening game. Belgium, who really did start strongly, to be fair, scored the opening try and was defending very, very well to start with. Yeah. But in that second half, Germany just running away with it?
I think, like we were talking about the table from 2018 before, and I think it's clear that both teams have improved on 2018. Obviously, I think maybe most teams may have as well. Yeah, I think Germany especially, obviously finishing 9th last time, Belgium finishing 8th. Germany have taken a bit of a leap from 2018, and they looked experienced, they looked composed, and the less that they made those errors, yeah, they were good value for that victory, and there'll be a team to watch as the tournament goes on. Obviously, we were talking about the top 4 that are probably nailed on in the men's opens, but you're looking for a team, that outside dark horse team, to chip away at those 4 sides. Then it could be Germany.
Well, we will have a 5-minute break. It's a very, very short turnaround between games. Coming up next, it'll be Jordan and myself once again for the first game in the mixed open competition as Ireland take on the Netherlands. Don't go away.
Players and officials, you should be now in your boxes ready to play. The time is still counted on for your next tap-off. Next tap-off is at 9:35. We're just coming up to your 1-minute warning. We're just coming up to your 1-minute warning for the 9:35 tap-off. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, stand by.
Welcome back to Nottingham. Game 2 of the day is about to start. Ireland against the Netherlands in the mixed open. And there goes the hooter. So we are underway. Ireland in green. The Netherlands, of course, in their traditional orange.
great to see Netherlands back in the mixed open tournaments. I've got great memories of playing them when I first started playing for England. Had some great games against them. Really high scoring games. I think I'm right in saying they weren't here in 2018.
No, 2016 was the last time they was here. But
so yeah, it's great to see them back, and I think Ireland, similar to them women's and men's, we were talking about before, their opens categories, they'll have improved. I think all the Ireland players will take a real good step on from where they were in 2018. So I'm really looking forward to watching this Ireland team.
Ireland 6th in 2018, but the Irish touch programme had some investment from the Irish Rugby Union as well, and they've used it to great effect.
Definitely, yeah. You can really see that it's like you said, it's taking effect for them, and good hands, nice.
But it's the Netherlands who open the scoring.
32 short from the Netherlands, and they just get to that short side. We saw it in the first game, and Ireland just didn't really take care of their short side there, and Netherlands have done well to exploit it.
Great play out to the wing.
Good finish as well. But yeah, like we said before, obviously Ireland have over the last few tournaments, over the last few campaigns, they've improved massively. Like, they've taken so many leaps, and it's so good to see. It's great having that test in Euros.
Just a slight handling error there by David Glenn. He just couldn't gather it in. It was a good chance for the Irish there.
Yeah, it was a nice little quickie play, good little step back. I think the space probably was there. They just weren't able to finish it off. But it's a really good start from the Netherlands, this. I'm also a fan of the kit. I'm looking for... I've not brought any kit to swap, I've just realised that. But yeah, I think if you're looking for a kit to swap this weekend, I think the Netherlands could be one. That's a touch pass.
Great pass.
I think that was a touch pass, yeah.
Yes, the touch was made.
It's great speed on the outside.
Mailing Stutz just flying through there.
I think it's the calf sleeves. Yeah. That's what's giving that acceleration.
So it's Ireland who have the ball again. 10 metres out.
Yeah. Put
down by Gian Cunningham.
Yeah, hips not square, and again, similar, even though the probably pitch has dried out a little bit, and obviously we've already seen one game, for the rest of the morning now we're going to be seeing a lot of teams playing their first game of the tournament. So I think it'll be similar to the first game. First 20 minutes, a lot of nervous energy. There's going to be some errors, there's going to be some over the marks, and but the team that can control it. 32 long, nice little setup. Gone to that wing again.
On the wing again.
Oh, what a shame. Oh, what a shame. That was a really nice setup, that was really good.
Netherlands have made a really, really confident start here, they're using that left wing brilliantly.
Do you know what? It's refreshing to see a team run a 32 long as their attacking play there, because the amount of times that would just be a 32 short. I think she's got in touch there. Sideline ref's got it, but that was really nice to see a team exploiting a 32 short and getting to the outside. And it's such a shame such a shame they couldn't get in that corner.
It's the Netherlands who have it again. Great play between the mids and links, now out to the wing.
Yeah, they'll skip to the outside, and they should get a couple of strikes on Ireland's line here, so we'll get to see a different attacking pod for the Netherlands, and they'll go for a short side scoop. Ireland have taken care of that.
It's turned back over to Ireland, who yet to really get into the game. They're good defence and attack so far by the Netherlands. Ooh, that's
I don't think he meant that, but yeah, I think, like we said, it's similar to the first game. Both teams kind of feeling their way into the tournament. A few errors here and there. I think both teams, Netherlands transition probably looks a little bit better.
It's on final touch. Oh, is he through? I think he is. That's brilliant.
Wow, I think it could have been touch pass, but they've given ball gone, and they've exploited that space quite well.
Some great Fast passing by the Irish, and it's Joe Balance who goes over.
Yeah, so you see here, it's a middle scoop, and I think the ball is just really, probably just gone. And I think it probably just a little bit of lack of comms from Netherlands, because they had it covered, they had the numbers, but yeah, it was just that second guessing, and Ireland did well to exploit it. Good skill.
So Netherlands straight up to the 7 metre from the tap off, but ball wasn't grounded cleanly, and that turns it back over to Ireland. They'll look to use their sub box and do.
Netherlands being pretty heavy in the touch, especially on this side of the field. Strong mullet in midfield. Oh, it's got straight through the middle.
Oh, and it looks like it could be Ireland who take a 2-1 lead, nice. And they've really come back into this game now.
So it's a similar play to before. It's that middle scoop, and we're probably just saying that the two middles are a little bit too loose. He's taking him short side, come off his left foot, opened up that middle channel, and then it's just a case of mirrors, lose your man, and Ireland have done really well there.
Tiege Brennan and Alexander Cassidy linking brilliantly together, and Ireland, after looking quite nervous at the start, have really come back into it and taken hold of the game.
I think that'll be the case for a lot of teams playing their first games, and I think they just look a little bit more composed now, especially now they've got those 2 scores.
Ireland starting again. Again, good use of the sub box. It's a smooth change by the Irish.
The transition's looking loads better since the start of the game, especially with them striking on 4th and 5th. They look a lot more composed, a lot more comfortable. It's quite a young team, this Ireland side.
It comes out long, well taken by it was unlucky. Cunningham just couldn't quite bring it in. It was almost a really great take because it was well above her head.
Yeah, it looks like a quite maybe not inexperienced, but it's definitely a young side, this Ireland side, and I think they do put a lot into their men's and women's team. So yeah, it's great to see that there's obviously quite a few. There'll be players making their debuts and stepping up to this level. Netherlands look like they've lost their way a little bit here. They started quite strong. They looked like they knew what they wanted to run. They knew what would work, and they look like they've lost their way a little bit. I think he's given obstruction there, so Netherlands will get another shot.
Yeah, they're starting about 12 metres out,
and they'll roll down to the 7 and probably looking to run those plays now. So they've run a short and a long to begin with, and they'll just look to exploit that space.
Darren Brown goes down and he gets the try.
Nice. I think we spoke about that before in mixed touch. You kind of want to play a bit of chess and move the pieces in the right places, and that's a simple case of guy on girl, and that's what they've created. They've created that space on the outside, and they've exploited it well.
Proving a good foil as well, because she was always available for the pass, and
it
always leaves the defence in 2 minds.
The wider your wingers can be, and obviously if they're there to finish as well. Ireland know that she's quick. Like, they've already seen her break away down the sideline, even though it's pulled back. Stuck looks really quick, and if Ireland are worried about that winger being on the outside, they've managed to pull one back.
Yeah, Brennan going over.
Really good game this, great start.
Yeah, it's a fast start by both teams, and Ireland take the lead back 3-2.
I think we're just seeing the decision.
Yes, it was a good sliding try by Tiege Brennan.
And they'll work over to that 32 short again. They'll look to get to the outside, and we saw it in the first game that they're trying to run that 32 short, but to make that move effective, it has to be good. It has to be down on the Ireland middle. it's gone on their link, and that just lets Ireland middle retreat and.
Bit of space on the left-hand side.
Good defence from Ireland. Good defence. What they've run there is it's called a pocket defence. So it's one middle hanging back and walking at a snail's pace next to the referee. Another Ireland middle's gone up really high to make the touch, and then any play that comes back towards that pocket defender is just ready to shut it down. And they've done really well to finish off that set of 6 for the Netherlands.
It's Ireland who are pressing again, but what we believe it's a penalty against the Netherlands, so it will be a fresh set of 6 for Ireland.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they run here. They'll work their way down to the 7. They'll break into those plays now, and we're starting with a quickie. They've not gone to run into it. They've got a little bit of space on the left here, and they do go that way. Ball. Ooh!
Touch was made, I think.
Great dive.
Yeah, balance going through.
They're really looking for that middle channel. They've obviously seen that the Netherlands middles are quite loose. And they're trying to bring them both up quite high. And I think, done well to get away with that.
Goes wide.
It's 5th touch. Play on.
Netherlands giving them no gaps at the moment. Diving touch. We'll see them get the ball back.
Joe Ballant's looking good. He's got good feet. He's got a good pill off left and right. He looks to be one of their players that are going to strike along with David Glenn once they're working their way down to the line there. And it's interesting to see if they can progress what they've been running the more the game goes on. Like we said, it's 40-minute goal. He's picked it off.
No interception. He's just going to wait for support though.
It's quite a casual interception. Just thought I think he's one of those players that just thinks, nah, I'd rather get down there and run a quickie. So David
there's space on the right-hand side.
Oh, that's good defence. She's done so well to recover there.
Francine Vandenberg.
It's a great
just
take.
Getting over.
Claire Sexton's taken that really well. But really good pressure from Netherlands there to get across. Counties.
Still there for Ireland.
That's down. That's ball down. They've run a nice little counties play there. I think it's Lewis Lolo. He stepped in field and he's got a really good dive on. I think what hasn't helped Netherlands here is they've not got off the line. So they're actually making their touch. I think the touch was actually behind his line there. If you're Netherlands there, if you're in that defensive line defence position, you want to be getting back and then consciously taking a step off your line. And they've just not been able to do that. But it was a well executed counties play, and Ireland looking good here.
Yeah, Ireland playing very, very well.
Short side scoop. Oh, he's in. Finish.
It is given, yeah. And the Netherlands back within 1.
McNally with a great finish, and I think it was a great pickup. So they've run a quickie play, and because of the collapse in Ireland defence, he's been able to pick up and go short side. He's got a 3-on-2, and could have gone either way. That's a two-way flick. That could have been 5-2 to Ireland with that intercept.
So Netherlands bringing it back within 1, and we've had a very, very good open first half.
Yeah. No, it's been great. This really good game. Great dive, good finish.
I think
and
he's
again, it's Netherlands being on their line and skirting across the try line. You've got to get off your line there. You have to. And all they've done is it's a quickie play, and that Netherlands defender is a couple of inches behind his own line trying to make that touch, and you have to get off. It's what we talk about pre and post touch. Pre-touch being any your body position and how you make the actual touch. Your post-touch is making your line and getting off your line, and they've just not been able to do that. It's let them down twice now. It's the reason that they're two behind.
Well, the sun is out here in Nottingham.
Oh,
As
and the wind.
the wind picks up, as Jordan's water bottle goes somersaulting off the commentary table. As it's Ireland again pressing. They've got to the 7 metre. They're using this right hand side again. I think the touch was made there.
I think that touch was in, but could have been offside there. I think the referee's about to give a penalty.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, he has, yeah.
so 6 touches for Ireland on the 7 metre. A chance for them to stretch the lead to 3 if they use this correctly.
Cassidy, quickie, great touch. I'll tell you what, Alexander Cassidy is rocking an outstanding mullet. I think he deserves a score for the hair. Pick up short side.
And there's space on the,
that's a shame.
There was space on the right hand side, and Flood. I think Flood was looking to go over there. He just couldn't really.
Just couldn't get it
enough.
over the top. Yeah, and that's where that left-hand long ball comes into play. And Netherlands defended that well. So the play that they ran there is what the Netherlands scored off before. It's just picking up from half, and it's because the defences are so tight. It's because they're really tight, and again, we're talking about post touch and being able to react to where the ball's going next. Good feet, good speed.
It's Netherlands who have driven well. They're up to the 7 metre. Opportunity now.
Good
pass.
Hands.
Oh, that's a great pass and a
Ball
great
down.
take.
Great pill. I think that was a no-look pass. That's beautiful.
Bradley Bonifacio with the pass.
Big fan of that. So he's a quickie, skip to the outside. He's looking at his defender. Beautiful.
That's a great try.
Great ball.
Absolutely fabulous try. And
That's,
Netherlands back within 1.
That's box office. That was great. Yeah, Netherlands are looking good here. I think if they can just fix up their line D, I think we're going to have a really good second half. The thing that's letting them down is literally their pre and post touch, and Ireland are doing really well to exploit it. That's a nice little punish play. Netherlands have got that locked up.
Back they go.
And balance is back on. Bit of a young attacking pod here. And they'll run that punish play. They got to the outside. I think the sideline's given the touch. I'll tell you what, the Netherlands middle there has done so well to recover. If we see that again, that's such good defence.
Joe Balance diving through, but the touch was made. And it was very, very good defence by the Netherlands.
So all they're looking to do there it's good mixed touch from Ireland. They're looking to get guy link opposite girl link, and they're looking to run what's called a punish play, and all that is a quickie link on link. They actually did get to the outside, but I think the Netherlands middle has actually tucked under and helped his girl out, and he's managed to recover that really well.
Like, and Ireland, they just can't stretch away at the minute,
No, they can't. And credit to Netherlands. I think 5-4 probably about right. I think Ireland have just been better.
I think they had that opportunity on the 7 metre where they could have made it 6-3.
Yeah.
And great defence by the Netherlands, who came straight back up to the score.
They've had a couple of chances to do it, and but I've been impressed with both teams here. It's been a good first half, and I think with that touch, that probably will take us to 5-4 at half time. And great first half. That's been great.
It's Netherlands with possession with 30 seconds to go in this first half. They will use the sub box. If they can get a good drive, they may get an opportunity at the line before the hooter goes.
Yeah, they should get one more touch. That's a nice flick pass, and he's dove a good 7 metres short. He'll be severely fined for that on Saturday night from his teammates.
I think that is all she wrote for the first half. But what a first half we had!
Really enjoyed that. Yeah, that was great. Both teams are little bit, obviously first game nerves to begin with, but no, some really good touch, and I think Ireland especially, they know what they want to run. It's just about executing it now, and now we've got that first 20 minutes out of the way. First game, first day nerves. I think 5-4. We've got a great second half lined up here.
So it is very, very close as we look at the highlights from this first half of play. 5-4 Ireland lead, but the Netherlands are going to feel they're well in this.
100%. Similar to Ireland, they look like they know what they want to run, they know what will work well, but they've just not been able to execute it to the same level that Ireland have. And no, I think both teams have looked good, and Ireland probably just a little bit better, but Ireland fully in this game. Netherlands definitely in this game.
I think another thing that has been impressive is a couple of times we've seen Ireland get a fresh set of 6 from the 7 metre line, and Netherlands have managed to defend it twice.
Yeah. Obviously, the only thing that, like we said, the only thing that's letting the Netherlands down is their post touch on the line. If they can just make the effort to get off their line once they do get onside, that fixes up 2 scores straight away. So if they can do that for the rest of the half, it definitely keeps them in there. They've obviously got their strike players on line attack that they know what they want to run. So hopefully they can carry that on for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, so both teams in their respective huddles. You see, 9 tries means that we've got quite a good highlights package.
Yeah, definitely, just from one game. But
that was a great try.
Great score, that. Really enjoyed that. Little no-look pass, skip to the outside, and like we said, Ireland just look a little bit more composed, even though it's great to see such a young team so composed on the line. They've obviously just been thrown into that situation. They haven't really got an older, experienced player to rely on, which is what you sometimes get with a lot of mixed teams. You normally have maybe 1 or 2 older players, sort of on-field coaches to guide around the younger players. It's so good to see. So I think it's balance. I think it's Lalore and Glenn when they come on together. That's a really young pod of three lads, and they're just out there playing touch footy. Like they can just run what they want, and that over the years and over the seasons, that's just going to pay massive for those players.
I think another thing we've seen from Ireland as well is you mentioned those 3, but on the wing as well we've had Cunningham and Murphy.
Yeah.
Really getting into some good positions on the wing with loads of space.
Yep.
You know, if they could have been found, Ireland could have found themselves further ahead.
I think a couple of, if they did have maybe a bit of a long ball specialist in this team, like Clara Sexton on that right hand side wing, she's found herself in loads of space. She's been able to take some balls well, but Netherlands have defended really well and been able to turn it. On our near side wing, Mailing Sturt has been so fast coming down this wing, and I'll be looking for those plays this second half.
Because we've got another mixed game after this one, and we'll be seeing Bulgaria make their debut, so that should be interesting.
It's great seeing new teams. That's well good.
Yeah. They'll be taking on Wales, who were runners-up in 2018, so quite a baptism for the Bulgarians. That's going to be, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that Welsh team, has changed a little bit over the last few years. If I remember rightly, I think they've chopped and changed a few players over, and so Dan Roberts, number 10 for Wales, he was the Men's Opens captain in 2018 and 2019, I think. Things have changed a little bit for the Welsh in mixed and men's, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of team that they field at this tournament. I think Wales probably will be England's main threat in the mixed tournament. That'll be an interesting one to see how Wales start.
Well, we will switch attention back to this game. Just 1 point in it as Ireland lead the Netherlands by 5 tries to 4. And it's the Netherlands who have the tap off for this second half. They'll be looking for a confident drive.
Yeah, I think if they can get a score here, I think obviously 5-5 is a great start to the second half, but I think that's it'd be a big confidence boost if they do that. So Ireland are running that pocket defence here, so that middle's just set, and it's fifth touch. It's good defence from Ireland, I think. Netherlands, if they're going to have a chance at winning this game, they're going to have to recognise that Ireland are running that type of defence. The sooner they do that and the sooner that they exploit it, the better chance they've got, really. If they take too long to recognise what the Ireland are doing, it's going to be second half might be quite tough for them.
Thanks. Ireland do have driven really well. They're at the 7 metre now. Quick switch pass as it goes to the left hand side. Comes back in field now. Gun into play. Ooh. Oh, no look pass.
Yep.
Bit of a risk.
I think it was fifth touch. I think they had created the space to come back on the right, but they just didn't exploit it. I think there's an injury in backfield here for the Netherlands. So he's just going to get off as quick as possible and they'll try and get downfield.
Smooth change by the Netherlands.
Yeah, they've got to start going forward now, and they do get in the half, and you'd like to kind of get to fourth and fifth with a bit of a strike play, and that is fifth.
Right.
And that's a turnover. So yeah, Ireland look quite composed there, and they'll do the same. They'll just return back with a bit of transition, get back towards their box, and it's a strong drive.
It's another good drive. Change. And Ireland just seem to have turned it up a little bit since half time.
Yeah.
See what they can do here.
Side. Great pill.
Space on the left as well. Oh, he doesn't need it.
Really nice. I tell you what, Joe Balance has got a great passing motion. Big fan of it. He's come off his right hand. It's similar to what both teams have had success with quickie play. Comes off his right foot and goes short side. He's not actually gone outside his middle this time, but the thing that they've set up quite well, it's nearly a fire up in that they've ran the quickie, they've fired over to his link. And again, those chess pieces in the right position for Ireland. It's boy v girl, and
but again, it was Lewis Lalaurie. He went through there. He dropped the shoulder and used the dummy, but he had Clara Sexton on the left-hand side as well.
Yeah, 100%.
And when you're in defence in that position,
there's not.
You're in a no-win situation.
You can plan for it, you can prepare for it, and you can have structures in place to sort of try and preempt those moves and shut those moves down. But once you come up with it, and you've got to make a decision, and a lot of the time it's just communication. And if you're not being told to help out, or you're not being told to stay out, you've got to make the decision yourself, and it's a tough one to make.
That's
Netherlands
lack of communication, I think, there.
Yeah, they look a little bit flustered on line attack there.
And you get the feeling that Ireland haven't been able to stretch away, have they? I think if they did manage to probably get 3 tries ahead, that will give them the impetus to maybe go on and take the game.
Always been 1 or 2 ahead, and Netherlands are still in this game. They're still there and thereabouts. And nice feet.
Oh, well played.
Let's give it. Great hands.
And it's the Cunningham and Murphy combination on the wing.
Brilliant. Yeah, really good hands. O'Brien White tipping onto a winger to Cunningham. Is it to Cunningham or is it to Murphy? And it was brilliant, really good.
So fantastic play by the Irish, and they do go 3 ahead, 7-4.
Yeah, so if you're Ireland now, you'd like to kick on, and Netherlands are still in this. There's still plenty of time if they can pull 1 or 2 back. They've definitely. I mean, they've scored 4. They've got more than capable of at least scoring another. So, see again, Ireland running that pocket defence, and it's working so well for them.
There's a bit of space for them now. The little reverse pass just didn't quite come off.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Netherlands have recognised yet or looked of a way to exploit that pocket defence Ireland are running, and Ireland are just finding it quite comfortable to sit back and shut down those line attack plays. That's great yards, really good yards from O'Brien White.
He's at the 7 metre. Oh, it's intercepted.
That was weird.
I think Alexander Cassidy wasn't expecting that. He's holding his mouth, so I think that may have hit him in the face.
Top one in the chops, yeah.
It's a good drive by the Netherlands, though. They've made some very, very good yards here.
Yeah, and they're just getting caught in fifth, though, and it's a bit of a static play now. And
I think the touch was made.
Cassidy's done well to recover that. Yeah, really good.
So
see, the last few plays, Netherlands have looked. Oh, great feet.
Just a bit of a scrappy change
really good feet
from the Irish. And good high defence by the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, the midfield is really good, and it's shutting Ireland down quite well here. So the fifth touch in your own half. Oh,
it's a bit of an interplay as it comes to the right hand side.
No, that's mild. That's so much better from the Netherlands, and you kind of get a little bit of a tap offset now if they can get to the box quick enough. And like we were saying, they started quite well, and their strike players seem to know what they wanted to run. They've gone away from that in the second half, and so they get a fresh set of 6. So now you've essentially got a tap off now.
Yeah. So 6 from the halfway for the Netherlands. A good opportunity for them to bring it within 2.
They've got the players to do it. I think they've just got to execute. They've been running the plays. So there we go. They've gone on the outside.
No touch was made. So goes back to the 7.
What was working well from the first half is that short side scoop, and I know it's a little bit of a high percentage play, in that, you know, if you get caught from half, you've got to give the ball up. But I think those are the plays that they want to be running.
There is space. There is space.
Quickie on the link. Oh, that's a shame, because the way they ran that, I thought they created that space quite well. They ran a really good punish.
I think Mayling Stuck came in from the wing looking for the ball, and then you're right. If she had just hung on the paint, she was in. And they're on 5th touch now, so they've got a bit of a Hail Mary play on last. I think it's 5th anyway. Created a little bit of space. Good defence from Ireland. And there is the turnover. So Ireland have it on their own 7 metre.
Could have been over the mark, that, but Ireland have got away with it. Balance has got through. Good right foot. Oh, he's still going.
Great yards from Balance.
Oh,
and now finally he is touched, but what a play.
Comes off with a cheeky little grin. I think he's my favourite player so far.
Yeah, he's getting congratulations on the bench in front of us, and so he should. He really made a great drive there to give Ireland another good opportunity of going over for a try at the 7 metre now. They're using this left hand side as a dive is made, but I think the touch was made by the Netherlands.
Great to see Ireland men's opens player John Ennis in the mixed open box, just lending a bit of helping hand. Obviously they've got their coaches. I think that run might have taken its toll on Joe Balance.
Yeah, well, we'll not describe what's.
I doubt he went out last night, but yeah, I think that run might have taken it out on him.
The Netherlands 10 metres away from their own on the halfway line, as they've turned it back over to Ireland, and Joe Balance just not look too well in front of us. We'll not show it on camera because it won't be pleasant.
No. Let your imaginations run wild with that one. Yeah, it's not pretty. I think somebody said, "Yeah, the Joe." The men's opens players are having a laugh with him coming past. I'm sure his friends and family appreciate this on commentary later once he explains what's happened.
It's a good drive by the Netherlands.
That's good defence from Ireland again. They've recovered really well. Very similar to what Ireland ran against Netherlands in the first half. Obviously, like we talked about with pre and post touch, Ireland have just done well there to take that step off the line. So any touches made from Ireland, there's not really a decision to make from the referee, because if you're making a touch behind your own line and the ball's down, more than not, the referee's going to give that score, and that's where those two big scores came from in the first half. And it's kind of been tough for Netherlands to really pull those back at any point.
It has tightened up quite a bit in this.
It has, yeah.
In this second half, just the 2 tries so far. 9 in the first half.
Yeah.
So.
Good feet.
Or is that the third? No, I don't think it is. Darren Curran diving through, but was touched on the way.
So they go back to that quickie play again. They run it. Good D from Netherlands, really good. Yeah, really good D. Vandenberg on the outside. She came in for that shot. She read the play really well. I think any long ball over the top, it would have been tough to recover from, but she's read that really well and shut that play down.
Oh, good speed.
Good yards from Netherlands, and they've got to get that ball down really. That's hurting their momentum. Anytime you get touched, you have to bring it back. Obviously you want to be breaking through, but you've got to recognise when to get the ball down. And I think that's touch pass, so they'll bring it back.
It's Pam Grafland there with the run through. He did so well, made some great yards, but Ireland defence really holding firm in this second half.
Yeah, now they look a lot more composed. I think, like we talked about at half time, the Ireland are running a pocket defence and a pocket middle defence, and Netherlands either haven't reacted to it. It's good defence. Either they haven't reacted to it, or they've not been able to figure out how best to run against it. So I think that's helping them quite a bit.
Ireland playing it across the line.
Good foot. Nice. Right foot step. Nice.
Cunningham looking to sidestep away to the line. Just Netherlands defence holding well. Oh, that's not what they wanted.
No.
6 for Ireland
Got
on the 7,
outside.
and there's space over here.
Oh, they both wanted to score.
In fact, Ireland still had possession, so there must have been a penalty.
And Alexander Cassidy and David Glenn will just take control, run out the clock. They'll run that punish play. There's no touch. I think he's going to give pulling out of the touch there.
Just a quick
They'll go back to that
conference
play
between
again.
the two.
Good D.
Yeah, the 3 there. It was not much of a gap to go for, but still went for it.
They're going to give it.
Oh, they have given it.
Giving ball down, and maybe one of them was offside. But yeah, similar to what they were running in the first half, it's a punish play, quickie on the link. They're looking to exploit that short space on the outside, and it's a good finish. It's a really good dive, and 8-4 now. I think Ireland have put the game on ice. They've been way more composed in the second half.
I think the key is, although they've stretched their lead by scoring 3 more tries, they've actually tightened up so much at the back end.
Yeah.
And that's been the difference in this second half.
Yeah, like we said, I think that pocket defence, I think the more experienced teams when they come to play against Wales and England and maybe Scotland. I think those are the teams that will exploit that. It's a very exploitable defence, but if you've not come up against it before, or you haven't really got the players to sort of on-field coach your way through that situation. So you see now, Boy Middle's come up really high, Orange Boots has just sit back and he can just chill and watch. They've exploited that well. So that is one of the ways they can get around it.
And it is given. And William Dennis puts the ball over and he wants to get on with it quickly, goes running back for the ball. They don't feel they're out of this yet.
No, they can never pull a few scores back, and obviously, like we said, it's a 5-day comp, so you want to be taking positives from the back end of each game. If you can finish a game well, that'll take you into the afternoon in much better spirits. But yeah, nice little score from Ireland, and they'll be happy to pull one back.
Well, they're at the 7 metre.
David Glenn comes off his right foot.
Good defence. Bailey for the Netherlands, just stepping out and making the touch.
So they'll go back to that punish play. And that's such a shame. I think a really good progression on from their last score. It's the same exact play, the same exact players, and he skipped to the outside. When he comes off his left foot to step in the field, the thing that makes that play quite threatening is that the far boy middle, he has to tuck under, and normally he wouldn't have to do that. So that's where that space came from. That middle channel was opened up, and they just weren't able to execute. But that's a play they're going to have success with against any team in this tournament. It's a play that all this the 23 stuff and running plays on links. It's kind of started only being run this year or late last year, and a lot of teams are running it with success, and Ireland look like they're one of them.
It's the Netherlands on the attack. Oh, there's a bit of space here. Oh, that's a great diving touch.
Looked a little bit forward to me, but I think they're going to give it.
I think give them a try.
No, they've right. Yeah, I think that's been given. It was
Cassidy was definitely claiming the touch, but
so he's picked up from half.
See it from behind here. Yes,
yeah, it looked like he was claiming it to me. I thought they'd give him forward pass. It looked like he was handing off to a running back.
So it's Grafland who goes over, and Netherlands within 2. Only 2 minutes left, so time not on their side.
If it finishes. If they do finish 2 down, so they're going back to that punish play. Good dive. Ref's just having a little chat.
Just 2 officials just deciding if it.
They're going to give a penalty. Yeah. If I'm Netherlands and I finish 2 down, I'm going to be pretty devastated, because I can pick out those 2 scores in the first half that'll. D again.
Yep, the touch made as
the only thing
went diving through.
The only thing I would like there from that Netherlands middle is to be making that touch with his right hand and trying to get on the outside of the ball carrier. So they're going to run the same play again. No, they're not. They're going over to that punish. They run it again. Good low dive. Very good defence from that Netherlands middle. He's done so. He did the exact same in the first half, where he's come across and helped his girl out. He's done really well there. Ireland have it's a little bit static. Short side scoop, wingers open, right hand. Great finish.
Really good finish and a great take as well.
Great dive.
I think it was Clara Sexton, or just see from this.
Yeah, I think Sexton
from the behind
seems to be
camera.
their far winger. Tell you what, back shoulder take. She all Sexton's thinking about there is, I've got to get this down as quick as possible. I don't need to think about the dive or think about. I'm just going to get it away from my defender, and she's done so well there.
So 9-6 Ireland lead, as we're only a few seconds away from the hooter. Netherlands pressing strongly.
they've been a little bit more composed this half, and
I think they do get a try to finish the game. I think, or do they?
Yeah, they do. So 9-7.
Yeah. So 9-7 it finishes, and Jules Rieser for the Netherlands going over. So a strong finish to the game from the Netherlands, to be fair.
Yeah, I think Ireland definitely deserved that. They deserved the win. They were more composed. They were more settled, especially as they grew into the game. I think, like we said, it's those two scores in the first half where post touch from Netherlands just wasn't up there. And let's hope they improve on that throughout the day, and they'll look back on that. They'll realise how long Ireland were running that pocket defence and how well they could have exploited it. And I think Netherlands will be kicking themselves. At the same time, I think Ireland probably did deserve that one.
Well, Jordan, thanks for joining me for these first couple of games. We'll see you again. Well, we'll hear you again later, and I'm sure you'll be back on camera with Ian a little later as well. But thanks so much for providing your expertise for these two opening games.
Tell you what, it's been a great two opening games.
Yeah.
If this is what's going to be like for the rest of the tournament, we've got a great 5 days.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, it's Bulgaria against Wales, also in the mixed open. Bulgaria making their debut in the competition. I'll have Ben Meakin on commentary with me for that one, but join us for that very, very soon.
Your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. This is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Welcome back to Nottingham as we're underway in game 3 of the day, also in the mixed open. It's Bulgaria in white making their debut, and they're taking on Wales, who are runners-up in 2018. They are in black, and they're making a very strong start, but just not quite handled correctly. And Bulgaria will have their first play. I'm delighted to say, joining me on co-commentary from the NQ Rebels, it's Ben Meakin. How are you, mate?
Good morning. Yes, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. Voice holding up.
Oh, yes, you're only game 3.
Game 3.
Day 5 might be a bit different.
Only another 55 to go.
This is going to be a good game, I think.
Yes, and Bulgaria making their debut in the competition. Do you know anything about them? Is there anything you
The last time I saw Bulgaria as an international team was when I went to the Junior Touch Championships. I think it was in Scotland in 2019. I think they made their first appearance there. That's the last time I've seen them. So they're an unknown, but hopefully they can contain this very, very good Wales team.
Yeah, the Wales runners-up last time, of course. So you would think they would be heavy favourites for this game.
Yes, as they go in for their first score, actually. I think it was just a long ball when they just got on the outside and just ran between the link and the wing to score.
Stefan Prudhock going over.
I think this Wales team is very different, actually, to the Wales team of 2018. There's a fair few changes, but it looks like Wales have decided to put all of their best players into this mixed opens team to try and compete with the other nations to try and win that gold this year.
Yeah, because Scotland, who are the dominant team here in this, they've won the last 4 competitions, so they.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think Scotland have decided to look and try and compete at men's and women's a bit more, and decided to maybe not put their newer players into the mixed setup. I'm not sure how they'll go this year. It's a very new team. I think England will be very good, but it's going to be between England, Wales, Scotland, I think. So, yeah, interesting to see how they go. Owen Carroll with a pick-up, 33 channel.
He just couldn't find anyone open. It was Amberley Rook who was in a lot of space, but he just couldn't find her in with the pass.
Owen Carroll's from Nottingham as well, so he'll be he's on home turf.
Oh yes, of course. I suppose it's worth mentioning Nottingham's my home city, your home city as well.
It is, yes. So,
although you do live in Manchester.
I do live in Manchester now, but Nottingham holds a close place to my heart.
Yeah. So 2 homeboys on commentary.
Absolutely. I think the refs are a little bit confused here. I think one ref called it over the mark, I think the other ref called it was kicked in the ruck.
It's Bulgaria. Get a chance to go over halfway.
The driving
Good
well.
drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, some flick out the back as well. That beard is very good as well by number 60,
Roberto Badola. Yes, it's one of the better beards we've seen.
Absolutely.
There's
nice little tip on into the wing up.
Wales make the change, 1-0 ahead. Bulgaria will be feeling their way into the tournament here, won't they? But
it's a big feeling out process.
Yeah, they really couldn't have had a much tougher start.
No, absolutely not.
Facing the runners-up from 2018.
No, the organisers could have done them a favour here, but they've really not. But no, it looks like they know the game at least, and they're moving forward. You know, some teams that are new don't even move forward, whereas you can tell Bulgaria they've trained their 4-man drive, their 3-man drive that they're doing in the middle of the park now. It's just trying to get something off the back of that, which is obviously a bit more difficult.
Yeah, they just a little bit static.
Yes,
the Bulgarians, but the thing is, this is the only way that teams like this will learn and develop, isn't it? By coming to these sort of tournaments and playing against the likes of Wales or the best teams in Europe. That's how they're going to get better.
Absolutely, it's all about learning for these guys, and they know that they won't win the competition, but that's not what they're here for. They're here to learn, and they're here to try and compete with the teams, the likes of Netherlands that played earlier and stuff like that. So, yeah, nice little sweeper play. Just good defence by Bulgaria.
Holding that defence well. Wales just
they're running their sweeper play again. Sweeper goes round.
Space on the right hand side. Just couldn't be taken by Katie Allen. It was high, it was well overhead. It would have been an excellent take if she'd have caught it.
Yeah, absolutely. If she ran with a bit more depth, she might have got it, but it was a tough catch in the end.
Here come Bulgaria again. Oh, that's a shame.
Unlucky.
Stefan Doyshev just couldn't quite take it with him. But 3 games in, we had that big rain shower before play started. Do you think that will still be having an effect now, or do you feel the pitch and the balls will have dried out enough by now?
I had a walk around about 10-20 minutes ago. It's definitely dried out already. It's quite hot out there. It's quite humid. It's not Malaysia humid, 2019 World Cup, but it's definitely a little bit humid, and it's definitely dried up. So we should start to see a few more long balls. You can see the passes are starting to stick a bit more as well. As Wales run another sweeper play. Throw it back.
Passing.
And it's really good defence by the Bulgarian winger. She shuts down that play. They couldn't get the ball on the overlap.
Yeah, great defence by the Bulgarians. Wales getting into the position, they're getting very, very deep, but they just can't seem to break through at the minute. It might do now. Touch is claimed though, and it is given.
Again, a really, really good touch by the Bulgarian link.
For Sailor Dobreva.
Wales ran a really nice 33 switch, so they take on their 2 middles and they switch the ball, creating an overlap, but they all shut down and allowed the ball. But I think Bulgaria have actually given the ball back to Wales with a drop here.
Yeah, interesting. Bulgaria choosing to change there, not while they was playing past the sub box. So do you think that's just a little bit of a lack of experience somewhere?
I think so. It's also probably the speed that it's being played at. I think if you look at Bulgaria, as we get another sweeper, step back and pass into hole 1.
Yeah, Michael Roberts going over, getting the ball down, and Wales go 2 ahead with almost 8 minutes gone.
Yeah, going back to your point on Bulgaria and subbing, I think looking at their sub box, I think they're already feeling the pace, and they've not played at this speed before, so it's always going to be a bit of an issue. And that first game of the day is always, you're trying to run off that nervous energy as well, so it's always harder. So we'll see how they come in, how they grow into this game.
Slip there.
It's not dry in that patch over there.
It's go back. It is very humid out there. Mel Day was over here before the start of play, and muggy was how she called it.
Definitely is muggy, actually. Yes.
And that is going to play a part, certainly as the day goes on, you would think, because they're going to have a couple of games today. You think later on, when it's a little hotter, probably a little more humid, those 20-minute halves and 40-minute games are going to take their toll a little bit.
Absolutely. Like when you get to, if it stays this hot and it is as humid as it is, the water intake's going to go up, the food intake's going to have to go up before games, and that is definitely going to play a part, especially in the second half. Your better teams should always look to go over teams, and when it is as hot as it is, or as muggy as it is, shall we say, it will play a part. Wales go for a 32 set up, a 32 short into hole 1, and it's a great score by Owen Carroll.
Yeah, it's a lot of space, and it's just that little lack of experience on Bulgaria not closing in on the defence and allowing the gap for Owen Carroll to go through there.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like they had the spaces covered, but clearly the space was just a bit too big. Owen Carroll sweeps round, and he's a big, tall lad that could probably dive from 7 metres and always make it. I remember when he was 5 and he was only 1 foot tall. He's grown a lot since in the last couple of years.
Bulgaria, it's a good drive from them so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got to 7. Good use of the wing.
Looks like they've got a couple of touches here now.
What do you think Bulgaria's ambitions will be for this game? Is it just a case of trying to maybe get on the board, or try and keep it within a certain number of tries?
For me, I wouldn't put it down to a score. I would just look to how enjoy it more than anything. That is, obviously, it's their first game ever in a European Championships. They've got to enjoy it. If they get a score, then absolutely brilliant, which they might do here. It's good defence, but it's actually a really good quickie play. So they've obviously been working on a few things in their training camp leading up to this. So yeah, maybe they get that first score on the board.
Just stopped at the 7 metre, but they're pressing well, and now space on the wing, and Annika Kozova just touched on the way through. Still there for Bulgaria as Dojchev went through but was touched, and that turns the ball back over to Wales. But that was encouraging from Bulgaria.
It was actually the first time that Bulgaria have worried Wales, and they actually did. You had the Wales players diving around to make touches, which means they're worried that they're not going to make the touch. So that's really encouraging to see from Bulgaria, and I'd want to see that more.
Down it goes again as Wales look to stretch it to 4, and they're going to. It's an unfortunate slip, and Michael Roberts takes full advantage and puts the ball over.
Yeah, it was a really unfortunate slip actually. Wales are just going down the middle, it's just a tip back, and the guy turning just slips, and he just trips over his own feet. Unfortunately, they run through the middle. It's a really unfortunate score. You can't put it down to good play. It's just unfortunate from Bulgaria's side of it.
Bulgaria start again from halfway. 4-0 Wales lead. But after an encouraging drive on their last foray into the offensive zone, they'll probably have a little bit more confidence as they take the ball on here.
Absolutely. It looks like they're trying to set up a quickie play, which is a 33 play. So it's their middles. Oh, they're looking for a scoop. And
final touches. Nikolai Stoyanev and Nikolai Langev just bump into each other on the line.
Just a bit of confusion there, I think. And they are trying to do some stuff, which it is. They are trying to make a good setup play, and that's encouraging to see.
But here come Wales at speed, over halfway already. And they're already at the 7 metre. Just calming it down now. Good line defence from Bulgaria, but the gap is opened up now. And Wales go over again, and that was just a case of a lack of communication, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and I think that the middle just lost where the line was, which enabled him to go short. So, yeah, it was, again, an easier score, but a lot of learning from Bulgaria's side here. I think that's going to be the biggest thing that they take out of this.
Yeah, and the thing is, this will give them an idea of what they've got to expect for the rest of the week. They know they're playing the runners-up from 2018. It's a very, very tough start. They'll hopefully feel that it will get slightly easier as the week goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I know they won't be playing Wales every single time. They'll be playing the likes of Netherlands and Ireland, which they might actually get a good run and they might get a few scores on the board. I think that's their ambition here, isn't it? To learn. I think the biggest learning is always going to be about how they can improve, how they can take it back to their local clubs and make their local clubs better, and then hopefully get a couple of scores on the board against those teams that are probably we don't class as strong. Wales pick up for a scoop. It's a really good defence. 33 channel by number 10, Stefan.
Deutsche. He seems to be their pivotal player. He's been involved a lot, Stefan Deutsche.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like he's been training well. He looks like he knows the game. I think if we could get people moving around him, then he should be able to get some scores.
And it's Bulgaria. This is quite a good drive so far. It's just figuring out that Welsh defence. There's not many gaps there. The passing is very good by the Bulgarians. They're passing it well. It's just trying to figure out that lock Wales defence.
You're right.
Over halfway.
It's about unlocking the defence, and it's trying to do that. They are passing the ball, and who's this coming out on the wing?
Oh, it's a great stride away. I think it's Amberley Rook who just put on the burners on the right hand side and slides over, and that's going to be a 6th try for Wales. See there, there she goes. A really good try.
Yeah,
great speed as well.
Absolutely. You were talking about Bulgaria moving the ball. Wales had just got the ball, moved it towards their sub box. Bulgaria couldn't get across, and she just got the overlap and got through. It was a really good speed to put on their burners and score.
Well, the rain has returned
back in Nottingham,
so that is going to bring another factor to this game, as we'll probably have a bit of a greasy top surface, and the ball will probably become slippier and more difficult to handle.
Both Bulgaria and Wales haven't been throwing the ball around too much. You know, it's all small 2 to 5 metre passes, so the range shouldn't impact that too much. It's when they start to throw the 4-on-3s or the 3-on-2s. Oh, Wales interception. So that's 0 touch now. They get a 7 touches for an intercept. So that was first, second coming.
Yeah, this is strong drive by Wales as they bring fresh legs on from the sub box. But was that forward?
No, it was actually over the mark. Whoever that was on the wing got a bit too carried away, went too forward as the touch was made, and didn't drop touch to put the ball on the floor at the right time. And now Bulgaria have got a penalty.
There you can see. I'm not sure if you can see it on the camera, but the rain is really driving across the field. It's not heavy rain. It's quite light, but
it's not coming down, it's coming from left to right.
Yeah, I think the
wind
wind is making a big difference. And
again, Wales run a sweep up. Owen Carroll sweeps round.
Space on the right, uses it, and that is number 7. And it's been a dominant performance by Wales.
Just under 2 minutes to go. Owen Carroll swept round. We'll see that on the replay shortly.
Anna Melmoth who popped the ball down. So 7-0 Wales lead. Bulgaria with a good drive though from their tap off. They're on final touch now.
There's a long
pass.
Unlucky.
Just in front of Anika Kozova.
I actually think the referee missed a call there. I think it was a dummy half caught because he put the ball down, but that didn't have any material effect on the play. So Wales have got the ball and they're going to look to drive up the pitch and continue doing what they've been doing every single time to go 70 metres and score.
Down they go over halfway, and it's an incredibly fluid attack from Wales in this first half. They looked excellent going forward. The pass just didn't have enough zip on it to get over to the right wing.
No, Wales number 7 James Enon, he scooped, went short side, and his pass his pass didn't get to the winger. Probably should have stepped back and looked at the 4-on-3.
And Bulgaria will start very deep in their own half as we're coming to the final embers of this first half. As they turn it back over.
And that was another over the mark called by the referee, so Bulgaria giving the ball up.
And there goes the final hooter, sorry, the half-time hooter, so this is the final play. And there's a touch made. That will bring the half-time whistle. So a dominant performance from Wales in this first half. 7-0 they lead, but Bulgaria, they've given it everything out there in this first half. I mean, what do you think they're going to take from that?
I think you've just nailed it, really. The Bulgarians are, they're coming off, they're tired, they've given everything that they can, and they've actually done some good stuff in defence. They've actually stopped Wales in a couple of times, so I think they'll be very proud of their first 20 minutes at European Championships.
We've seen the highlights here from the first half and the tries that Wales have scored. You see that one just diving through, and it's just been a case of perhaps that little lack of experience in defence for the Bulgarians that have allowed Wales to sort of pull away as they have.
You're absolutely right. So if you look at all of the scores, they've all been down the middle. So if Bulgaria could just tighten up and move a bit closer to each other in the middle of the park, then we would have to cause Wales to throw the ball a bit more. And it's now raining, and that would be a bit harder to catch the ball in this wet. So I think Bulgaria should tighten up their defence in the middle, and that should definitely help them moving forward.
Yeah, it's as you say, take nothing away from Wales, and they've shown Bulgaria plenty of respect as well, and they've not taken them for granted at all. Bulgaria have had quite a few chances on the 7-metre line as well. It's just finding that key really to unlock the Welsh defence.
Absolutely, and they've done it once or twice where they've got the Welsh defenders running and chasing and trying to get them on the outside, and the Welsh defenders have had to dive. So hopefully in the second half they'll get another opportunity and they can try and get one on the board.
Yeah, see the Bulgarians in front of us now. They're just chatting through things. It's can't be easy when you sort of 7 behind, but like we say, this is their first championships, and I suppose their goals are going to be just trying to get some scores on the board and then trying to keep other games as close as possible. Absolutely,
I've been there when I've been playing against, I play for England against Australia. It's completely different speed, but we were still losing 7-0 at half time. It's hard to pick yourself up, but your goals change and you have to try and aim for the goals rather than scores. So it's just trying to work on those goals that you can control, and that's the biggest thing that Bulgaria will look to do in the second half.
I think quickly, if we just look at touches that are worldwide rather than just, this is obviously probably the top Northern Hemisphere championship for touch, and obviously it's the World Cup next year, but that's where the Australians and New Zealanders are quite dominant.
Absolutely, they're so far ahead of the Northern Hemisphere. They've been playing touch for so long, and they actually start playing touch at 5, 6, 7, whereas in Europe especially, you start playing touch in your teenage years, and that has a massive material effect on the standard of touch. I think it's the case that
Southern Hemisphere teams, they start with touch and then progress to either rugby league or union, where it's the other way round.
That's absolutely right.
And I know it's been mentioned before when we've done commentary on the England touch games earlier this season. It was mentioned how the New Zealanders and Australians, a lot of their rugby league, rugby union players credit starting on touch with how they play the game and how they're able to pass and move, and it really helped them.
Yeah, well, you watched the Commonwealth Sevens that was on Sunday in Coventry. Australia women were so far ahead of any other team, and majority of their players actually played touch, and I think half of them played for Touch Australia. So that gives them that foundation to be able to throw a miss pass, to throw a 4-on-3, to catch the ball and have that speed and agility that you can transfer over to rugby union and sevens especially.
And this is the thing in Europe, though, that the standard is improving all the time. Though, the more competitions, the more competitive it gets. It's only going to improve the teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I started playing for England in 2012, and where we are now in terms of standard, it's chalk and cheese. The knowledge that the players have now got, and the coaches and the referees, it's all improved, and that is because people are putting more time and investment into the sport.
Well, here we are away again in the second half, and it's Bulgaria who have the tap off. So they're already at the 7 metres, so a good drive so far from the tap off for them.
Trying to set up a quickie play, 33.
Diving through. Velin Lamov.
I think if he could have got the ball back a little bit quicker, he would have had a bigger opportunity to score there.
Long pass out to the right hand side. A little ambitious, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
So Wales have the ball back, but they're very deep in their own half.
Wales won't mind that because they've been working on their transition and their subbing, so they look to get all of their players off in the first half, in their defensive half, and as they come on, they look to set up an attack, and that's what they'll do there. And they've just tried to tip it back, and it's gone to ground.
So Bulgaria picking the ball back up again. Good defence from them. Now that will give them a bit of confidence at the start of this second half.
Again, we talk about their goals and them not allowing Wales to get to their own defensive line. We've been one of them, so it's definitely a great start.
And that's Peryov just looking to the heavens. In fact, Bulgaria still have it, so no penalty there for Bulgaria as they start again. Again, they're just not really using the transition of the sub-box like we would normally see. They tend to be making changes when they want to rather than as they're running past the box, which is probably something that they'll learn with experience.
Yeah, I think you look to sub when you're coming off from defence as they go for a quickie set-up. I think it was just ball down because the ball went forward rather than backwards from that throw ball. Bulgaria just need to go forward a bit more when they're looking to attack, so they're taking steps backwards rather than going forward, and that allows the Welsh defence to push them even further back.
It's Wales who go over halfway.
So they're going to do the same thing. They're going to make a dump between the middles. They have a scoop up, and then they go into goal.
Oh, not just
She's dropped it. She's dropped it on the far side.
It was a great run by James Enyon as well. I think it was Amberley Rook on that far side. Just couldn't quite gather it in and get the ball down.
No, first game jitters potentially. Don't want to be doing that in a final because that could cost you, but I think they'll be okay in this game.
Yeah, I think they've got a very comfortable cushion. You never say never. Stranger things have happened in sport.
Exactly.
Here come Bulgaria again. Turn back over to the Welsh, who start from halfway. Tap-off play, really.
Yeah, so I think Bulgaria didn't even get to halfway in their 6 touches, so it's something that they need to work on, is how they get going forward, especially when they're tired. Wales are going to set up a 33 touch.
Oh, just diving through. And that is an 8th try for the Welsh, and it's Callum Richards who goes down this time.
Yeah, it was a middle setup, and it's what we call a quickie play. He steps back, It's actually an open side quickie, and I think the link defender doesn't realise where the line is, and he's able to dot the ball down. Don't think he needed the dive.
Although, probably using the recent shower to its best effect. They've probably got a bit of a greasy top surface again.
He won't be welcoming those knees after 5 days of diving. I promise you that now.
I think anyone who played in Banbury a couple of weeks ago.
I'm still walking around with scabs on my knees from this, so yes, I will not be diving for a long time after that.
As Wales have it back as Bulgaria were pressing. That's good passing.
And that's
right
first
on
or
the
second
touchline.
touch. I think that was first. They've got second coming, and they're already in Bulgaria's, final 20 metres. So they should look to set up a couple of strike moves here. They're going to send a sweep up.
Oh, now this space over on the right-hand side, and down it goes again. Katie Allen got into lots of space, and it was just a case of playing the right pass, which they did.
Yeah, you can see in the first half they sent a lot of sweepers, so instead of giving the ball to the sweeper, they just picked up short side, and there was the winger that was open, and we got the ball out to the winger. So
9-0, the Welsh lead. It's been a thoroughly professional performance by them.
yeah, they've done everything that they've trained. They've gone 70 metres. They've gone from touchline to touchline every single time that they've had the ball, and they've scored some scores that they'll be proud of. But I think they'll have a few bigger tasks ahead.
Oh, that's a shame. As Bulgaria were looking quite threatening there, to be fair. Oh, now the burners are on. And all the way from one end to the other, and down it goes. And Wales go to double figures. It's Callum Richards.
I think he just started. It was a new set of 6. He got the ball, ran to the 7, dumped it, got the ball back, and managed to get on the outside. I think he's a little bit younger than a few of the Bulgarian players as well, so that gives him a bit of an advantage.
Here's Bulgaria start again. And fair play to them, they've not let their heads drop. They're still battling away. They're still trying to get something out of the game.
They're doing the same thing each time, so it's something that they've worked on in training. They're going to keep sticking to it, and yeah, they keep doing what they need to do. So I think they'll do this all tournament. I think they'll enjoy it, no matter the outcome of the games. I think they're going to enjoy the experience, and that's what they're here for. It's learning and enjoying that experience.
And Wales pressing again.
Sending another sweeper. They give the ball to the sweeper this time, and it's just a simple 3-on-2. Did she make the touch? What a great touch by that winger.
I think the touch was made. Wales still have it though, and there's space again out on the right hand side, and once again it's Katie Allen. Finds herself in a load of space and has the easiest task of putting the ball down, but well gathered in. Good passing by the Welsh, to be fair.
You've just said that, and I think the referee's just giving it as forward. So yeah, the referee's giving that one as forward, which we're not in line, so we can't see. They've obviously got the sideline referees calling that to help the main on-field referee, and yeah, it was called forward. So it was it looked like a good pass and a good catch, but referees are in a better spot than we are currently.
Yeah. So that one scratched off. It is still 10-0. Oh, that's a shame. Just not quite taken by Vadiva. And it's the Welsh who start again. Again, moving over to the sub-box. They've been really efficient with getting their players on and off the Welsh.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. I reckon they've been training for a fair few months now, maybe 6-12 months for this tournament, especially with the cancellation from the last couple of years, and moving from the international series last year. They know how to get off, they know how to transition and then get a strike attack. So they are very efficient in what they're doing.
And now pop down, and now here is an opportunity for the Welsh again, and this time it is taken. Emilio Grattarola pops the ball over, and Wales do have their 11th.
Yeah, it was just a 32 short. Owen Carroll running short, and he just pops the ball to the link that gets on the outside and dots the ball down.
Rain has returned again. Right. A few showers were forecast for this morning, but then it's also forecast to be bright sunshine all this afternoon.
And for the rest of the week by the looks of it.
Yes.
So we're in some luck. Wales are going down the side, moving the ball very nicely, taking that touch now, and Wales will look to sweep on and try and punish a Bulgarian.
Yeah. And Callum Richards with the latest try. So Wales again. Sorry if you got a little stuttering in your picture there. So a little gremlin in the system that's gone now.
It's the Nottingham rain.
Yeah. And here come Wales again. Katie Allen, and she just can't quite grasp hold of that one.
No, it looked like Wales sent a link sweeper instead of a middle sweeper. They had a 2-on-1, but it was, I would say, a bad pass. I know. I will want to stand here all day.
No, I'm fine. I'm used to it. Well, when I do the mix, I'd love a cup of coffee. Yeah, but a little bit of milk, no sugar. Thank you. Ian, you're a star. Thank you.
I'm okay, thank you. Yes, I'm done after this game. Well, I guess
Right. So that's. It's not here, it's the office, which has got mega superb uploading, but the internet's gone down there. Yeah, and then come back, but it's basically crashed the machine. That yeah, it's. Welcome back to Nottingham. Apologies if you lost pictures. We are back now, though. I can tell you it is now 14-0 that Wales lead. As they go back to the 7 metre.
32 with a long ball. Dan Roberts to the wing. That's a good score.
So 15-0 that Wales lead now, with 4 minutes to go. And it is the old saying that you can only beat what's put in front of you, but like you say, the Welsh have obviously used the opportunity to run through some plays, maybe try something a little different that they've probably worked on in training, because this sort of game will allow them to do that, but may pay dividends for them later in the tournament. Now,
yeah, I thought Bulgaria just scored then. Yes, absolutely, you can only beat who's in front of you, but they're going to try different things. it's always nice to run the cobwebs out or run that nervous energy out of your body. And Bulgaria nearly got the ball away to get on the outside. Yeah, Wales will run that nervous energy out, so when they play someone that they will consider a bit harder, that they will have everything in full motion.
2.5 minutes left in the game, and it's been a dominant performance by Wales, but Bulgaria can be proud of themselves. They've, like you say, not let their heads drop. They've given everything they have out there, and they'll learn a lot from this.
Oh, they're going to learn loads, you know. Most of the time you get told you learn more from losing than you do from winning, and this is clearly one of those now. Whereas Wales run along, they run and then a long ball to the wing,
and down.
And I think that's been scored. Bit of a good dive by the winger.
But that's the sort of emphasises that Bulgaria not letting their heads drop. They didn't. It wasn't a lost cause for them. They still went and tried to get the touch in before the ball went down.
At the end of the day, they're playing for their country. We all play for our country. We're all proud to do that. So them playing for Bulgaria, they'll be really, really proud of that. And that shows in their performance that they haven't stopped. They're always going forward. They're always chasing each other, and you know there's no arguing in the sub box, and they all look like they'll have a good time.
And here go Bulgaria, looking for something from this game. They've got around 1 minute and 10 seconds. It'd be great, wouldn't it? It'd be fantastic. It'd be just reward for the effort that they put into this opening game for them. As it is, unfortunately, they're giving the ball back to Wales. Already at halfway as they bring some fresh legs on from the sub box. Bulgarian defence holding firm at the moment. They're well into the final minute now. And down it goes again. It's a 17th try for Wales.
Yeah, and that was probably one of their best scores of the game, actually. They ran a 32 long with a step back into a throw into link hole. So that's probably, I would say, that was their score of the match. It was really nice to see.
So 17-0 for Wales as the hooter goes. So an emphatic victory for the Welsh against the tournament debutants, the Bulgarians. But Wales put in a thoroughly professional performance, but the Bulgarians can be proud of what they've achieved here.
I actually said it was going to be 20-0 at the start of the game, so 17-0 was definitely a better result than I thought, and Bulgaria will be very proud of themselves to play their country at European Championships for the first time. So yeah, it was very nice to watch.
Well, Ben, thanks so much for being with us. We will speak to you again later. You'll be back again. Coming up next, we've got the men's 40s tournament, England against Wales. Mel Day will be on commentary with me for that one. Do join us for that very, very soon.
Don't forget, there are ice creams, fruit smoothies and bottles of fruit treats available in the car park between the diesels and the pictures. Food is available from 11 o'clock, so you can now get food in the food areas. A reminder, after this game, there'll be 10 minutes each. We'll be doing games for this next game. So after this game, there'll be 11:15 tap-off now. And then after this, there'll be 10 past 12. Change over. Make sure when you think that you're ready to play. We are now 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Copies and sweet sweets, and they can't answer in the team village and the pitches. Now they're with me on my top, so we can just finish the game, get yourself some food. And after this game, they'll be in for. We are in the 1-minute warning, 1-minute warning. We're all going to push 1 minute. Players and officials, 30-second warning, please take to the field, ready for play.
Welcome back to Nottingham. Game 4 of the day. It's from the men's 40 competition. England in white taking on Wales in the red. And I'm delighted to say joining me on commentary is Mel Day. Good morning, Mel.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm holding up very well, thank you.
Good. It's my debut game, so I've been, lubricating the vocal cords with some squashies before this game. So excited to join you.
So, England against Wales. You said to me just before this started you were expecting this to be a really good game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an absolute cracker. This men's 40s division, I think, is going to be one of the most exciting at this Euros. I think France might be the slight favourites. England will be hoping to beat them, and it looks like a score. No, it looks like the touch was in there. England won the silver medal at the last Euros with Wales. The bronze, so these two teams should be fairly tightly matched, so it should be a good game.
Because it was France who won the men's 40s competition in 2018, England the runners-up, Wales third place as they beat Ireland for the bronze medal, so on that basis it should be a very close game.
We hope so, yeah, and a couple of key players to watch. We can see the number 2, Joe Hartley, the captain for the men's 40s. He's a real playmaker with an excellent dive, and I think for Wales it's the number 7, Gavin Jones, their captain. We can see Joe scooping through.
And I think the try is going to be given. Indeed it is. So England taking an early lead in this one.
Always helps when I've just talked him up and he scoops through and creates that first score. 1 assist for Joe Hartley on the board already. He's just got such speed. Incredible player, Joe Hartley.
So 1-0 England lead with less than 2 minutes played. So that's the ideal start for the English there.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that. But yeah, some decent players on the field. Number 13, Chris Sullivan. He's got a really good pass. So we'll see what Wales can do here. And quickies, they're trying to run quickies on Eric Williams, the England player, but The England saver coming through there for the touch.
Wales at the 7 metre though, so they're looking to get straight back into this game with an equaliser. There's space over on the left hand side. I think the touch was made there by John Irwin. Indeed it was. And it is England do have the ball once again.
Yeah.
Starting very deep though. There is Ruiz Durrani.
Like a lot of teams, they're just taking one up the middle and then taking it straight towards their box and sweeping onto the field now. You can see England players going through the middle. Oh, they've got space here.
Space opened up there for James Malik. And he comes over to the left-hand side, but just couldn't get the pass off. And England looking dangerous in these early exchanges.
Yeah, they're definitely having the best of the attack here. And you can see they're playing a running attack and being quite expansive. Whereas with Wales, you could see them kind of running a few quickie plays where the dumper dumps the ball, gets it straight back, and tries to beat their defender on the outside. And England with a repeat set on their line, so they'll be hoping to convert this into a score.
Yeah, they're just outside the 7 metre. They just slowed it up a little bit. Wales with a good line defence. England just looking to exploit any holes that may open up. They have done now, but the touch is made. Malik going through again.
He's got great speed, number 4, James Malik there.
There's it. Still England's ball.
Now England will be trying to make these dumps right on that 7 metre dotted line to get Wales all the way back to their line. And here they go, number 5. What a score. Campbell Allen
diving through, and it's England who double their advantage 2-0. And they've had a really dominant start to this game. And really good attacking play by the English. So 2-0 England lead. For Wales with a strong drive from the tap off. Oh, just couldn't quite be gathered in. It was a quick pass. But Wales will still have possession on their 7 metre, I think. Yes, they do.
Yep, it might be ruled that the touch was in before the player lost control. So Wales in ideal attacking position.
Oh, that's not what they would have wanted, though. Pass doesn't find its mark.
They are going to get a penalty here for offside. England defenders not quite making the line. So Wales 6 touches in ideal attacking position. We can see Gavin Jones, number 7, their captain, really guiding play with Phil Williams, number 9, feeding him for a quickie.
Yeah, he's just trying to go through there, but again the English defence holding firm. Williams and Jones working. Jones looking to go over. He's touched on the way through, I think. No, he's not been given. And good defence by England so far. Wales not quite finding any gaps. Trying to work one though. They still have it.
Yeah, it looked like the defender was called offside there, and Wales trying to exploit that offside defender, running the quickie again, going outside. Phil Williams.
Yeah, Phil Williams this time does get it down. The gap did open up. And Wales are back within 1. And it was a good patient build-up by the Welsh. They didn't give up. They kept at it.
No.
And there was the opportunity, and he dived through. Put the ball
great
down.
Score there. They're clearly trying to just condition that England defence to go on the outsides. That's what you do when you run those quickies, and you target the outsides of those players, and we'll probably see them evolve and then run back the other way as they keep on going. But Wales, they need to definitely make sure they keep in touch with this England team, because England have come out all guns blazing.
That's it. Whistle on the play, and England have the ball back.
Ruiz Girani, the number 1, very skilled at those kind of behind the body taps, trying to get the player over the mark, and he's pulled a penalty there.
Yeah, player who taking part in the mixed touch series in Banbury and Burton over the past few weeks, now with England 40s.
Yeah, we've got number 7, Eric Williams. We've got quite a few Galaxy players on the field right now. Doug Benzie over on the far link, a former Galaxy player.
And you will know them all very, very well. Being a Galaxy player yourself.
So it's nice to see some club mates out there, but England, good strong touches by Wales, trying to just interrupt that attacking roll ball, which they're doing a good job at.
And there's a touch made. England still at the 7 metre though.
Doug Benzie throwing a few dummies, trying to get the defenders moving.
There's
Number 1,
Durrani.
Girani.
Oh, it just couldn't quite be scooped up by Eric Williams to dive over, and Wales have the ball again. But England with a good couple of minutes of possession there, but couldn't add to their score, and Wales already at halfway, only 1 in it.
Yeah, they'll need a good strike dump. This is going to be 5th touch here. They want a good dump, but a very messy roll ball by Wales here. They'll be wanting to create an opportunity.
So that's...
And England getting the touch pass penalty and driving towards their box now, so plenty of yards. Touch 2 on the halfway line.
Right, and England still coming through.
And men's 40 still a lot of speed in this division.
Oh, it dives through. And I think that's going to be given. It is. Christian Prinsloo going over. There's a discussion. That has been given. England do lead 3-1.
Great heads-up play by number 10, Christian Prinsloo there. Just stepping back on the defence, seeing the gap, and then a great dive in.
Yeah, he really did well. So, England, 2 tries to the good once again. So work for the Welsh to do. Still plenty of time left in this game. We're only a quarter of the way through it. And Wales driving well from the tap-off. Still there at the 7 metre for them.
Beautiful day in Nottingham today as well. It's been an absolute cracker.
Nice. Oh, big long pass, and it well taken. Oh, the touch was made, and he didn't quite make the line either. Great effort from Kerry Davis.
Yeah, John Irwin, the number 16, he's made some solid chase-outs for England out on the wing. England stuttering a little bit in their attack. They need to get that go forward on. Eric Williams directing play. I think he's deliberately chosen that bright red hat just to stand out in the field today.
And the touch was made, I think. Matt Hall gathered well, but was high, had to go down. It was a very good defensive play by the Welsh. It stays at 3-1.
Unlucky, they're just a loss of control. It was probably one of their best driving sets coming off their line. Wales there, unfortunately, well.
Now that looked forward, but it's not been given. I think it may have been now, as it looks as Wales have possession, so they'll have a set of 6, almost a tap-off play they can play here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll be practicing for these kind of plays when they're this close to halfway. You can see some early subs coming off, so that hopefully they can just go direct and take advantage of this field position, which it looks like they are going to do. They just have to get some depth on their drives. You can just see they're a bit static and a little bit flat. But here they go. Much better drive there.
Yes, they've got to the 7 metre, and again the England defence holding strong. And just got a little bit too overcrowded on that right hand side there.
Yeah, just very, very crowded. But number 9, Phil Williams, you can see him creating a lot of opportunities for the Welsh team. It looks like one of their players to watch for sure.
Yeah, he's been pivotal, I should say. I put my teeth back in. Pivotal in a lot of what the Welsh are doing attacking-wise so far in this game.
Yeah, and we can see him subbing off in D as well, which is normally a cardinal sin in touch. Normally if you do the attack, you've got to do the D, but they're obviously saving him as an attacking weapon, as Joe Hartley gets touched on the line there, and Wales will be looking to drive hard here.
I suppose that's an advantage as well, because a lot of these countries have come with full squads, so they've got the full depth of the bench in these early stages. May not be the case as the week goes on and a few knocks are picked up, but you may as well take advantage of that depth of play you've got while you can.
Yeah, especially in the 40s division. You normally expect not the whole complement to make it through to day 5, but yeah, to have 14 players, most of these players playing in these middle 4 positions will be in 3 ways, so they can play very, very intensively for short periods of time. So
it's England who once again have the ball, heading towards the 7 metre line. Down it goes, nice quick passing as well. There's Durrani, has he got it down? I think he has. Wales probably offside, which allowed him to go through.
Ruiz Durrani, a stalwart on the London touch scene for a number of years now, targeting that offside player and then just going to the right, and quite a pedestrian score in for Ru.
Yep, 4-1 England lead. And Ruiz Durrani with the latest touchdown for England. So work for Wales to do, but like we say, still plenty of time available for them.
Once again, just that little bit messy in the ruck. They're just making a few errors early in the touch count. I thought that was one of their best tap-off moves, Wales. You could just see them creating space of the England defence, not getting too crowded, not going too narrow in their attack, but unfortunately just an error in the roll ball, and defending 4th touch here on the 10 metre line with England, hoping to set up a strong strike dump on the 5th, which they have. Joe Hartley, inside ball.
And it goes, and it is another try for England, and this time it's Liam Lawton who goes over. Or is it? There's a discussion between the officials.
Yeah, interesting. The defender's claiming the touch here, and referee's just having a chat.
Just see if we can see the replay, see if that shows us anything. The try has been given. Let's watch this again. There's the pass. I don't think the touch was made. From that angle, there just seemed to be daylight between his hand and the back of the player.
Like, looking with the naked eye, it didn't look like the touch was in. Normally, where you ruled that, it would be a penalty and potentially sin bin, but they have potentially ruled that that player was offside when he's made that touch, so they've played on and allowed the score.
So 5-1 England lead.
And here they go, running a quickie. Again, the number 9, Phil Williams, guiding play.
Yeah, he's driving everything for Wales again. Unfortunately, it has been turned over, which means that England will start from their own 7 metres, so very deep, but it's been quite a dominant first half from them so far. They made their chances count.
Yeah, they've been very expensive with their plays, and they've really taken advantage of their their strike dumps in terms of those fifth touch dumps. So England, you can see them spreading the defence again here, running an ML play in the middle.
And it's down again now. Was the touch made? I don't think it was. Daniel McShane went for the touch, but it wasn't enough, and Campbell Allen able to go over once again, and it's 6-1 that England lead, and they really have put on a clinic in this first half so far.
Yeah, they've got to be really pleased with this performance, I think. I think based on the past Euros, they would have been expecting a really tough hit out, and Wales just let down by a few errors, particularly in their driving and their strike dumps at the moment. But I wouldn't write Wales off. They've got plenty of experience in their team, so they'll be hoping to definitely improve in this second half and finish the game on a high.
And they're attacking once again, and once again it's that man Phil Williams that has the ball. Back to 7 metres.
This is the last touch.
And the England defence holding firm once again.
Really good drives. You can see that England plays driving, just getting it at pace, feeding back into the middle, but an error there. Just a misguided pass. So Wales, this is their best attacking opportunity that they've had in quite a while, so they'll definitely want to take advantage of this. And here they go. They're loving these quickie plays in the middle, but trying to pull a penalty for players retreating before that touch is imminent, which they've gotten there, so they'll be happy with that. 6 again, 7 metres out.
So a good opportunity for the Welsh to pull a try back. Good quick into play. Down goes Stephen Hewitt, but nothing doing this time. Back to 7 they go.
Yeah, England will keep on having to move forward until this touch is imminent, but Wales, they need to get that dump a bit closer to that 7 metre line. Here they go, looking for the outsides, quite early in the touch count, but ball going to ground.
Yeah, it's England who have it back again, and as good as the England attack has been, scoring 6 tries, the defence has been excellent as well.
Yeah, well, Wales have been setting up their attacks quite in the middle of the field in quite a narrow way, and you can just see the England mids and the England links being really tight in that defence there. So I think England will be really pleased with their defence as well as their attack in that half.
Well, that is half time, and I'm pretty sure England will be absolutely delighted with that 20 minutes of play.
Yeah, they'll be chuffed. You can see a bit of a spring in their step as they're walking off the field. Not too much of a spring because they're 40 years old and they've just played 20 minutes a touch.
I think you do forget the number of categories that there are in these European Championships. Obviously, you've got the men's, women's, and mixed opens, which are probably your main 3 competitions. But then all the age categories as well. It goes very, very deep, and up to men's 50s as well.
Yeah, and it's so good that it's getting deeper and deeper. The fact that we've got a women's 35 standalone division at this Euros rather than being grouped in with the 27s, you can just see the depth of touch in Europe is getting so much stronger and starting to compete with the Australian-New Zealand setups where they go all the way through to, women's 50s and things like that. So it's great to see.
So a 5-minute half time, and I think the Welsh need this 5-minute break to probably just talk through some plays and have a regroup, because they've been, I won't say comprehensively outplayed, but they have been pretty much outplayed in that first half. Yeah,
I think just in terms of their driving, I think they've just got to try and make it down to that England line. At the moment, I think they'll acknowledge that they're giving very cheap turnovers kind of at the halfway line. and only slightly into the England half. So I think they'll be aiming to keep that ball for a full set of 6, make it all the way down to the England line, and really limit the England attacking opportunities. But I've got no doubt that they'll improve in this second game, and I think this might be the first game for Wales for the day, so a good one to blow the cobwebs out for both teams.
Yeah, so I believe you was looking at, went to watch some of the games on the outer fields earlier today, so what was you finding out there?
Yeah, there's some great actions on the outside fields. France Men's Open getting over the top of England, which is a big upset, getting over them by
it was 7-5,
2 scores.
Wasn't it? Yeah,
exactly, 7-5. So that was quite a big upset. We've got women's 27s coming up on this field next between England and Switzerland. So I saw both teams play their opening games, and they both won fairly convincingly. So I think it should be a great matchup between England and Switzerland 27. So yeah, some fantastic touch being played. And over on the backfield, we had the England senior mix versus the England Lions, which was all tied up when I left. So it'll be interesting to see how that game worked out.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out, isn't it, that the mixed 30s and the men's 50s aren't actually for the European Championship because there's 2 invitational teams in them, but they do have test match status.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be between the national teams. But it's fantastic that we do have countries like Singapore, like England, adding another team and creating a standalone division and giving teams the opportunity to compete at this level.
In Singapore, just the 50s team come over, and we've been sent a great deal of information about them as well, which was great to see that we can we have them on here later in the week. So it was very much looking forward to seeing them on the field later in the week.
Yeah, well, when you look at the England Women's Open team, there's a lot of some of the strongest players in that Women's Open have come through the touch system from Singapore, so it's fantastic to have a team out from there. And even the last game, Bulgaria, they had a tough time last game, but I met their captain Stefan last night, and we were talking about the growth of touch in his country, and they've only been playing for 3 or 4 years, and a lot of them are on the sunny side of 30, but it's fantastic to see them over here, and they're only going to get stronger and stronger.
And was saying to Ben in the last game that Bulgaria are only going to learn from having this experience and develop from being here.
Yeah, absolutely. And little known fact is they actually do very, very good quality wine in Bulgaria. So I just scored myself some free accommodation for a wine trip with Stefan from Bulgaria. So hopefully he remembers that deal when I knock on his door in a few months' time.
It's Mel Day, wine connoisseur.
Man connoisseur as well.
And let's get back to this game as England tap off for the second half.
Back to the touch, and you can see the Wales defence at number 11, Andrew Fairclough. You can just see the intensity where he's driving up now. They've obviously had a really good chat at half-time, and just to see him come out, defend really strongly, Andrew with that backwards hat, you can see him coming up again now. They'll definitely be aiming to keep England out in this set.
But it is England who get the touchdown. Daniel Lewis going over. Just again, England just seem to be really good at finding them gaps in the defence. And you see it here as the ball comes over. Right now. And there's just that gap opens up that allows Lewis to go through.
To be fair to the Wales defence, that was a really, really well constructed try. You could almost see that England, you thought they were going to go to that far side of the field, but just a quick step back, targeting this side of the field, and a great hole hit there by the England player. So a bit unlucky, but tapping off, fifth touch coming. They'll be aiming to create something on the back of Phil Williams here. Quickie through the middle.
Oh, there's space on the left-hand side. England defence just closes ranks, and they will have the ball after 6 touch. Again, they're starting very deep, but they have managed to drive really, really good yards whenever they've had the ball.
a great option as well by the Wales attack to start throwing those long balls, because they have been attacking a fairly narrow channel, so the England defence is quite narrow. So it's good that they're starting to try and exploit the outsides and throw those long balls, because the weather's turned glorious now. So the long balls are definitely on now.
Handling error giving the ball back to Wales, who take the opportunity to use their sub box. Over on the left hand side as Wales come in field now. Good drive this, and there's a space. Oh, was the touch made? I think it was. It was a great take and put down by Chris Brooks, but at the same time great defence by John Irwin as well to get the touch in.
Yeah, wicked last play. It looked like he was straight through that hole, but Winger shutting really well. I think Wales will be happy with how they've kicked off this second half. I think that's a really, really strong set of 6, and they will need to try and keep England away from their line now. England on the attack.
There's space out on the right hand side, just not quite as fluent as many England attacks have been. We can see the women's 27 team just off camera, but they are warming up on the left hand side just beyond the try line and the end zone. It's England who have the ball though.
Here they go, sweeper play. Sweeper running those outsides, but great defence there by Wales. Gavin Jones, number 7.
England have it back at the 7 metre. Looking to go right now, but dumped down, and now quickie play, but stopped by Wales. And once again it goes back to 7.
Yeah, Gavin Jones, Wales defender, he's been definitely one of the standout players in this half. He's playing with real intensity, and you can see him just directing traffic.
Wales look to get to their sub box and make changes. It's a decent transition. They managed to keep the play flowing.
This is 5th touch coming, so they'll need to set something up now. Maybe looking for a scoop off this play, but unfortunately it's getting pulled back here from over the mark by the looks of it.
So England with a fresh set of 6. And are really in control of this game, and no lacking of effort from Wales, but they just can't seem to figure out this England defence at the moment.
Yeah, I think the England error rate has been extremely low. They haven't put down many balls. As I say that, they've just put a ball down in the ruck there.
Welcome to commentators. Yes. But no, you're absolutely right. I think I've seen a couple of handling errors from England prior to that one, and that is a key as well. If you can keep the errors down, you generally have control of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you don't have any errors, you should ideally make it up to that to the opposition try line, and it's that field possession that you really need. And great play by the number 16 from Wales here, Richard Byrne, just throwing that pass off, getting that 6 again, and they're in ideal position here. They'll definitely be wanting to capitalise on this, and they've just pulled on their number 9, Phil Williams, who has been really their attacking weapon in this game.
Yeah, and it's Williams into play with Hewitt. Hewitt has it now. Back to Williams. Oh, just can't handle it. I think he felt he was impeded, and I think the penalty's been given. So a fresh set of 6 for Wales in a very good attacking position for them. 6 from the 7 metre. So a great opportunity for them to get over the line. Williams still out there, again into play with Hewitt, and Hewitt goes down, but I think the touch was made. Yeah,
we can see them running these quickie plays a lot, where the dumping player receives it back quite quickly, but you can just see the England cover defence is so strong. They're just shutting in really hard and just not giving them a lot of options off that play.
I think they are down. Are they? Yes, they are. So Wales get their second try. And it is that man Phil Williams who pops it down.
Yeah, this is a fantastic try by him. I suspect the defender didn't quite make it onside. No, just didn't make it. Yeah, great score there. Great step back by the Wales player there, creating that opportunity.
So Wales get their first try of the second half. But England straight back. and once again they've stretched the lead to 6. It's incredible performance by them.
Yeah, Dougie Benty, the number 8, you can see him receive this ball on a sweeper play, step back in, and then just a quick pass over to the supporting player, and brilliant try there.
8-2 England lead. Wales really worked hard to get that try, and then straight from the tap off, England score again. It's been a great performance by England. But no slight on Wales either, who have given absolutely everything out there.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Williams again. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, they've got players with plenty of skills, plenty of attacking firepower. But the great thing is there's a lot of stuff in their control that, they can improve that would really make a difference in a game like this. So that's something really positive that the Wales team can grab from this game.
Right, it's England who have possession again. Whistle goes.
In the ruck penalty here. Thought that might have been a hard touch, and I thought that was a bit soft for a hard touch, but no, in the ruck, so...
Down goes to the 7 metre.
Thought the England player might have milked that slightly, but they've gotten the ball back, and...
Mark Knight juggling with the ball. It was just out of his grasp. He tried so hard to keep hold of it. It just fell out of his fingertips. And that gives the ball back to Wales.
Here they go, creating some space here. Joe Hartley, great defence, number 2, coming up off the line like that. Might be 5th touch coming here.
Down to the right-hand side, but touch made on Kerry Davis. And England have the ball back once again.
Yeah, it was a good strategy for that last touch, killing it over this side of the field. England have had to throw a lot of passes to get it back over onto their side of the field. And the Wales defence on this drive has been outstanding. 3 touches, 4 touches now. England not over halfway. They want to capitalise on this now. 5th touch.
Yeah, he's down on the right-hand side, diving in. And I don't think that... no, it's turned back over to Wales. The touch obviously made.
Yeah, they did look like there was a sneaky forward pass in there, which I think is what that penalty was for. But you can see that Wales' midfield defence was just outstanding, that set of 6, and it just gave them so many opportunities to keep England off their line and prevent the score. So it's really in the midfield. When they really shoot hard on that midfield D, Wales looks so strong there. Great drive.
Yeah, it's a good drive from Wales as they're at the 7 metre. It's Williams who has it. Just ran out of room though, and it was 5th touch, so England have the ball back, and I think they'll be breathing a sigh of relief because Wales really looked to have some purpose on that drive.
Oh, they did. Gareth Woodfin, the number 10, just coming onto that ball at such incredible pace. Just unlucky in terms of that last dump, not quite getting a a strike at the line in, but yeah, really strong driving from Wales. They've definitely found another level in the second part of this second half.
Yeah, England not having it all their own way, probably like they were in the first half. Wales have certainly tightened it up quite a lot. Obviously, a lot said at half time. They put into practice. And here they come again. There's not quite sure what happened there. Did he trip? Was he diving?
Yeah, I thought the diving was happening up in Birmingham this week, but luckily we've got a little bit down here in Nottingham as well. But they've managed to retain the ball, Wales, and here they are inside the 7 metres.
And the touch is made. They still have possession, Wales, on their 7 metre line.
I think they've still got a couple of touches up their sleeves. Running these quickie plays again. Oh,
I think that's down. Yes, it is. So it's 3 for Wales. Gavin Jones going over this time. Nice try as well.
yeah, great dive here. You can just see him getting under his defender here on a line, getting the ball back on that quickie play, getting low, straight through. Great score.
So England with the tap off. They've 6-1 ahead at half time. I think Wales will be pleased that they've kept it level in this second half, but here come England again. But the touch was made as Joe Hartley dived through there. England still have possession though. Back again now. A little space opened up on the left-hand side there, but Welsh defence recovered well.
Yeah, Andrew Fairclough, he's just working so hard indeed, the number 11. You can just see him running everywhere on the field.
I think that is 6 touch, so Wales will have the ball. 6 minutes remaining in this game.
Yeah, 2-2 in this half. Wales have definitely brought it back.
Yeah, they've certainly improved. They've got a couple of tries, but also really tightened up defensively as well. And that's a shame. And actually, Richard Byrne, I think he was running onto that. I don't think he deliberately kicked that way. It's just his momentum took him onto the ball.
He's probably got a little bit of union in him. Just defaulted on that last play, but once again they've killed the ball over here, so England will have quite a few passes to get it over to their box. So Wales will be pushing up, trying to pressure an error from the England team here.
It's England who have made the changes.
Eric Williams with the ball. Good strike dump there. Togi Benzi, the number 8, creating some space. Ruiz Girani to Eric Williams, passing out. Great defence by Wales.
Really good defence by Anthony Jones there. That was 5th touch as well, but great passing by England as well.
Yeah, keeping the ball alive, really crisp and clean, but the Wales defence just responding, and you can see the difference between that first half, can't you? Just like really being there for each other, supporting each other, cover defence, and as you say, by Anthony Jones, the far wing, coming in and make that shutdown. Excellent set of play.
It's Wales coming again, but that's just handling error. And it was Hat Wharton that time, and you can see he was angry with himself as the ball went there.
Yep. England driving towards their sub box, getting some fresh legs on.
The thing that Wales can take from this as well is how well they performed in this second half. They can then take that momentum into the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and sometimes your preparation coming into these tournaments, and I think the ball was down there, I think.
No tries given.
Matt Marnie on the close swing for England. What a great finish. excellent dive.
Yeah, he just got the ball, dived down. Touch was claimed, but I don't think it was quite made by Kerry Davis as Matt Marnie went down.
Yeah, we've got a great view from the commentary box today.
It's a fabulous. We're right on the halfway line. We're nice and high up. It's a fabulous facility here. So we've got a nice balcony that runs pretty much the length of the pitch, which allows us to have our studio and a great camera position as well. So yes, we can see everything from up here.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Great view of University Boulevard and the traffic on the far side. And
I thought you were going to say great view of you. Then the university came on the back of it.
because the university beyond, unfortunately covered by the trees, but you can quite just see the clock tower in the distance as well.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Wales will be trying to notch one of these second half scores back.
Wales back on the 7 metre. Dearly love to get another one on the board. Which
Yeah, they've got a penalty here, so a fresh set of 6. Oh, Phil Williams. Yeah.
I think he's been given. Yes, he has. Phil Williams, who certainly has been, I think, the player of the match for the Welsh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goes down again.
You can see that England players appealing this, but I think from their ball was clearly down, and you can see the difference. You really need to get off that line as a defence, and great call by the referee, and great score by Phil Williams.
So 9-4 it is, and it's tantamount to the improvement that the Welsh have made in this second half. 3-3 in the second half. Unfortunately for Wales, it was 6-1 that England led at half-time, but a massive improvement by Wales in this second 20 minutes.
Huge. They've definitely stepped it up in a big way.
We're into the final minute of the game. It's Wales who have possession. It looks like they have a fresh set of 6 as well.
Yeah, it looks like there was potentially a hard touch in there, or a touch on the ball, with Wales putting it down, but Phil Williams on the field, great drive on second touch there.
Down it goes at the 7, nice quick passing. Phil Williams again, but this time he is touched, or he has to go back to the 7 metre line.
The England players moving forward, dropping a little bit early. England, Phil spreading the ball out wide, and
there goes the hooter. Are we going to get one more play? No, we're not. Handshakes, and it is a final score of England 9, Wales 4.
The morning games. It now kicks over to 12 o'clock. There's a 10-minute interval. That's a 10-minute interval.
Okay. So here are some of the highlights. The one of the Welsh tries, but these are obviously from the first half.
Yeah, I think one of the things that England is going to take out of this, it just looked like they had attacking options in every pod that they had across the field. They weren't overly reliant on one particular player. The scores were spread. You can see Robert Giuliani involved in a few, Joe Hartley setting up a few, so they did really have strength across their pods, and yeah, and as you can see, some spectacular scores by the England 40s.
Yeah, England really dominant in that first half. They were 6-1 up at half time, but the story of the game really is how well Wales came back into it in the second half.
Yeah, just incredible. That second half, they just stepped it up. It seemed like England, they came out firing, they stayed on that same level, but Wales, they just really stepped it up in that second half. So, yeah, some huge positives from the team there.
So Mel is going to head over to the studio. We'll be throwing in a few seconds' time as we look through the highlights of that second half, where the story really was the way that the Welsh came back into the game, driven by number 9 Phil Williams, who was excellent all the way through. A couple of tries he scored. A feature of the English game, though, was the way that they kept scoring. Let's see here as they run through, using the wings really, really well. That was Durrani with the quick pass off. That wasn't actually given. There's a try for Wales by Gavin Jones, diving through. England did come back with another one, as Matt Marnie was given the try. And then it was the Welsh who completed the scoring. That man Phil Williams diving through to give a final score of England 9, Wales 4. So now it's time to go back over to the studio. Mel is with Ian. Thanks very much, Ian. And thanks, Mel, who returns to join me for this women's 27 round robin. England against Switzerland. And I think you said earlier you're looking forward to this one.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. We can see Switzerland about to tap off, and they've definitely got their attacking pod on. Their strike players all in the field, numbers 2, 3 and 4. Nicole Steiner, Solange Seppian, Lisa Luthi. These three girls were spectacular against Ireland. I think most of their scores came from this combination. And I spoke to Solange last night, their captain, and Switzerland used to have a women's open division, but as they've all gotten older, they've kept about half the team together to bring in the 27s this round. So, yeah, it should hopefully be a good game.
Yeah, Switzerland didn't take part in the 2018 competition at 27s. England did, and they are defending champions. So, England will be wanting to put a marker down against another one of the stronger teams probably in the tournament. Yeah,
definitely. They had a fairly convincing win already this morning against Wales. I think it was about 14 scores they got on Wales this morning. So they're going to want to take this form into this game. And, across the field, once again, 27's just a very strong team, and just an unfortunate over the mark by Switzerland coming into that strike dump. So,
yes, England do have the ball, so probably expect a bit of a cagey opening from this one as both teams try and fill each other out, because they're both coming off very, very good wins in their opening games. They're going to see where each other's strengths and weaknesses lie, I suppose, in these early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Switzerland, this is going to be their first time playing a 27s team of this quality. So they'll definitely want to stay really solid in this first half and hopefully not let England get out to a lead too early.
Right, Switzerland. Oh, they've turned it over. Now here's an opportunity for England. Pretty much a tap-off move, I suppose. They are a few yards ahead of the halfway line.
Yeah, and these plays have been on for a while, so they may go to the box, which they are at the moment. But they'll want to try and recycle this ball and hold the ball up as much as possible to allow these attacking players coming on. And you can see them come on. Jamie Cohn, the number one, guiding play then, setting up a short.
And I think that is... No, it's not. It goes back to the 7.
Yeah, this number 12, Anna Wilson, I thought she was a standout in the first game this morning. She's just got such pace, and as you can see, great dive as well.
Yeah, you see. Because it's not quite a full-size normal rugby pitch, but it's only 6 aside. There is a lot of space out there, and I think this is one of those games where if you do have a lot of pace, you can really cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. In their first game, the 27 scored quite a few scores just from their drives, from getting the defenders offside and scoring from the halfway mark and just driving up the ball so solidly. So they'll be aiming to do this again. Just unfortunately a mistake from Switzerland coming in off their line.
And so England have it again. Coming through the middle. Looking to go left, but coming back towards the mids. Good interplay from the mids and Lincoln now. That's a chance of dive through for Sally Ann Butsworth. But touch was made. And Switzerland have possession once again.
Yep, driving the ball forward. England are just so disciplined in defence, like getting back on side, and they really send those defenders up to make those touches. They're quite hard to get through, but fifth touch, Switzerland will try and spread the ball here.
No, the touch is made, and that gives England possession. Though you look to use the sub-box on this drive, and do. Again, good speed shown by England as they gain some good yards, but handling error turns it back over to Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland will want to keep it for their 6 touches and definitely make some ground. Third touch just over the halfway line. Irene Valtek, the number 10, used to be a referee actually, Irene, the number 10. She won't be too happy with the referees on that call. It looks like it was an over the mark there, unfortunately. And Irene, the number 10, their captain, one of their senior players, I should say. Yeah, fantastic player and was really solid in the mids on their first game.
England have it. Going through the middle. May look to work it to the right-hand side now. Just slowed down a bit. Good defence by Switzerland. No real gaps to aim for. There may be now. The touch was made and the pass wasn't completed in anyway, and that is really, really good defence by the Swiss.
Oh, Switzerland are going to be so happy with their defence. Really good scramble D. They've got a lot of girls with great pace in their team, and they're really demonstrating that when England are playing those expensive plays. Michelle Coco, the 13, she drives so well, really direct, really fast. And here we go, Switzerland, going on the outsides. Good set from Switzerland there, actually. Keeping it for the 6, really settled. Passing, I think they'll be happy with that.
It's England to, the handling error, and that is going to give quite an attacking start for Switzerland. They're in the English half. 6 fresh touches as the rain starts to come down again. We've had quite a few showers this morning, which we've not had a lot of rain in Nottingham over the past few weeks, and it's going to probably cause quite a greasy top surface.
Yeah, I was talking to some players earlier this morning. They say it is quite slippery out there, just a little bit wet but quite hard underfoot. But great diving weather, and we can see the number 2 running a short line, getting the ball here now, Nicole.
Space on the left-hand side. Tries to go through herself, Nicole Schneider. Still there for the Swiss, though. Unfortunately, not taken by Solange Seppi. So, England have the ball back.
And they'll definitely want to make up for that first driving pattern. We've got Lucy Snape, their captain, driving it up through the middle of the field. Jamie Cohn, the number 1. They've made some good yards on this set, England.
Down it goes now. There's a bit of space on the left-hand side, and that is going to be the opening score. Rose Willoughby goes over for England, and it was going to take a bit of quality to unlock the Swiss defence, and that was a great bit of quality. Some really good passing, using the space.
Yeah, great passing there by England. Really calm passes. Straight out, and Rose Willoughby, it's definitely not her first try for tournament. She scored quite a few this morning out in a wing, so the fact that she's scoring a lot of tries means you can see England is really playing that wide game, and solid in their passing as well.
Wow. Switzerland, though, it was a strong attack from the tap-off, but 6 touches and it gives it back to England, but they're starting very, very deep. Three touches now, over halfway with 4, so they need a good drive off this. That is final touch, and that was away before the touch was made. It won't be now, and that is going to give the ball back to Switzerland.
Yeah, what a midfield defence set from Switzerland there. They're going to be so happy with that.
Yeah, but they're not going to be happy with that. Just a little bit of confusion as they was looking to make changes.
Yeah, it's one of those things, when you defend really hard in the midfield like Switzerland did there, it does fatigue you quite significantly, and by the time you're driving off, just that miscommunication, not having those runners set to go, it does take a bit of it out of you. But here they are, and they'll be wanting to defend this set out.
7 metres out.
Jamie Cohn out to Sadie Musson, who's making that strike dump, getting the ball back.
Touch is claimed. Yeah, it's given. Sadie Musson diving through. She did really well, actually. She was a good 3 or 4 metres out when she started that dive.
She's a phenomenal player, Sadie. She's been part of the Women's Open and Women's 20 setups for a significant time, but the number 8 from Switzerland, Fabienne Tanoa, you can just see her get off the line and make that touch, and I think that's what pulled it into the Switzerland defence's favour. But a great attacking set from Switzerland here as well.
And they've turned it back over to England with 6 touches. The rain continues to fall here at Highfields.
Which is quite hard. It makes those long balls quite difficult. And I know the number 2, Nicole Steiner, apparently she's got impeccable long balls off both her left and right hands.
Oh, this is good play by England, and the gap just opened up thanks to the quick passing. And Alyssa Grant-Walker goes over, and England stretch their lead to 2.
Yeah, fantastic setup. And you can just see it coming off hands again. Really crisp, clean passes, and the gap just opened up for Alyssa Grant-Walker. Great dive to finish off.
Yeah, so England just managed to be that little bit more clinical in attack and managed to unlock what has been an excellent Swiss defence so far. Oh, now are they through? No, it goes back to 7.
I think the touch was in, but I think the hands was on. It looked like they had some space over on the left-hand side through their Lincoln wing, so they just need to make sure they play heads up and look for those options on the outside as well, because I think they're definitely there.
Yeah, 6 touches and gives it back to England. We've been giving a lot of credit to the Swiss defence, but I thought the English defence as well has been absolutely superb and not really allowing many clear-cut chances for the Swiss attackers.
No, you can see continually the Swiss are just having to make a strike dump from 15 or 20 metres out, and that's all got to do with the midfield of England. They're just so fast, so fit, and just really disciplined. You can see them just sending 2 up, the rest of getting back on side, and then just rushing up to take the touches from there. Lucy Snape going up to make the touch there.
Down it goes. Now Switzerland, this is a good attack. There's a bit of space on the left. Have to go back to 7 though. In fact, that was 6 touch, so it's turned back over to England.
And we can see a Switzerland cheer squad on the side of the field in the grandstand. Fantastic to see other country squads coming and supporting.
Yeah, it's a few bleacher benches quite dotted around the pitch, and I think this is the most we've seen in them, I think, this morning, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think so. Eleanor Pitcher with the ball. Fantastic driving from England. You can just see them create gaps on that drive. If it wasn't for a great touch by Michelle Coco early in that set, I think England would have been through again. They're just so strong coming from their box.
Yeah, Switzerland making a couple of changes now.
They've got a penalty here. I think it was just pushing down in the touch.
That gets the Swiss supporters chanting away as they try and lift their team. Unfortunately, the ball is turned back over to England.
And over the mark, and Yeah, 27s will want to get off to a strong start. It's fairly new look, England 27s team, compared to their World Cup team. They had quite a bit of turnover in terms of personnel changes, players moving up to the 35s, and a lot of young players moving in. So you can see the depth of the England women's game in this team. Just an unfortunate error there on the line.
Yeah, Rosemary Kells just dropping the ball, which gives possession back to the Swiss. They will make changes from their sub-box now. Nice pass inside. This is a really good drive. Final touch though. Oh, it was so close. Katharina Bone just was above her head, so it would have been a difficult take, but just on the edge of the fingertips. So unfortunate. England have it again.
Oh, Nikki Bird with the ball. One of the best wingers in England. Just consistently so good, Nikki Bird. You can see her directing this drive as a winger, taking up that drive. Jamie Cohn on the field.
Nice drive. Getting towards the 7-metre line. It comes back to the middle. Good long pass. The touch is made.
Fantastic defence. Getting up, spotting that pass and just getting up and making that touch early. Really incredible.
5 minutes to go in this first half. And it has been pretty even though England lead 2-0. It's been very much back and forth. Just England just having that little bit more quality to find them gaps in the defence to get the 2 tries.
Yeah, it's finding those gaps early in the drive so that they are making it down to the Swiss line on most of their drives. And Switzerland in their drives just maybe just that little bit flat. And how good the England defence is, they're just not quite getting down there. As you said earlier, they're having to make these strike dumps from, quite a ways out. But it looks like they've been given 6 again here from the halfway line. So a bit of a tap-off move opportunity from the Swiss players, and they'll definitely be aiming to take advantage of this.
Oh, there's a little coming together. Switzerland still have possession now. Back in the middle. Oh, it was well taken in the end. But is that turned back over? No, I think it's a fresh set of 6 to Switzerland on the 7-metre. Long ball, well taken, but the touch was made. In fact, that was final touch. So England have it again.
Isabel Thomas driving it up, the number 3. Fantastic play. She's come through London Vipers Club in London, and they're quite a new club, and to see her develop and come through a very new club to now be representing her country, it's incredible. She's got such speed, such strength in the ruck. There she goes there. Fantastic strike dump. And good.
Oh, well taken.
Well.
Oh, that's unlucky. Joe Devine. I thought she had it. I thought she did so well to bring it down and just lost a grasp of the ball. So unlucky.
Oh, so unlucky. And she's been so involved in a couple of the earlier scores as well. And great to see Izzy Thomas setting up that one after we were just geeing her up. She's playing really, really well.
Final touch. But the mishandle means that England will have possession anyway. Just shy of the 10-metre line.
They went direct the last set, so I expect this set they will go towards the box and get some fresh legs on. These girls have done an incredible job in terms of their midfield defence, so they'll need a bit of a break, and we can see a few of their key players coming on. Lucy Smith coming on.
It's back into the middle, and this space now on the left-hand side. It's a great take. Was she down? The touch is claimed. Rose Willoughby went down. The try is given.
Great last pass by Nikki Marsh here. We can see the pass come out from Nikki Marsh.
It was a really good take as well.
She definitely let the referees know that she thought it was ball down, so that goes a long way to turning it to
3-0 England lead. Which is a little unfair on the Swiss, I think, because they defend very, very well. I suppose where they have struggled a little bit is just in that sort of 7-metre area as they've been attacking, where the England defence has just been absolutely superb.
Yeah, it feels like by the time Switzerland are getting down to that 7 metres, they're just that little bit frazzled and not being able to structure a really good attacking setup. We can see England down the other side. A lot of their tries have been on the run, but they're structuring those 32 shorts, those great plays, and they have that composure to do that. Switzerland, just by the time they get down there, they've done so much hard work that they're just lacking that little bit of composure on that attack. Oh.
England through again. I think that is going to be try number 4. It is indeed.
Anna Wilson in the red hat for England. I think she's been spectacular this game. The speed that she's got. She's usually this first player that's really setting people up, and you can see there she's chopped an incredible hole through the defence and passing off for Lucy Snape for the score.
Yeah. All set up by Anna Wilson there. Snape doing really, really well to get into the space to take the pass and put it down. There goes the hooter to signify half-time. The touch is made. I think England will be very, very pleased with their efforts after 20 minutes. It has been a close game, to be fair. It's just England far more clinical when they've got to that 7-metre line.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot separating these two teams. In terms of the midfield, as you say, it's just when they're getting up to their line, England just being able to execute their moves and convert that position to score a lot more tries. But 4-0, I think Switzerland are keeping it a lot closer than Wales did in their first game. So if Switzerland can just take it to that step up, it might be another close second half.
Yeah, we're seeing the tries from the first half.
Here we go, Lucy Snoop, Anna Wilson once again in a great pass out to Nikki Marsh, who throws it out to the wing. We can see the score there, quite close there. Amazing cover D by that winger, unlucky not to get that touch in, and Anna Wilson again right involved in a quick pass off to Lucy Snape, who gets the ball down.
Managed to get away, so that is 4-0 to England at half time. So looking at the round 1 results from earlier this morning, they were first on field at 8:45 a.m. so this is the second game for these teams, but England with an emphatic 14-0 win over Wales. Switzerland 7-3 over Ireland, and Scotland 8-0 over Spain. So that good starts for England, Scotland and Switzerland. England has started very strongly in the first half of this one. And do you see England, Scotland probably the two strongest in this competition?
I think so. Spain are bringing a 27s team. They're not hugely experienced at Euros level, but yeah, I think England, Scotland are the two most experienced teams on paper. And then Switzerland. I think Switzerland have done really well in their round 1 game. It's going to be interesting when Switzerland comes up against the likes of Spain and Wales to see how they do. But England have got to be very, very happy with how they're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, 7 teams in this competition, and like I say, the standard, it's a very, very good standard, as we've seen from this game already. As I've already said, I think 4-0 probably flatters England a little bit. It's just, I think the two attacks have been the difference, really.
Yeah, I think so. And the skills are amazing. A lot of these women on the field at the moment, they've come up from Women's Open level. As I said, half the Switzerland team were in the Women's Open and then have stepped up now. And England, a lot of these girls have represented a Women's Open before. Lucy Snape, Nikki Bird, Sadie Musson, plays across the field. So the skills on show is fantastic here.
Yeah, so we'll see what Switzerland can bring in this second half, because like we said, defensively they've been pretty much there. They've really not done a lot wrong. It's just really the quality of England's attack that has led to the tries. They just probably need to be a little bit more clinical when they get to the 7-metre line.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've just got to structure their plays. I think they need to look to their links and their wingers a little bit, because it does look like there is space on the outside. England defending very narrowly, so they're cutting off a lot of those attacking options very quickly for Switzerland. So I think Switzerland just need to look a bit wider in their attack. But great game so far.
So it really has been a good game.
And yeah, most of England's scores have come from broken play, kind of, 20 or 30 metres out. I think the Switzerland defence under the line has been outstanding. There hasn't been a lot of scores come from that kind of situation. So
England are going to have the tap off.
Getting a lovely waft of barbecue come over as well. Oh, there it is.
Ladies and officials, stand by.
Just to our left, I can see Smite. If I manage to get just a few minutes off at some point today, I think I will be heading down there.
I saw them start to prepare the sausage for lunch, and it was making me quite hungry.
So England already at the 7.
Oh,
Long
great
pass.
play. Great cutout ball, skip play, targeting Sadie Musson out in that wing.
Oh, and now was that forward? Yes, I think it was.
Oh, but
So
what a set to tap off from England. Incredible skills. Absolute bullet with the skip play out to Sadie Musson, and coming back on this side. Some great frantic last passes, unfortunately just going forward on that last one. Great finish by the winger there as well.
yeah, superb.
The best finishes always come off a forward pass, unfortunately, in my experience.
Yeah, because the ball was not very far off the ground as well when it was taken. Like you say, just a shame it was forward. But
And unlucky, Switzerland have just been caught here with 7 players on the field. The referee is monitoring the substitutions really closely. You've got to make sure your player leaves that field of play before you sub on. And yeah, unfortunately, Switzerland just getting caught with 7 on the field. So England first touch over the halfway line.
yeah, so and it's a 10 metre penalty as well, isn't it? So it remains 4-0 to England as they press.
And
Damn
fifth
it.
touch. Oh.
Just a little bit behind.
And credit to that Switzerland defence. You can see when they are set on that line, I think their defence is just outstanding. And England haven't scored a lot from those opportunities.
Yeah, it's mainly come from the sort of pass to the wing, hasn't it? Where they've found those gaps. Oh, that's the second time that's happened. Just a little bit of lack of communication as Switzerland make the change from the box. That's something I want to tighten up on as the tournament progresses.
And Mr. Grant Walker with the ball now, setting up an attack, and you can see the short runner going in, targeting the offside defender. Switzerland cover defence outstanding.
Touch was made by Lisa Luthi.
You can see some of these defenders making these touches. They're coming over from the other side of the field, taking the pressure off the defenders right in front of the ball. It's been very, very good so far by the Switzerland defence.
Driving through. I think that's down. It is.
Eleanor Pitcher, the number 15, I think that was. Just incredible speed.
Just saw a gap and went for it. So 5-0. England lead now.
And Switzerland with a tap off. Unfortunately, just a tiny fumble by the number 15, Maria Elena Bertoni.
Yeah, so England have it back again.
Anna Wilson, the number 12, driving up. Plenty of attacking options on the field here for England. They're really spoilt for choice here. Lucy Snape passing inside.
She's made, so that will go back to the 7, but again, a dominant drive from the English. But that will turn it over. Back to Switzerland. There's the...
Once again, that static defence on the line from Switzerland, pretty solid, holding England out. They do want to keep this ball for a set of 6 as they drive here now, but unfortunately I think that's going to be called for over the mark by the looks of it.
Yep, it's turned back over to England as the sun comes out once again. It's all weathers it's been this morning. Well, afternoon now.
That is more temperamental than I am today. It's glorious sunshine now when it was, pouring down at the start of this game.
England at the 7 metre as very traditional Swiss cowbells come out from the massed ranks in front of us. Diving through, I think that is another try, is it? Just waiting for confirmation. It is indeed.
Yeah, Jo Devine, the number 14, that's really well deserved. I think she's been incredible in attack for England so far. She's got such pace, and not just pace, but a fairly decent dive as well. So you can see
Rose Kell's going and dumps it down. Musson to Devine, dives through. 6-0 England lead.
Switzerland, this is definitely their attacking pod on the field right now. We can see number 2, Nicole Steiner. She really is a solid player. Oh.
Yeah, there was Winger all alone on the right hand side. I don't suppose they wanted to risk the long pass or try the long pass to get it out there, but if they had got it out there, it was a certain try.
I mean, it speaks how strong the England defence is. The fact that these 3 ladies in this pod were just tearing up the Ireland defence, that England are just being absolutely rock solid.
Of course, England 40-0 victors in their opening match. Oh, that was so close. High risk, high reward. Just unfortunately didn't quite come off, and I suppose when you're 6 tries ahead, you can try that sort of play.
They can start to experiment a little bit more, and I think that confidence, gives you the guts to try a few more different things. But the passing in England, isn't it just incredible?
They are passing very, very well.
Oh.
And once again, it's turned back over to England, who, even though they were 4 ahead at half-time, they seem to have stepped it up a gear again since half-time.
Which I think is what they did with Wales this morning. I think in the Welsh game they were maybe 5 or 6 up at half-time, and then put 10 or 11 on after half-time. So once they find their groove, England, they definitely will put you to the sword.
And that's no disrespect to the Swiss, who have been quite a tough test for them. They've on the whole held quite firm in defence, but now have they got through? Now it goes back. Marianne Patzot thought she'd gone over. Touch was made though. Has she gone over this time? No, she hasn't.
Very, very close there, and fantastic to see them structure a few good attacks on the England line. I think she was unlucky on that second one, because England weren't quite making it off the line there. But credit to the Swiss. This England team, they won a bronze medal at the last World Cup, so they're an incredibly experienced and talented team, and the fact that Switzerland are entering this division for the first time in a long time and really keeping up with them on the field, it's speaks to touch development in their country. They host a few excellent tournaments in Switzerland every year as well, which is always fantastic on the European touch calendar.
Shows the growth of the category as well, because in 2018 there was 4 teams at women's 27. There's 7 in this tournament, so a much deeper tournament. Out to the wing it goes. Touch was made by Rose Willoughby, who's been greatly effective at both ends of the field. And England come again. Fresh legs brought on. This is a really good drive. Just outside the 7.
Yep, Jo Devine with the ball, showing her pace. Isn't she incredible?
Good touch there. Michelle Coco getting the touch, which allows the Swiss to have the ball once again.
They've got to keep their composure here and set up a strike dump. This is going to be the 5th touch, so we're looking for a scoop here from the Swiss player, which is what they do. Quick switch, hands on the outside.
Dummy pass, they need to keep it alive. Oh, that's unlucky. Right idea. Just didn't quite come off, but yeah, I suppose it's that desperation play when it's 5th touch.
Yeah, and number 2, Nicole Stein, she has such pace that she runs sometimes that little bit laddery, and I think if they put it through the hands, I think she almost created an overlap on the other side. But great attack from Switzerland.
Now, as Izzy Thomas got through, I don't think she has.
No, I think there was a touch earlier by a Swiss player.
Still got 10 minutes or so to go in this match. And that beautiful play. Just finding those gaps and great passing. And England score once again.
Yeah, and who's involved? Anna Wilson. Again, definitely so far my player of the match, without a doubt, for England.
Yeah, Wilson getting out to Sally-Ann Butsworth, who pops it down, and England 7 ahead. And I think after their opening 2 performances, cementing their position as favourites for this women's 27 title.
Yeah, quite convincingly as well. I don't think they've really put much of a foot wrong in this game. Oh.
Are they down?
No,
yes,
touch.
they are. It's a score for Switzerland. Mariam packs up, puts the Swiss on the board. It's the first try England have conceded in the competition.
So just gone on the outsides here. So she's a live player, and Jamie Cohn just unable to make that touch there. Great try there. Biggest cheer I've heard on field 1 for a score as well.
Yeah.
Kudos to the Swiss supporters. Definitely making a racket with those cowbells.
Making themselves heard. All adds to the atmosphere here. And they're cheering every single touch that the Swiss team make. Great support. So England finally do concede, but they have managed to make 21 scores, and I think that's the 22nd.
And a long ball from who else? Anna Wilson. Just killing it.
It's Rachel Keane this time popping it over. So England 8-1 ahead.
And a left
Wilson
to right
again.
here. Awesome finish by Rachel Keane on the wing there. Great dive to score.
It's the way Anna Wilson shaped her body there, because it looked, for all intents and purposes, she might dive for the line, but then just threw the ball out to the wing.
Yeah, and she just creates opportunity. She almost created an overlap just by running very hard. Oh, fantastic attempt there by the number 2, Nicole Steiner. Almost got through there.
And back to the 7. Switzerland, attacking-wise, obviously buoyed by that try that they scored, and there's space on the left-hand side. If only we had a camera on, because you just showed your frustration that the ball didn't go out to the left.
Plenty of space over on the left-hand side, and I know these girls can throw it long as well. It's possible that the rain from earlier on, maybe it is a bit slippy out there in terms of those long balls, but they're definitely putting pressure on the England defence to stay very narrow, so those opportunities are on the long balls out on the wing.
It's another great drive by England, but I think the touch was made. Indeed it was.
Yeah, 13, Sally Ann Buttsworth. She's such a strong player. She plays in the NTS competition for London Scorpions, I believe, and she's got such pace on her.
Yes, Switzerland do have it again. It's a handling error. And to be fair, considering that we've had the rain, we've not seen too many of those in the game.
No, it's actually been quite good in terms of the error rate. Probably a lot less errors than we saw in the men's 40s. Actually, we can see Irene Valti from Switzerland coming up as the mid, making those strong touches.
Down it goes again. I think the touch may have been made.
Yeah, great touch. Katarina Bond coming in from link, shutting that down. Excellent touch there. Great cover defence. Lucy Snape trying to create something, putting Sal Buttersworth on a short.
Just ran out of room. Good defence though by the Swiss, just completely surrounded that. I think she was looking to go long to the left-hand side, but really, really good defence by the Swiss in the end.
Yeah, very, very good. On the line, they have been generally very, very solid. Irene Valti driving it up the wing there. Great drive by Irene, creating some momentum, and you can see the Swiss take that momentum into these touches now. Claudia Waitford driving hard. Pass out to Michelle Coco. Great set of 6 there by Switzerland, I thought.
Yeah, good drive. Got it deep. It means England will have to work to. I think they've drawn the penalty. Heavy touch.
Fortunately, it looks like the player is okay and driving down their wing.
England make some changes. Just couldn't quite gather in. It was fabulous play by Anna Wilson once again.
Yeah, skipping through. I almost forgot she was half then, and then a long ball just unfortunately put down by the winger, but they'll be really happy to be creating those opportunities, and unfortunately Switzerland putting it down 10 metres out from their line.
So that will give England the opportunity again with a fresh set of 6. They're at the 7 already. Out to the wing, but touch made, didn't quite reach the line. And into the middle, and there's space out on the right-hand side.
These left to right passes from Anna Wilson, that was just a bullet. So flat. None of these loopy passes that take a long time in the air. You can just see that go straight across. Check out this pass from Anna Wilson. Boom.
Yeah.
Oh.
All Rachel Keane had to do was catch it. And it was a try.
And credit to Rachel Keane as well. She was looking to see where her defender was. She wasn't standing right on the sideline. She was quite infield, but running on that out angle. So she was going to beat her winger any day of the week. So the line and positioning from Rachel Keane, yeah, just incredible on that play as well.
Yeah, ran onto it really well. To be fair to Switzerland, though, they created far more opportunities in this second half.
Or as we see, so close.
Again, we've seen that a few times from them. And twice there in 10 seconds where they've just tried to dive in through the middle.
Yeah.
Which we weren't seeing from them in the first half.
No, absolutely. They're making so many more touches on that 7-metre line and creating those opportunities to actually get over the line. Much better in their attack to get up that close. And we see Joe Devine driving the ball here.
Well, the pass isn't completed, so Switzerland will have it again, but we're into the final minute of this game. It has been an excellent England performance. You can't get away from that. They've been clinical when they needed to be. They've been superb in defence. Switzerland, to their credit, they'll probably feel that 9-1 is unfair on them.
Yeah, speaking to their captain Solange last night, I think she always knew this was going to be a really, really tough game, but I think they've played really well, Switzerland. I think they can take a lot of confidence out of this game, and as you say, particularly the second half, I think they've stepped up in a big way, and it's going to be interesting to see how Switzerland perform against the likes of Scotland and Wales.
And there is the final hooter, and the game is over. It's a 9-1 victory for England, but credit to Switzerland. As I said, they probably feel that 9-1 is a little unfair on them, but you can't take anything away from the England team, who were absolutely clinical.
No, some really strong players from Switzerland. I thought Nicole Steiner was very strong for them. I thought Michelle Coco's defence was incredible. And Irene Balti on the drives was really good. But, yeah, England women's 27s, Anna Wilson, she was absolutely everywhere. Absolute man of the match for me. Just created so many of those scores. Incredible. Joe Devine, I thought, also had an incredible game alongside Lucy Snape. So they're going to be feeling pretty confident, England, heading into their next round games.
Well, Matt, thanks for your insight and knowledge from the past two games. Pleasure to have your company as always, and you'll be back again later, I'm sure.
I will be,
yeah.
With my insight. Not my expert insight, but my insight.
Expert. Well, it's a given it's expert. Coming up next, it's the men's 50 competition. Wales taking on Ireland. And I'll have Jordan Melling with me for that one. That'll be along in about 3 minutes' time. Don't go away.
So reminder that unfortunately this is a dog-free site, no dogs are allowed on site, so if you have your dog on site, unfortunately you'll have to leave the premises. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. officials, your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning.
Welcome back to the University of Nottingham Highfield Sports Complex. Game 6 of the day about to come up. It's Wales against Ireland in the men's 50s competition. I'm delighted to say that Jordan Melling is back again on commentary. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You looking forward to this one?
I am, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a different category to be focusing on.
A brand new category as well.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, no, it'll be good. Good game to kickstart the afternoon as well.
So Wales will have the tap off. Both teams have already played a game in the tournament this morning at 9:35. Wales were on the wrong end of an 8-1 scoreline against England. Ireland on the wrong end of a 5-3 scoreline against Singapore. We said it on commentary earlier that Singapore's involvement as an invitation team means this won't be part of the European Championships overall, but these do have full test match status.
Right, okay. No, I think obviously with them both losing in that first game, they'll be looking to get that first win on the first day, so I think they'll just be both looking to get off the mark now.
And it's Wales. Oh, that could have ended badly, but
himself.
Oh, no.
Looking to play a bit of free ball in the line. I think this is always a good indication of where both teams are at. Obviously, if you can defend that first set of 6, like you're off to a bit of a flyer. Really, it's a good little statement to D that out, but then to reply with some good transition and a good bit of sub into the box, which Ireland have done, and they'll get a little strike play on 5th. And they've still got one more touch in the bag here, I think.
Yeah, they're going to use the right-hand side. Just
some really good yards from Ireland. Any chance you're able to get down to 7 off subbing is really good. They're just going to kill it in that corner, I think. Not sure whether it was intentional, but so they've kind of killed that set of 6. They know they're probably not going to score in that corner off 5th touch, so they've killed it right over there. And Wales, if they're going to get off now, they've got the farthest point on the field to get off, so it's not a bad tactic at all from Ireland.
It's a good drive so far, but they're looking to make changes.
They've gone quite direct with it. So the two guys that are on in the middle at the minute, they've stayed on for the first couple of sets of 6. So, and one of them's looking to come off now. So that's hampered their line attack a little bit. Seamus McCallion, former professional rugby league player, I believe, for Halifax. I think he might be a Challenge Cup winner, actually. So a good little bit of trivia for you. Number 9 for Ireland.
Because it has links to both rugby codes, but with the put down, I suppose it is closer to rugby league in a way. I think obviously it draws a lot from a lot of players from rugby union circles. That's where the main sort of catchment area is, I suppose, for touch. But you're right. It transfers to league quite well. I think it's no surprise really that in Australia that some of the premier rugby league players at the minute were brought up playing touch, and I think the best example at the minute is Kalen Ponga. He's probably one of the best rugby league players in the world at the minute, and I don't think he played touch until he was nice little play in the corner there. And we've got an injury over here as well, one of the Ireland players. I think there's maybe a dislocation or unless I don't think he's realised he's in the Welsh box yet. I think he's stuck over here in the wrong box. So why are these guys all in different coloured shirts to me?
I think we've all done it once. Well, I think I'm sure I've seen a few people do that before.
It's still with Wales at the 7 metre. It was Andrew Jones who went over in the corner, but not given.
So Wales will look to run a little bit of a strike play. A nice, great dive. Threw himself, beautiful.
Lyndon Lewis, and it's given. Great play. And it's Wales who open the scoring.
Good start from Wales. They look a little bit stronger on the transition as well. And he drove in. It's a little bit of a 33 hammer, really. And he's managed to get outside his link and just spot a bit of a gap. It's a lovely dive as well. So just to go back to sort of the similarities with league and touch, yeah, I think a good example in Super League at the minute, Jay Field and Bevan French for Wigan, again just brought up on touch, and it kind of transfers well to both codes, because it encourages you to have the ball in two hands, and especially when you get down to line attack, you're effectively looking to beat a player one-on-one and then execute, a 4-on-3 or a 3-on-2, and it really translates well to both codes. But you're right, the six tackles or the 6 touches, it does kind of lean itself to league a little bit.
Yeah, it's
good running from Ireland.
Oh, I think he's down.
And Ireland,
and the touch was touch is claimed.
The touch, yeah. It's a good bit of running from Ireland as well. They exploited a bit of space, and Wales struggling to get onside, and I think that might be something that Ireland might want to go back to, especially on this side of the field. So they'll look to run that sweeper play. They pick up short side. Oh, the winger's got to stay out there. He can't be cutting.
Yeah,
and it's half court, but it is a penalty. So it's not a bad play from Ireland at all. That they've set it up quite well. Just a couple of players sort of found themselves in the wrong position. So all they've done is run a sweeper on that far side middle. Because the Welsh defence have got a tuck right under, their dummy half has scooped short side, and that's where the space is. Nice play from Ireland.
Yeah, I think that's down, isn't it? Is it?
I think the referee's having a think here and has given the touch. So I think that might be something what Ireland might want to go back to, and a little bit more running than static plays. But they're going back to those quickies at the minute. They're trying to get both middles up, and they found a bit of space on the outside. Oh, it's picked off.
0 touch, well picked off. Marco Gil Cervantes.
I'll tell you what, if I'm over 50s and I'm catching an interception on the wing, I don't think I want to be going full length. I don't think I'd be keen on that.
It's
that's a shame, because that was really good transition from the Welsh.
As someone who's only a couple of months shy of my 50th birthday, I don't think I fancy it from back there. Maybe halfway.
We need to get you on at half time, and then you can
see if I can still do it.
Yeah, you still got it. So Ireland will get a good 2 or 3 strike plays on the Welsh now, and they are playing quite compact. The Irish winger, really far in field here, Rory Hickey, slowly creeping out towards the wing, but they're running that sweeper play again. This time they give it.
Touch made.
Good day from the Welsh.
It is. There's no real gaps opening up for the Irish to exploit there at all, is there?
Yeah, so they're looking to run that sweeper play, and the Welsh are defending it quite well. I think they're probably thinking there's not much of a long ball threat, so that basically an old school type of defence, which is just sort of making you touch and pulling your corner, and all that means is making you touch and defending the corner closest to you. And that's all Wales seem to be doing at the minute. The next step for Ireland would be to recognise that, and then start picking up from half and coming the opposite way, because that's where the space seems to be. They've done it once, and got a couple of players out of position. So it'll be interesting to see if they go back to that, because that seems to be where the space is.
Well, they've got a fresh set of 6 here. If you're wondering what the banging is, it appears to be a problem with one of the bleacher sets down below us.
Chris Simon's getting involved. Outstanding work.
Everyone's sitting back down again.
That's great running. That's a well executed quickie, that. And
it's the head in hands from the Welsh defence. Tells you all you need to know there.
He knows exactly. I think if I got that right, they run. It's just a quickie, so it's a man-on-man play. He stepped outside his middle. He's attacking his middle. And he's just not made the touch, and that's why the head in the hands moment. He realised that was me, that was my corner, that was my player, and it's kind of the opposite of how they have been defending. The Welsh have been doing quite well at making their touches, covering their outside, and it's just a bit of pre and post touch that have got Ireland back in this.
So Frank Ennis with the equalising try. Really good play as well, but Wales, strong drive from the tap off.
Yeah, they've got down to the line really well here, and they'll look to run a couple of plays, and so that's been calmed down. He's asking for a counties play, and he'll step in field. Oh,
that was almost a really nice play, that.
Do you know what? I imagine that wasn't planned. I think the counties was where he stepped in field. But that little sweep out the back, I don't think that was planned, but it looks like actually an accidental, nice little move, that.
It's good defence in the end as well, because he was
heading
to the line at
speed.
He
recovered really well, yeah. The link recovered really well there. Short side scoop, they got some numbers here.
Just not quite completed.
Yeah, both teams are just slightly off that. Just that little bit of execution, and probably gets each of them a score each. So, no, it's quite well poised this game so far. We're a quarter in, and probably, you'd say that scoreline is about right for these teams so far.
It was Kerry Thomas and Neil Perkins in that last move. Just not quite coming off, and a
little bit of argy-bargy, I think. He's given a hard touch. I think was that forced sub? No, it's not. No, I think it. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a force. It's either a forced sub or he's sent for time. So yeah, the referee. Yeah, forced sub. So it's just a little bit of a hard touch that the referee wasn't happy with. I think he's just trying to set the standards of sort of the physicality of what the referees are after.
Space out on this left-hand side. Well taken, but. Good defence from Neil Perkins there.
Pill from Gary Purcell, lovely right hand. I'd love to use that a little bit more space outside for Ireland.
Just can't complete the pass.
It's back to one. Yeah, definitely back to one. So, seems to be getting a little bit tastier. It is. Yeah, I like it.
No quarter given at all.
No. Bit of a Celtic rivalry, Celtic derby.
They've got away with it.
Yeah. So they'll look to run these two-man plays now, and it seems to be what's working well for Ireland.
Long pass out, trying it again.
I tell you what, it's good. It's good attack, but it's good defence. But Ireland will get a complete fresh set of six now. So the play seems to be going through Federico Black at the minute. He seems to be the guy that is out of this pod. All I mean by that is, so most teams will kind of have pods that will go on. Yeah. And it seems to be he's the strike player in this pod of 3 or 4, and he's running that 32 short. He'll look to go to the short side, space on the wing. They're in.
Down it goes, and I think that is Ireland with the lead.
So yeah, he seems to be the playmaker in that pod, and he's just run a nice little 32 short. The touching player pulls back straight, so the space is on the short side, and it's just a 3-on-2, left to right, finish in the corner. It's a quite composed set-up play from Ireland, and that's really nice.
And after Wales started strongly, Ireland have really come back into it and been probably the more dominant team, certainly over the last 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, slightly more composed. I think the two teams, especially on line attack. Ireland just seem a little bit more sure of themselves. Wales seem to be a little bit frantic, like we see now. Especially for tap off. I know a lot of teams will just have tap off moves, but I think ideally you just get down to the 7 and at least 2 or 3 touches, and the short side scoop, the space is there, and Wales are back in.
Oh, it's 2-2 straight away, and the first real attacking opportunity that Wales have had in a while, and they've taken full advantage of it. That's
what you want. It's a quickie setup. Half picks up and goes short side. That's where the space is, and ideally there from Ireland you want to be breaking off into a mirrors defence, and all we mean by that is if you get scooped on, you're the guy chasing the half. You're linking your wing, you're just mirroring up against your opposite player, and instead of doing that, Ireland have collapsed in and given a bit of a 3-on-2, and Wales have done really well to execute that.
It's Ireland who driving strongly from the tap off. I think there was a touch.
Good defence, yeah.
There was almost a somersault there over the line.
There's some acrobatics in this game. This is it's very impressive.
Everyone on this field is 50 or over, aren't they? So there's.
It's really impressive there so far. Good defence from Wales.
No defence.
They did exploit a little bit of space there, but that was good.
Gary Tassau stays out there.
Great left. I think that's a score. It is.
Was it offside?
I think the Welsh winger is claiming that he went into touch. He's not claiming that he actually made a touch, but I think he's saying that the Irish winger went off the field, and referee disagrees.
So let's have a look here.
Step to the outside. There's the space. 2-on-1. There's no touch made. The Welsh player's pointing at the sideline, and sideline ref disagrees, yeah.
So, Gerard Walsh puts Ireland back in the lead again, 3-2.
It's a good little to and fro game, this, and short side scoop. They've gone through. Winger's free.
Open man.
Oh, he's gone he's gone past the in goal. So they've marked out, there's 2 little areas. It's not normally marked out, that section. So there's 2 areas in the in goal that are marked out for where you'd go if you were force subbed. Is that right? No? I think the Welsh winger then might have just seen
the box and put it there,
and just thought, I've got plenty of room to go, and what a shame, because that was a nice little play. That's the play that both teams are having success with. It's because the defences are so tight, the short side scoop is always on, and that's just going against the grain. McCallion will come on a 32 short, little bit of space in that corner again.
Just not a good close of defence by the Welsh there. So Wales starting again, but good touches by Ireland. There's a little bit of a fumble there, and I think it's been turned over. It has, so this is a dangerous
space
position.
Out here, they've gone off. I tell you what, I think the Welsh defender's recovered there.
Yeah, I think he has.
Number 1 rule: don't sub on defence.
Great
switch!
Oh, that's a fabulous switch pass.
That's brilliant. Great cut.
Oh, let's see this one again.
So I think it's just a middle cut. Yeah, so he steps in field, middle, scraping across the line, hard cut with McCallion, and the space is there. So that's a really that's something that you kind of see on fifth touch. That's kind of I don't know, for some reason a lot of teams don't use that hard cut a lot, and whether that was planned or it was just something that McCallion kind of saw and come off his left foot. for some reason that kind of hard cut doesn't really translate that well. Doesn't really translate to league and union, and I'm not sure why. Because you're dragging the defence hard across, and it's working hard off the ball. And no, that was a really nice set-up play. That.
As Wales come again.
Yeah, good D.
The defence of Ireland holds firm.
Yeah, Ireland's line D has been a good little feature. Obviously, that scoot through before, like we said, it probably should have been converted. But yeah, Ireland's line D has been great.
Oh, now was that down? Touch his claim, I think. But yeah, he has called the touch.
Could have been a claim there for the touch being called before the Welsh player caught the ball, but I tell you what, that looks like really good defence to me.
Is it?
And the Welsh player's having a chat with him, pats the ref on the bum.
Oh, we're very close to the hooter now, so this is probably going to be the final play of the half.
Ireland will be happy with this half. I think Wales started quite well, but no, they've been really good.
There is the hooter, touch made, and that is the end of an absorbing half of rugby. Ireland with a 4-2 lead as we go into the break. Wales started strongly, but Ireland really come back into it.
Yeah, and I think there's just a couple of players on the Ireland side. I think Federico Black is the one I'd probably pick out. That you can see him now on that sideline. He seems to be a little bit of a player coach for them, and you kind of spot those players out, the ones who can't slow things down a little bit. And if you're kind of a player coach and you're still able to run those strike plays, it just adds an extra dimension to you and to your line attack. And he seems to be the one that's running the show for them. And Wales seem to not have that as much, and it's a little bit more frantic if they get down to line attack. They've got plays that are working for them, and it's that pick up against the grain. And Ireland just seems to have a little bit more composure, like we see now. It's just a nice 32 short, spots the space on the short side, and they can exploit it well. But like we said here, he's picking up against the grain. He's going at the saving defender, and that's where the space is. If Wales can go back to that a little bit more, that's where they're going to get joy from.
Yeah, I mean, the Welsh will not feel that they're out of this
at all,
will they? I mean,
no.
they've had some really good attacking opportunities. Yeah. They've scored 2 tries. They started off well and went into the lead. Then by no means out of this, but to be fair to Ireland, they've managed the game very, very well up until this point.
They have, yeah. They rode that start quite well. And like you said, I don't think Wales are out of this at all. I think Ireland have got the tap off though. So that'll be a tough one to overcome, because if Ireland score there 5-2, you get 3 ahead, even though it's only a 20-minute half. 3 scores is quite hard to overturn. So no, I'm looking forward to this second half. I think Wales have got to defend about this first set. Have to.
So, huddle's still taking place. All 3 teams on the pitch, as the officials on there as well, right in the middle, having a discussion. Yeah,
they're having a good chat. Oh, there'll be. With the referees, there'll be a lot of different levels of referees over the 5 days, and that's great to see. So, I imagine most games will have 1 or 2 experienced refs, and then obviously 1 or 2 inexperienced refs. So. They're doing the same job as the players. The fact that they're learning as well, and they're improving as well. So no, that's great that they're able to sort of pick up on things, work on things. So yeah, they'll obviously have their own little huddle. I don't think they'll do a refs on 3. I'm not sure if they do that. I think Mel Day encourages that, but I'm not sure anyone else does. Maybe Mel's the only one that really enjoys reffing.
So like, go refs.
Go refs.
Wales heading back onto the pitch, and there's some quite in-depth discussion going on in that pack during half-time.
Yeah.
And I think Ireland will certainly be the happier being two tries ahead, but some great plays, especially using that right wing as well. it really paid off for them.
They seem like they know where the space is. They seem a little bit more prepared, and I think we had the game this morning, the first game of the day, Germany-Belgium. The difference between the two sides is one team just seems that slightly bit more prepared and a little bit more composed, and even if you go down by 1 or 2 early on, you still know, like, right, we'll just stick to this, we'll be fine, it's 40 minutes, we're cool. So yeah, Ireland just seem like they've got that little bit extra edge of composure when they come down to the line.
Yeah, it's
but this is a really important bit now, because we can have a little bit of a two-score swing here. Like, if obviously off a tap-off, you got half the field, so you normally have a tap-off move, so you normally have that as your, like, right, we should score off this, and this is our strike move. If Ireland don't score, Wales transition well and score up there. We're at 4-3, and that's a great start. But then on the other side of it, Ireland run their tap-off move, go 5-2 up. So this is really important here, this first minute of the second half.
yeah. So
Nice play.
That's great play, but the touch coming in.
You'd probably think that was pre-planned, and given that their strike player is on now with ball in hand, Black, you'd probably say it was, and they'll go back to run to 32 short on the other side, and Wales have recovered well there. So they've changed that little bit from the first half, Wales, and that was the score they conceded in the first half, and they've defended it now. So hopefully they can defend out these 2 touches. It's fifth touch, one more. Step back, and it's down.
Is he down? He is down.
He's having a great game. He's running the show. He's running the show for Ireland at the minute.
Frank Ennis, I think that's his second try of the game.
Really good.
And they do get...
Step back, off his left foot. Yeah, Frank Ennis off his left foot and down.
And you said it was a really important play from the tap-off, and Ireland have made it count.
Yeah. They did run a tap-off move, and it was threatening, and they made that space. But because they've got those composed players on, it's like, right, cool, not scored off our tap-off. We'll go run a 32 shot that side. Right, cool, we've not scored off that. I'll go back to the middle, and I'll go back to my pet play, which is obviously a quickie for him. He's come off his left foot and slammed it down in the middle, and that's big, that, because 5-2. Like we said, even though there's 20 minutes, it's still a little bit of a deficit to overcome, and Ireland could get done for dropping off early there, and they've got away with it.
Indeed. Wales still with possession, going towards the 7, drop down now.
And they'll pick up on that short side scoop. There's some space in between the middles. Oof.
I think he was looking to the wing there, but
he was, yeah.
The winger just didn't seem to come in or make the movement to make the space for the pass.
Yeah, so they're looking back to that play they've had a little bit of success with, and it's like we said, just picking up against the grain and looking for that short side, and they've just not been able to convert it on that one. I think Ireland maybe have clued up a little bit, or it wasn't executed as well by Wales.
Well, they're running through. Ireland, they've got a bit of space now.
Great hands.
Frank Ennis, I think that's his hat-trick.
Ennis and Black are just running the show at the minute. If one of those is on, they look good. If they're both on, they look great.
So just great interpassing,
nice.
and just loads of space for Frank Ennis to run into there.
Just good heads-up touch footy, that's all it is. They're obviously sticking to a little bit of a structure on touches 3, 4 and 5. They want to get to a strike play on the 5th, but it's so nice having those players that they can play a bit of park touch and play heads up, and obviously those two they're running the show at the minute.
So
really nice.
Yeah, a lot of work for Wales to do from here. They've got the time to do it, but they need to get some scores on the board quickly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're gushing about how good that score was, but it puts it up to 6-2, and that is a deficit now. I was talking about 3 scores being a deficit in 20 minutes, like 4 scores, and we're nearly a quarter of the way through the second half. Ireland look like they're on the up a little bit as well. They're in the ascendancy.
Yeah, they're coming strongly again.
Well,
Wales defence holding firm so far on this drive, and it is fifth touch.
It's Faith and Black will just look to probably just kill it over that side. I think they lost the count. But yeah, they've killed it over that side, and Wales have got, they've got quite a bit of space to go to get off the field now, and that's something that Ireland have done really well.
And Wales just getting towards halfway.
Yeah.
They'll look to maybe change a few, and they are doing. But it has stunted the drive somewhat.
Yeah. Ball gone. Hands again. Good feet.
Just needed a bit of support.
Yeah, I think Wales are just missing a little bit of composure, a little bit of an on-field coach when they do get down to these positions.
Yeah,
And they'll get a fresh set of 6 here, so you probably have to put a bit of pressure on them to score here. I think if Wales don't score here, it's going to be tough. I mean, we've only got 15 minutes left of this game, and the 4 scores down. I think they've got to start pulling it back now.
Yeah, they certainly have. And
they'll scoop short side, the space.
oh, the touch was made.
See, that's the play that they're getting. Oh no, take it back. So they get another fresh set of 6 for offside. So they're getting a lot of success again, scooping short side. And I think if I'm Wales, I'd hammer home that play.
It's
Quick sub here, and they're bringing on Eddie Harris, who I'd guess if they're bringing him on there is one of their strike players. He'll look to impact this set of 6. And is that a touch? No, it's not.
It just seems to have ground to a halt a little bit, doesn't
Yeah.
it? It's almost as if they're wondering what to do and how to play the.
Yeah, I think it's a no touch. It's a big waste of a set for Wales. Since we mentioned that they've got that set of 6, I think 2 minutes has gone by and they've not got a score out of it. And yeah, I think if Ireland score here, it's going to be a real slog for the rest of the game for Wales.
I think this is Ireland look far more fluent when they have the ball.
Yeah, they do.
Whereas Wales, when they're attacking, and we saw it there, that it just seems to be stunted and
a
stayed.
little bit. Yeah. Oh,
I don't
shoulder charge. That was a hit.
I don't think that was intentional.
No,
I think it was just a clash.
No, I think. I mean, if it was intentional, that was a great tackle. Yeah, I think he picked up, and I think Mark Singh just couldn't stop. So watch the link number 5 for Wales when he steps in here and just can't stop.
Oh yeah, he's.
I'll tell you what, he's
more suited to ice hockey, I think, than.
He should be playing for Wigan. That was a great hit. Put the shoulder in then.
It's like you say, he turned and couldn't stop.
Yeah,
There was nothing he could do to avoid the collision. It was totally unintentional. It just looked spectacular.
What a hit, yeah. I think, I'm not sure if normally at the end of the day we do scores of the day. I'm not sure if we do don't think we do tackle of the day. But if there is a tackle of the day, then that's number 1 for me.
I think I'll go and have a word and direct him to the Nottingham Panthers at the arena down the road.
Yeah.
If he's eating like that.
Gloves off.
Ireland have the ball back on their own 7 metres, so they'll need a strong drive.
Yeah,
but they've got their 4 ahead, so they can really manage the game out from here, can't they?
Yeah, and it's interesting, the 4-man driving up the field now. It's not. I wouldn't say it's a desperation play normally, but it's half court. Oh mate, It's half court. He knew. He knew. No, I think it was interesting that they went to 4-man driving there, and that's a shame from Ireland.
And there just seems to be a little descent in their ranks. We saw it there at the pass, and that's what Wales don't want to do. They don't want to start nipping at each other and getting at each other.
No, because then it's a slippery slope. Then you're, especially when you're down by 4. I think with Black back on for Ireland there, you saw when Wales made that mistake, he was the first one to just say, calm it down, let's play at this set. He knows there's only 10 minutes left and they can just close this game out now if they want a bit of space on the left.
Goes out there. I think that will have been will have been forward.
Yeah.
And even though we are central, I think when the pass starts from behind the line and ends up over the line,
normally it's half.
You can confidently call a forward pass, but they've turned it over as well.
That's a big error. So that's half court, first touch. Yeah, you're right. I think the game has stunted a little bit now, and Ireland were just happy to close the game out. They run a 23 short.
I think this is a long tournament as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So, like you said, I think once you get up by 4. You're kind of happy to just sort of play the game out and prepare for tomorrow or prepare for the afternoon. I'm not sure what their schedule is, but
this is their final game of the day.
Yeah.
And then they're back. Then they've actually got 24 hours rest. They're not back on until 1 p.m. tomorrow. So.
I'm sure they'll need it.
Yeah.
They'll need it at their age. What time do you have to be in bed? These lot.
8 o'clock.
Must be 5 p.m.
8 o'clock with a cup of Horlicks. Other malt drinks are available.
Yeah, Coronation Street's on at 6, and then bed after that. Unbelievable effort from these guys. I think to pull off 2 games a day, it's just such hard work, and
especially with the conditions as they are today. You just said it's very close, it's very humid.
Yeah,
it's not going to be pleasant to play in because you'll feel like you can't breathe out there.
No, it is muggy, and a little bit of rain this morning. It's been warm this afternoon, and it's ideal for touch, but obviously once you start playing games 2 and 3, you start thinking, Jesus, give me a cool breeze. And
yeah, I suppose the last time I was watching touch was in the last one in Banbury, where it was roasting hot all weekend.
Yeah, I think I had to commentate with you my top off. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, because I think you just played a game, hadn't you? So
yeah, we did, yeah.
And it's Ireland going through again. But yeah, that was ridiculously hot that week, and it only got hotter on the Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, the last... great hands, unlucky.
Yeah, just couldn't quite be taken.
Obviously, the last World Cup being in Malaysia, that was just brutal, absolutely brutal, and I hope I never have to play in conditions like that again. And I imagine a few of the guys here today probably played in the World Cup as well, and yeah, that was brutal conditions.
I suppose that's all about managing your time on the field,
manage your time and
hydration.
Yeah, manage your time off the field as well. I mean, at tournaments like this, you want to, you're seeing all these people that you've met over the years and you've become close friends with, and you kind of want to walk around and chat to people and spend time with people. But I think the older you get, you kind of just think, I just want to sit down and keep off my feet and have a nap. But yeah, it's just tournaments like this. They're so good, so great. Just like we were saying this morning, it's just it feels like a celebration of the sport, and it's just a good festival to be at.
Yeah, it was the as Ireland come again. The opening ceremony yesterday, fantastic to see so many players and officials and referees all filling out the Portland building over at the Nottingham University. Some great pictures, great to see.
Good yards from Wales. Yeah, they just seem a little bit less lacking that composure that Ireland have got, and they've lost the count there as well.
Yeah, it seems to went 6-2. And Ireland seems to have just shut the game down completely.
Yeah,
they don't have to try that. They have to try that hard. They've got a good enough cushion now with just over 5 minutes to go.
100%. I mean, I think that is the same with every category, every division here. You'll have those games where you can get ahead and just think, let's put this game on ice and we can just sort of roll through our processes now. There's no need to stress, and you could probably maybe rest your strike players, and it's a nice luxury to be able to do that. Good hands. That's unlucky. That was really nice skill in that corner.
So
yeah, for Ireland to be able to do this would be great for them, because, like you said, they've got a 24-hour. What was it?
24-hour rest
now. So to be able to kind of have a good 10-15 minutes of a nice chilled game, and then obviously a bit of a break.
Although they have got two games tomorrow, so 1 p.m. and 4:25. So that 4:25 will probably be quite a tough one to.
So you'd think that Ireland-England game that'll be tasty, that, because they both had good wins now against Wales. So yeah, that'll be interesting.
And Singapore against Wales will be on this pitch tomorrow. So we'll get to see the Singapore team.
Got the England and Scotland Women's Opens warming up now for the game on here next, I believe.
Yeah, England against Scotland. That'll be huge.
Massive,
that's a huge game.
Always a great game between those two. Just both teams filled with box office players. I think that's going to be great.
Yeah. And in the context of that tournament as well, that it sets down a marker, doesn't it?
It does. If I think England are favourites going into that game, but if Scotland can give them a run, I think that's going to be it's going to be a good game. That.
Yeah, definitely. There's still 3 minutes left of this one, which is, to be fair, gone a bit pedestrian, hasn't it?
Slow down a little bit, I think, but I think that'll be down to Ireland's good game management. I think they'll be happy to do that. They'll be wanting to do that. I think it would have been talked about, especially with the coaches at half time. If we can get a couple more scores up, which they have done, they can just chill and go through their processes now. And I think that
was it, wasn't it? They stretched the lead to 6-2 within the first couple of minutes of the half, and then it is been a great exhibition of game management by them.
It has. I think the two standout players, Federico Black and Frank Ennis, for me, they've, like we said, the Ireland are good when one of them is on. They're great when they're both on, and the best example of that being that score that we saw early in the second half. It was just park touch, and they were playing good heads up footy. So that was great, and I think when they come to play in England, which I imagine they'll have earmarked as their priority game. They'll be managing for that now. They'll be thinking, right, let's take a little bit into that game, but let's not pick up any niggles, let's not pick up any injuries. And they've managed this second half to near perfection. They'll be happy with this. They'll just close the half out now and close the game out.
Yeah, here they.
Nice play.
Now, has he taken it?
Beautiful.
He has. It goes back inside. But it was final touch Really good interplay from Rory Hickey and Gary Purcell there. So we've got about a minute left of the game. Oh, big
elbow, put the bumpers up. Looking for the offload.
As Wales make a few changes.
Wales looking to salvage something. All the wingers got off.
There's been just that little bit of a lack of communication from the Welsh side that Ireland haven't really suffered from.
Yeah, they're just lacking that on-field general that Ireland seem to have, and a little bit more experience in the Ireland team.
So into the final throes of this game, which is a story which has been Ireland really managing the pace of the game and how the game has gone since they went 6-2 ahead.
100%. I mean, they didn't score off their opening. I think they did score off top off. Sorry, and that was a good marker for the second half. They were just composed, and it's been the same way for the whole half. They managed that really well, and I think that Ireland-England game at 1 o'clock tomorrow, that'll be a highlight of the men's 50s category.
So this one ends with a comfortable 6-2 victory for Ireland against Wales. We say thank you very much to Jordan for coming on commentary once again.
Stick around for the next game. It's going to be a cracker.
Next game is going to be one of the highlights of the day,
100%.
without a doubt. It's England against Scotland in the Women's Open. You do not want to miss that one, and we will be back with that very, very shortly.
officials, if you make your way to your 1 minute warning, further officials are heading towards your 1 minute warning. Please make your way to the appropriate field of play. For further officials, 1 minute.
Welcome back to the Highfield Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham, and probably the highlight of the day, this game. It's the opening round of the Women's Open, and it's England taking on Scotland. And Jordan is with me once again, and we were saying in the last match we're really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, both teams full of really good seasoned internationals. England especially, you know, they've got players on in the subs box now and on the field. Bronte Sykes, Carly Wynn, number 6, making her England debut, but she's been amazing for Rebels, NQ Rebels last year and this year in the women's and the mixed. On the Scotland side of the ball, Grace Burton, Hannah Crisp, Hannah lightning quick, really good right to left as well. She's at half now, and yeah, watch for her speed, especially on line attack. She's going to look to beat people on the outside.
Good touch coming in from Carly Wynn. Yeah, great speed. England defence holding firm so far from a strong drive from Scotland.
I got mistaken before for Carly's dad. I think that's a bit harsh on how I look, but I think it's because I keep saying how good she is, like a proud dad. But yeah, she's been awesome for Rebels this year. She reads attacking play so well. So yeah, look for that.
And it's a strong drive from England. We started deep, but that is 6 touch.
Interesting little play that from England. So all that Danny Gregory's done there is they've run a 32 short, but it's an early release. Most teams that we've seen today, they've ran that 32 short, and they'll probably either go short side or step back and look for the holes. What Danny Gregory's ran there is the short, but she's hit her wrapper straight away. So she's they're trying to exploit a really tight Scotland defence, and Scotland defend that really well. Grace Burton, another box office player for Scotland who you want to keep an eye on, looking to get through from half there.
Yeah, so England have the ball back again as they will look to make a change. Fresh legs come on as they build along the right hand side. They're going to come back in field now.
Good transition from England. That's 4th touch, so they'll look to play on 5th.
Just getting outside the 7 now, and down it goes. So
short side scoop, they've got numbers.
They need a mark.
I'll tell you what, that's fantastic.
Oh, she's done it.
Scotland.
But the defence holds firm.
That's really good from Scotland, that.
Yeah, great defence.
Emma Bayliss has gone through short side, and like we were talking about before, it's just mirrors from Scotland. They've relied on that touching player to just chase down the half, and that's really good start. Scotland will be happy with this. That's good pressing midfield defence from England. That's really good.
Going towards the left-hand side.
They've got to play from their own half. Another player you want to keep an eye on for Scotland, Leigh Gladden. Again, similar to Hannah Crisp, both quite similar players. Really quick, and that's ball to ground. Scotland will get another shot.
Yeah, so a chance for Scotland to put some real attacking pressure on England here. A fresh set of 6 just inside the England half.
You've got Hannah Smith there for Scotland. She's a Scotland Sevens player.
Oh, and they've
a cagey start from both teams, especially when it comes down to line attack. And like we were talking about just before we came on, like this is both their teams' first games of the day, and you know,
it's a massive game as well, because
it's
like England European champions in 2018, Scotland finished 3rd.
Yep.
So these are going to be teams that are going to be in the shake-up when we get to Saturday.
Yeah, and it's always a tough one for you to be playing your first game so late on day one. You want to get that out of the way early. Bronte Sykes on that sweeper. So for them to be playing now, they've watched all their other teammates, all their other England and Scotland teammates, and they've got to play now, and they've been hanging around all day.
Yeah, they quite a late start.
Great dive.
Now, was that in? I think it was,
Ed
yes.
Irons, you beauty, great dive, gets on the outside. I think it's just a nice sweeper play. So what England have got a good setup here. They've got two really good sweepers on each side. They've got Em Irons one side who does sweep and Bronte Sykes on the other. They go with Em Irons. She gets round that touching player. Big dive.
So Emily Irons opening the scoring for England in what was a very cagey start to the game, but England
was
just taking advantage when it was presented to them, and they go 1-0 ahead.
Yeah, it was a little bit cagey, and I think it could have been due down to the fact that it's their first games. You're not really sure, but England have ridden that first 4 minutes really well, and they'll be happy to just get ahead now. So you got Hannah Crisp at half, trying to bit of a general on field now.
Scotland coming right back, and
Good D, really good D. What you'd want to see here from a Scotland point of view is Hannah running. You want to use that speed, and I won't be surprised if she picks up here. She doesn't. It's a QB play. Great left to right.
Good.
Yeah,
good use of the wing there. Emma Robson was in a bit of space, but the time it took for the ball to come to her, England just closed it down.
Yeah, I think England will be prepared for that. Hannah's an experienced player. She's been. I think she's been playing touch for as long as I have. For as long as I can remember, Hannah's been playing touch as well, so a good 10-15 years now. That's nice play. So England will know what a couple of those experienced players are going to bring, and vice versa as well. If I'm Scotland, I'd be wanting Hannah to run, and I'd want her at half. I'd want her picking up and using that left to right like she did then. So hopefully, as the game progresses, we'll see that start to come to fruition, because she's a great player to watch.
Let's see, Scotland.
I'll tell you what, England's midfield D.
Yeah,
absolute highlight so far. They've forced Scotland into a scoop from their own half twice now, and it's killing them.
Yeah, it's. The difference between the two sides at the minute is the fact that England are quite easily getting to the 7-metre line, where Scotland are struggling to get into any quality attacking position.
It's a shame. I think when Scotland do get down, that's good D, really good D. Katie Samland, really good defence there. And they'll drive back in, and Scotland will just look to play over to the box. Grace Burton, good yards. And you want to be around halfway on third touch. England are even stifling that, and still in their own half on fourth. That's great midfield D. Really good midfield D. Good feet.
Just the pass not finding its mark.
That's what Scotland have got going for them, and if they can break into that with Hannah Crisp and Leigh Gladden, if they can break into those scoops from half, they're going to have success off it, but they've not been able to do it as much because England's midfield D has been so good.
And here they come again. England driving towards the 7-metre line now.
Yeah, really good.
Run out of touches, and it's been a game of defence so far.
It has, yeah. Scotland are shutting down a couple of players from England here. They've seemed to have done their homework on England's strike players, and on the opposite side as well. I think the highlight of the game so far for me, until right now, has probably been England's midfield D. Scotland have got to ride that wave, because there's going to be a point where England will drop off, and they'll start having to shoot in ones like they did there. Scotland have got to start picking that off. There's that speed from Crisp. There's that left to right. I'll tell you what, was that a touch? No, what a score.
No, it's a score.
I thought that was a great recovery, but that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about Scotland's box office players, Crisp is top of the list. Picking up from half, middle scoop, getting to the outside of her opposite middle, and then exploiting that space. And that's a great reply. And to be
it was a good take by Hannah Spear as well, because
mega take.
Hannah
under
Crisp
pressure.
really fired the ball at her
Well,
with
that's the
some
thing.
speed.
If you're running at that speed, to be able to deliver that pass as well is a mega skill.
England coming right back.
Oh, great reply.
Emily Bayliss putting the ball down, and it's the perfect response from England.
So it's similar to what they scored off in the first half. It's a sweeper. Bayliss will pick up, step back. Scotland a little bit too tight.
Just guilty. I think that Scotland, two defenders going for the same player, which left Bayliss with a load of space.
It's a tough
to put the ball
one.
down.
It's a tough one. When the sweeper comes around and steps back, you want to have that middle channel as tight as possible, because that's the first gate you want to close. The second gate is the middle link one, and it was probably a second too slow. England have enjoyed with that sweeper and the progressions off it at the minute, and they've gone back to it with Emily Irons. Space galore.
Oh, and England suddenly putting the hammer down. Emily Irons goes through and puts the ball down, and England suddenly a 3-1 ahead.
Putting the iron hammer down. Emily Irons. Do you get it? And Irons is on a sweeper. Awesome. They're having so much joy with that, and they can keep going back to it because they've scored off 2 progressions off it now. And that one there, that standard one, was just a really good sweeper, and it's essentially speed v speed, and let's see who's fastest. Em Irons coming out on top for the second time.
It's going to be a bit of a killer for Scotland because they worked so hard to get that equaliser, and then within a couple of minutes they
tough one.
Down.
No, it's a tough one. Like England just looked really composed then, and that's not square. I'm not sure what the signal was from the ref there, but the play before that, Hannah Crisp on a really good hammer. If her wrapper had got round in time, Scotland were in on that short side. Like I said, I'm putting a lot on Hannah Crisp, but she's got to be the player that everything goes through on Scotland's line attack, especially when her pod's on. But she'll be fine with that. She's an experienced player.
Yeah.
She'll relish that that pressure to get a score.
But you see, I mean, when Scotland scored, everything went through her, and it seems everything good that Scotland's doing is going through her.
Yeah, and that's normal for her. That's normal. Just kind of shoulder that responsibility, especially in her pod of players.
It's England who are at the 7 metre. Patient build up.
32 shot.
Drop now. Is the space there?
Good D. That's good. That was much better from Scotland. They're covering that short side much better now. They're forcing England to come back to the open, and that was really good D. But again, like England are just midfield D so well. Carly Wynn is just an absolute menace on that far wing. Anytime Scotland go anywhere near their own box, she's just like in the face, and there's going to be someone helping her. Scotland have recovered well to get to a 5th touch scoop, and they've got space here. Burton's through. Free score.
Brilliant.
Woo!
Brilliantly done. Grace Burton going through.
Great. No, that was really good.
Gets it back to Katie Sanjuan.
We're talking about Crisp in her pod being the player, their strike player. Burton is the player in that pod, and they did so well to pick off the single England shooter to get to a 5th touch scoop.
But it was great play by Christina Tulloch as well, who went parallel with it, and it looked like that was the pass that was on.
Yeah. So
and then Katie Sanjuan just came from the back, and had the space.
That's what you want to do.
Yeah,
if Scotland obviously have a couple of players that are just speed, Hannah and Grace being one of them, 2 of them. Sorry. So if you've got players that are able to keep up with you, ball. Great pill.
Oh, and England come straight back again.
Oliver, right to left.
fabulous play across the line to the wing.
So they're going back to the sweeper again. This time they're not going to give it the sweeper. They're going to pick up short side, go against the grain, right to left. Carly Wynn, my favourite player, scores in the corner.
Great pass out by Hannah Spear as well. And so Scotland.
So Hannah Chris Pod's back on now. And like we said before, she'll look to be the strike player. She's going to run a hammer on this side. That's the play that they had a little bit of joy with before. Hannah's come back to the middle. Great D from Danny Gregory.
And
Great D.
You can sense what a danger Hannah Crisp is, because when that touch was made, the cheer that came from the box in front of the England box, they know how important that was.
You're dead right, yeah, you're dead right. When you shut down your opposition strike player, it's like it is a win. It is a win, especially because if you think about it, if you're running a strike move, good yards from Am Irons, good hands from Bronte Sykes. Yeah, if you shut down that strike play, it's 2 touches, just gone. So yeah, you're dead right.
It's England with a good drive once again.
Yeah, they've got space here. They've got a roll on. Yards, hands,
and it's going to be 5. It is.
Oh, beautiful.
Emily Simon puts the ball down, but it was a great move by England. Superb passing to create the space.
You know what? It was quite similar to that last game, the score that we were talking about in the Welsh men's, the Ireland men's 50s game, where they've obviously got a structure and a framework that they stick to with transition. But when you've got players that can just play heads up touch, exploit space, complete 3-on-2s, complete 2-on-1s, it just makes things so much easier. Sweeper for Scotland. They'll come back to the short side over the top. Oh,
what a take!
Great take, great D. Oh, no touch.
Kenzie McNaught,
wow.
Kirsty Venter.
So it's that sweeper play here, and Grace Burton will pick up and go against the grain, right to left, over the top. What a take!
Oh, it was
She's called the touch. She's called the touch. The referee's saying ball was down. So, I mean, that to me was great touch on both sides of the ball there. That was a great defensive recovery. The referee's judged that she's half a second too late, but the look for England will look to sweep with Bronte Sykes. This pod for England's really dangerous, especially when you've got Sykes one link, Irons the other, so Bronte will make her way to link and be an option for the sweeper. Now England have got sweepers both sides, and they'll go Bronte for the first one. Space there, in, score, down. See ya.
Bronte Sykes makes it 6-3, and it's like every time Scotland just show that little bit of inkling of getting back into the game, England are straight back down and scoring at the other end.
And it's that's gut wrenching for Scotland, because like you said, they're good enough to score, they're good enough to be in this game, but every time they do manage to get that score, it's like, well, England will just plod the way up the field, and especially when that pod was on that we saw then, when you've got 2 players at link that are so quick, skillful, experienced, it's a joy as a ball player to have those types of players. But Hannah Crisp will look to reply.
Who's space out on the right hand side. They're going to go back to the 7, but it's interesting after what was a tentative opening 3 or 4 minutes. It's been absolutely superb.
It's exploded a little bit, for both teams. I think that they've both been great. I think Scotland have got a chance here to pull it back. I don't think Scotland are 3 scores worse than, have been 3 scores worse than England this half. Scotland are definitely in this game. They just, Hannah especially on this pod, she's having to shoulder a lot of these plays, but she's up to the mark at the minute. Quickie left foot step. Again, I'd like to see Hannah running more. I would have her at half, picking up against the grain and using that speed against defenders that are tucking under. But she's going to run back into that quickie, get to the outside, 3-on-2.
Just not quite long enough.
No.
And it's good defence by England.
It is.
Cut out the options.
Yeah. And like I said, I think Scotland have got to look to the plays that they've had.
Oh, great play!
Racing through, she's gone. Nah, Hannah's got her.
What a great play!
Great
by
yards.
Pensy McNaught.
Scotland have recovered well here. If England can score here with a minute to go before half-time, 7-3 is a big lead. So they'll go straight back into that sweeper. And Scotland have defended that much better. Much better exit from the Scotland toucher.
England at the 7 metre though. Patient build-up.
And they're straight back into that 32 short early release. Yeah, no.
Turnover, good defence by Scotland, and this pod has been on quite a long time for Scotland.
They have, yeah. So this is the tough bit now, getting off the field. You know, you've been on, you've defended, you've had to chase down a little bit of a break here as well, and that's a tough one. That, but the way England's midfield has been, it's just been tenacious. Like they're not letting I think Scotland have had. Oh, that's big. So Scotland might get one play. Hopefully they get some comms from the box that they've got 10 seconds to play with. But you'd like to think I would just drive in, get one of your quicker players to pick up, and there's half time.
No, not through. The whistle has gone, and a fantastic first half. Well, we built it up as this was probably going to be the game of the day, and it's certainly not disappointed so far.
Not at all. No, I think. Like we were saying, I think England have been really good. I think the word that I would describe England's half is clinical on both sides of the ball. Their line attackers, especially with those sweeper plays, they have been clinical. It's their midfield D that has been the highlight for me. They've just given Scotland nothing. But when they have given Scotland something, they've got two scores out of it. And it was both.
Three.
No, when Scotland are getting a scoop from halfway, when they're able to pick off England on midfield or manage to get to a scoop, they're getting scores off it. So if I'm Scotland, I've got to persevere with that. So you see here, they get to a fifth touch option, a little bit of space, and Crisp is able to pick up and get to the outside, ball in two hands, able to still stay at that top level speed and execute a good finish there. But you see England here, just composure at the line. Right, I want to go straight into a sweeper with my strike players, step back off the left foot, there's my hole, there's my score. And England they're running their plays that they're comfortable running. They're running them well, and they're able to move to the next progression. So you see here, Em Irons comes round, picks off that the toucher hasn't covered her short side well enough, and she's just thinking, cool, I'll beat you on the outside. Same here with Scotland. They managed to get to a good fifth touch strike. Burton's able to scoop through mid scoop. And like you said before, just find the right option. If you've got players flooding through, it makes things so much easier. But like we're saying, England are just happy to just rip Scotland's heart out, and as soon as Scotland score and pull one back, it's like, sweet, we'll go down there, and we'll go straight back into our plays. And they've just been clinical this half.
I think this is the
good heads up play.
Emily Simon try.
Yeah, really good score. Good heads up, and that's from good transition from England.
Although I think this is probably the try of the game so far.
Oh yeah, I'd agree. Good right to left, but what a pick up off your laces, and like we said, that was good on both sides of the ball. Simon recovered really well to get across, and the referee adjudged that she was half a second too late. But that was great, that really good. Bronte Sykes loves a sweeper, gets round, right hand slam dunk finish.
So you see there's a big discussion going on on the England bench. You can see in front of us, Scotland have just given their chance, so they're heading back on to the field. There's still 2 minutes left until we start the second half.
Scotland are ready to go.
Yeah. England will be happy with their performance so far. I mean,
6-3 up against another top 4 team, probably top 3 team. You'd be happy with that. I wouldn't say they've had to stretch themselves too far on line attack. They've ran a couple of plays that they've not had to go too deep into their playbook at the minute. They've not had to go too far with their progressions, especially on the plays that seem to be their pet plays, which is obviously just a 33 sweeper. It seems to be working well for them. They've run a couple of progressions off it, but they've not had to go too far into their playbook at the minute. And Scotland are having to work really hard for their scores. I think if Scotland can D this set out and reply with a score, that's a huge start. And it, like we keep saying, this tap off now is a two-way swing. It could be a two-way swing. Like if England score, that's 7-3's
because we saw that in the last game, didn't we? The men's 50s, where it was 4-2 going into second half, and Ireland got those two quick tries right at the start, and then just completely shut down the game for the rest of the 18 minutes. England score here. It's a huge statement at the start of the second half, and it'll give them such a huge boost.
It is, and I think they want to make a statement because they've put on what I would think is their most successful attacking pod so far, and because of Irons and Sykes being at link, you just have speed outside you. And but alternatively, if Scotland shut them out and reply with a score, we've got game on. This is a massive couple of minutes.
So 2 touches to this point.
So they bring Sykes on the sweep. That's a really good touch, really good touch. They've held up the play, and they'll go back to that sweep. Eddie Sanrand, coach from the box, is calling backdoor coming. Where's that sweeper? And they've shut that second gate. What we were talking about before, that step back, that's the next progression for England, and Scotland have shut that down.
There we have final touch, and so that is turned out. So good defence by Scotland at the start there.
Good start from Scotland. They'll want to reply with a score here. If they can get a score back, then we've got a game here. And it's that midfield. I think England might have gone a tiny bit early there. I think the refs called them back. So it's for me, like we were saying, the highlight of the England at the minute is midfield D. Whether it's been legal every time, that's up to you. But they've just shut Scotland down, and they're not letting them run anything. Fifth touch, halfway. Crispin's got to scoot from halfway, and she'll do her best to create something off it. And it's a little bit of a Hail Mary play when you've got to scoot from your own half. And England are doing so well at forcing Scotland into that every time.
There's England starting again, and they're already at halfway. 2 touches, and this, I suppose, has been the difference really.
Massively, not only of England's midfield D been good, their midfield transition with the ball in hand has been just as good up until
a rare error there, though. And it is Scotland who will look to get the change, so they drive towards their box. Fresh legs coming on now.
So they'll bring on that next sort of attacking pod, and you want to get number 7 Leah Gladden scooping really, and she will look to do that, I think. No, she'll go down, and they do get to the 7, and it's back to 1. That's good. So Scotland will be really happy with that. They'll get a fresh set of 6.
7 metres out.
If they can pull it back to 6-4, that's a really good start for them.
So a great opportunity for Scotland.
I think the ref is just asking for a roll ball, which he gets in the end. Good defence from England. They'll go back to that 32 shot. Quickie from Gladden, maybe? No. It's a shame that I think they bent England out of shape there. Would have been nice to run a quickie when they did have England moving. Right foot step. Down. Good D.
Yeah, touch was made.
Yeah, good D. Really good.
I think it was Danny Gregory getting the touch in there.
Yeah, just closing that link hole, closing that next channel. Gladden and Smith will just look to keep running those plays. They pick up and go short side. Smith is quick, and she gets right. Great D. Great D from England.
Yeah, needed somebody open, and where they found that in the first half.
Yeah.
The England D learning from that and just completely
100%.
surrounding
Oh, that's a big error.
the half.
100%. Yeah, you're right. They've forced Scotland into the play that I thought they had quite a bit of success with, and they probably thought that as well. That's forward. So for Scotland to not get a score from that play that they had such success with in the first half, that's tough.
And it's England who have the ball again. They're already over halfway, and
They're just driving so well, England, and it's just moving upfield. It's nice and fluid. Everybody knows their job. They've got space on the outside. That's good D from his half court. Good D from Hannah Smith.
well, we said the opening couple of minutes of the half was going to be critical. No further scoring so far, and that is definitely going to favour England.
Yeah, and I think that forward pass off first touch from Scotland, that's not what you want. They've done that twice now, early in the count. You know what? Even though it is an error from Scotland, it's a forced error. England's pressure that they're putting Scotland under is just forcing them into errors.
Oh, that's around, and there it is. England stretched their lead further. Julia Unsworth goes over.
You know what? I think it was a sweeper again. England are having so much joy with it. Yeah, so she comes round, heads up play. There's your hole. Great dive.
Yeah. So Unsworth makes it 7-3, and England in a very strong position now.
Just being clinical there. England have had a couple of chances this half, but starting to take them now.
The 7 metre line, Scotland know they
Scotland are going
driven
back
well.
away there. And they do get a penalty, so Scotland have got to start pulling this back now. It's 7-3. It's a lot to overturn, but they've still got plenty of time to do it.
We've seen how well the England defence has held out in these situations so far, though.
Really good D from England.
Burton diving through, but was touched on the way. Has to go back to the 7. So Burton starts again.
So Burton will go back to that quickie again, I think. She does. Steps outside.
Space on the left-hand side, but that's forward.
Yeah, it's forward. It was an acrobatic dive, but I think it was forward. I think Carly made the touch as well, and yeah, that's really good. England look great on line defence.
They've really shut it down.
Yeah.
Shut it down since Scotland got their third try. They've not really given them much of an opportunity to get anything.
No, I think they've had one slip up on line defence. Obviously, Scotland have scored 3 times. There are other 2 scores coming from transition when they've just picked England off a tiny bit just a little bit of a mistake there from England. But obviously, like we were saying, England's line defence, they've only allowed Scotland in once on actual line defence. So they just look brilliant when they're defending their own line.
Here come Scotland going deep. The Hannah Chris pod is on again.
She's calling for back to 1, but I don't think she's got it. Chris will look to move into that quickie play and ball down.
So England have it back again, and again it's just the story of how the England defence has played in this second half. They've just absolutely shut down Scotland and really put up the barriers.
They have,
nothing.
Yeah, they have. They're great on line D, and I think we keep talking about their midfield D. It's the thing that's winning their game. As much as they have scored 7, but I think it's their midfield D that's just giving Scotland no room to breathe. Like they're kind of having one shot sometimes, and sometimes it's from halfway. It's really good from England.
It's Chris for game.
Quickie again.
Well, she dives through, but I think she was certainly touched on the way
Tell you
through.
what, Em Oliver's defended that really well. She's kind of skirted away to get back on side, and forced Crisp to step back into that middle channel where she knows her mate will be. She knows where her saving middle will be. So they'll run that same play, but the opposite. So a bit of a counties play, and Hannah looking to get off that left hand, and it's just not been able to execute it.
England have possession again. They're very deep in their own half. They're not going to mind too much.
It's good.
As
Good
long as they don't give away a penalty or make an error.
This is much better from Scotland. They've got to keep this up, otherwise England will get a roll on here. Sykes is calling for it down so she can get that scoop going. Good D. Good D from Hannah Crisp.
Came back well. Scotland have it again. 10 minutes to go in this second half. England 7-3 ahead. It's a very tall order for Scotland to try and get back into this game.
It is, yeah, it is. I think, you know what, it's similar to that game we just did, in that England could get to the point in the next couple of minutes where they could start pulling back a little bit. They'll go back to those sweepers, and Em Irons coming round looking for that hat-trick.
No,
and she's got it.
She's got it, yeah.
She has got it.
I thought the touch was made. I need to have a look at this again on the replay.
I think they might have been offside, so when Em Irons comes around here, I think the touch is on just off the 7. She comes back into that middle channel, and I think the referee's saying she's offside, or doesn't look like a touch was claimed even from the Scotland defenders.
No, I think it was more probably she touched the Scotland defenders as she dived through rather than them touching her.
If that's the case, that there was no touch made, that's a mega dive. Really good from Em Irons, and a well-deserved hat-trick.
So 8-3 England lead, and you would think that will put the seal on this game for them now.
Yeah, I think, with 9 minutes left, I think they can start. They can start, maybe not resting, but easing off a little bit. I think they've earned this lead with their midfield defence, and I think that will probably be the first thing for me that I would start easing off on. It's like, right, we don't need to go hell for leather on midfield D anymore. We can ease off a little bit. Yeah, Scotland might be able to claw back one or two scores off it, but in the context of this now 8-3, I think England might be okay with that, especially if it's going to save legs for the next 5 days.
Right. Oh, that's a rare error.
Yeah.
To be fair to both teams, have really kept the error count down.
Yeah, no, there's been some really good skill, and I think it's been a really good exhibition of touch. So Scotland will they probably know the game's gone at this point. It's going to be really tough to get 5 scores back, and they'll want to take something into tomorrow or the afternoon. Sorry, Burton on the counties, and they'll roll it back and they'll try again.
It's just again a great example of how well England have defended.
Oh, that's great. Especially, Scotland looks a little bit lost there. They'll break into that 32 long, Burton will skip on the outside, over the top. Great D from Carly Wynn. No interest in the ball behind her.
So
if you watch this, that last play, Scotland running that 32 long, Burton's trying to get on the outside of her play. If you watch Carly Wynn, the England winger, as soon as the ball goes over to her edge, she has no interest in the ball whatsoever anymore. It's just turn and focus on my winger, focus on my player.
Yeah,
so
she's just not going to get to the ball.
Yeah, she's not trying to intercept it. There's no chance. I've got no interest in catching that ball. I'm just going to put my opposite winger under as much pressure as possible, and she's done that, perfectly.
And here come England again.
Oh! Is that play on?
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. To have the presence of mind to pass the ball off as well.
That was great.
Amazing.
Scoop through, she skips through that, back pedals, roly-poly. Tips it back in and down.
Emily Rona Roper take about. To have that presence of mind to get it back to Julia Unsworth to pop the ball down. Absolutely incredible.
I think everyone thought there was a touch. I thought everyone stopped. So that was awesome.
I think she tripped and...
That was outstanding. That was great.
Basically did a backward roll, kept hold of the ball and then realised she was in the end zone. And only just had to pass the ball off.
That's really good, really good. 9-3 now, and yeah, England will just put this game on ice and they can start to dial it back to 70-60%.
Oh, that's good play. Just, again, matched by good defence.
Yeah, definitely. Scotland do look threatening. I don't think, especially with that first half, I don't think that England are 6 scores better. I think Scotland, they have been good value in this game and they do look threatening. And England have just been clinical. Yeah.
And that's the thing, Scotland have looked dangerous when they've got into position. It's just they've come up against a brilliantly managed defence. Yeah,
definitely. They're just... Hannah's looking to get to the outside. Good D.
Touch made. Scotland's still there though.
Oh. So yeah, England will just break into that transition now, and they're up by 6. This doesn't need to be 100 miles an hour. But at the same time, you do want to take stuff into the next game. You kind of don't want to be in that position where you're letting off, and they'll go to that short side scoop again. Good D from Hannah Crisp.
Just got the touch in.
Yeah, that's good.
And Hannah Crisp has had a lot of time on the field in this game, so to show the speed to get back there and get the touch in.
Yeah.
Because she's probably going to be feeling it about now.
Yeah, and I think she's used to that, especially in the women's open setup. I think she is sort of their strike player, their on-field coach. She shoulders a lot of that responsibility, and she will do for the next 5 days. And on one hand, yes, she is used to it, but on the other hand, it's 5 days, and you're going to have to manage those types of players. So, yeah, I think it's just about managing yourself, and England are in the position now where they can do that with their strike players, and they've earned the right to do so.
3 minutes left in the game, and England look threatening again.
Oh, I'm not sure if she played at that.
That's a fresh set.
Fresh set of 6, yeah. So England can just close this one out now. They'll use the whole set of 6. They'll probably keep the plays quite tight, and they'll go back into those sweepers. Danny Gregory happy to just take that touch and sort of chill out for a little bit. I would not be surprised if they break into a sweeper again, and they do. Happy to take that touch and a penalty. England will just be happy to just keep running through their plays and eating up that clock.
It's just that game management now, isn't it?
100%, yeah. There's plenty of experienced players and coaches that are maybe Peyton will try and get that ball down.
Back to the 7 it goes. Space over on the right hand side. Pass wasn't
there, you're right, yeah. It wasn't back to one, I don't think she played at it, but England have eaten up a lot of the clock there, and Scotland will probably get one more set of 6 to play this game out.
So 90 seconds left. And after what was a really, really good first half, England just absolutely dominant in this second half.
Yeah, that's the. I think if the first half they were clinical, second half you're right, they've just been dominant. Midfield D has been really good, and that's great feet straight through.
Can find someone open.
Really good D from England. Really good feed from Burton to get through, and just couldn't find an open mirror.
Christina Tulloch looking to get free, but the defence was just really, really tight once again from England. The second half, they've not given Scotland a sniff at all.
No, and in the first half, those short side scoops, those scoops against the grain, that's what Scotland were having success with, and that's where two of their scores came from. For England to shut them out completely in the second half is outstanding. Em Irons has had such a good game.
Can someone get free?
Yeah.
Yes, they can.
Great score.
But again, credit to Lydia Ticehurst there, who would look like the obvious pass and provided the foil.
Yeah, 100%. I think she's got through there with speed, and she's looking for that option. She's come all the way around in the in goal. England just looking to lose their opposite player, and Sykes at the back. Great into that game. Em Irons was awesome in that game.
So England win 10-3 against Scotland. A big test for England, and they've come through it really well. Scotland kept it close in the first half, but the second half, England just ran away with it.
You said it dead right. They were dominant. I think they were clinical in the first half with the line attack, and second half they were ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Their midfield D was just stifling for Scotland, and every time they got down to Scotland's line, you kind of thought there's a score coming here. And like we said, especially with that pod with Irons and Sykes, they just looked clinical, ruthless in line attack, and they were just menacing in midfield D. That for me, that is a bit of a statement win, especially that second half, to shut out a team that is probably top 3, top 4 in your own division. To shut them out in the second half for 20 minutes, that's a statement for me.
Well, Jordan, thanks once again for joining us. We'll have you back later, I'm
No
sure.
worries. Yeah, I'll be back later.
Ben Meakin will be with me for the next game. It's the men's 30 round robin game, Belgium against Switzerland. That's coming up very shortly. Don't go away.
Players and officials, 30-second warning. Players and officials, you're just approaching your 30-second warning. Luxembourg, puts 3, Luxembourg.
Welcome back to Nottingham. We're about to start this men's 30s clash between Belgium and Switzerland. Red against red, which is always great for the commentators. Belgium do have the black trim, which will help us tell them apart, and the black shorts as well. So men's 30s clash. Switzerland have had a game earlier today where they played England and lost 11-4. And this is Belgium's first game of the competition. So I'm delighted to welcome Ben Meakin, who's back with me on commentary.
Good afternoon all, how are we all doing?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Good.
Doing good. But what are you expecting from this one?
A lot of red running around. All we need is Wales on there really now, don't we? I think, as you said, I think it was... Did England beat Switzerland?
Yes, 11-4
yeah, so
earlier today.
That gives you a bit of a benchmark. I think Belgium's being their first game is definitely going to be a benefit here. Playing one game already ties their legs out, and then they've got to go back to back against a team that's not actually played yet. Hopefully that'll improve them.
It's Belgium who are on the attack. Going to the right hand side. Oh, well taken. Did he get it down before the touch?
No.
I think the touch was made, so Switzerland will have their first possession of this first half.
I think they're just going to try and get off the field, are they? Because they've just done a good D-set. They've just defended pretty well. So, yeah, they're looking to go towards their sub-box. Quite a risky... Need to get some go forward.
Yeah, they're looking quite fluent as they come forward, but there is an infringement. And
Referee's called ball down, sorry.
It's okay. Belgium. Oh. Whistles galore at the minute, and back it goes to Switzerland.
I think the referee's just working between the 10 metres, doesn't want any more. He said that one was the roll ball wasn't straight, so your hips have to be facing your score line, the one that you're going to score, and if your hips are skew with, as we call it, the ball gets turned over, and that's what happened there.
And Switzerland with a strong drive.
And we've got another whistle.
Another whistle, so...
more whistles than passes so far.
Rather error-strewn to start this game. Just need a bit of fluency and flow. Can Belgium provide it as they get to the 10-metre line? As University Park is bathed in sunshine.
Are we in Nottingham?
We are in Nottingham.
Yes.
I know it's unusual, but
last time I commentated it was raining, so
there's a chance for Belgium. Oh, brilliantly done. Really got himself free.
Belgium's first score of the tournament. And it looks like there's a scoop through. I will have to wait for the replay.
There we go.
So I think it was a scoop through the two middles, and the winger was left open, and the ball was just given out to him. So yeah, a nice start for Belgium in their European Championships.
Belgium one ahead. Oh, and it's another error. And it's been the story of the game so far.
Absolutely.
For both sides.
I think we're 3 or 4 minutes in, and we've had more errors than we have minutes on the clock. So that can make a massive toll on the game, because if you're defending more than you're attacking, that makes it a lot more difficult. Trust me.
It's Belgium's just calming it down a little now.
Looking to spread the ball. We've got a 32 short, 32 wrap. We've got a long ball.
Referee not happy with something.
He's just called the left middle offside. So when that touch, he made the touch. He didn't get back his 7 metres, and there was no advantage. So referees called a penalty. So a new set of 6 for Belgium to look to go 2 up with a nice early quickie.
Space on the right hand side. Comes back into the middle though.
So it's a 32 short, and ball down.
Just a mix up between Number 5, Kevin van der Mostelaar, and number 11, Julian Duprat. So Switzerland have the ball back again. It's a good drive by Switzerland so far. They're at the 7 metre.
Yeah, so between the 2 7 metres at the moment, the speed's quite good, and they're both going forward and backwards. But once they get to that 7 to 10 metre mark, they're making a few errors, and that's where a bit of you have to start using your brain at that point to start thinking about what you're doing. And at the moment, it feels like that nervous energy is causing them a few issues, should we say?
No. Belgium. Good drive at the 7 metre, but the touch is made. There's Quentin Jahan. He still has the ball now. Hands it off to Antoine Despas. And that was charged down. I think that may be a fresh set of 6 for Belgium.
Yeah, the referee also called offside, so the touch in middle never made it back to the line. The advantage was played, but the Switzerland link just came in and, a bit like a bird really, got the ball and knocked it down, so it's a fresh set of 6. And Belgium should be looking to go 2 up here.
And just patient build-up once again.
So they're going to send a sweep around, they're going to give it back to the dumper. And again, a bit like what I said earlier, it's just around that 7 metre line. They just need to make the right decision, and it's currently not happening. The intensity is really good though, and I think that's definitely going to make a difference at the end of this game, the second half especially. Whoever's the fittest team should come out on top of this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you think that may help Switzerland in the way that they've got a game in their legs, so they're probably used to the pace more?
Yes,
especially having faced England.
Especially playing England first up, you know, it's going to be one of your toughest, if not all. Have we got a score on the wing here?
Oh, well done.
We do. We've got a score, so that's 1-1. What? I think that was
Patrick Stadler taking the ball and popping it down.
It was a very similar score to the first one. It was a scoop through. It was a nice little step. So you got the 33 channel that was scooped through. The winger was free, long ball, and he just dotted the ball down. He was actually very close to the dead ball paint, really. So he's done very well to get that down.
Matt Winton, who got into the end zone, made the pass, and Patrick Stadler taking it and popping it down. So we are all square after 7 minutes.
I think after 7 minutes, 1-1 is probably is a good score. So the referee's just called an in the ruck play, so the defender came up too hard, and as the Belgium attacker put the ball on the floor, the Switzerland defender got in the ruck, so Belgium have gone through.
Oh, I think no, forward pass.
Yeah, so I think that was a sweeper play, sweeper pick up. The pick up went short side, and the referees called that the pass was touch and pass there. So yeah, that was first as well. So Belgium will be ruining that. They'd want to be using their full set of 6. But the speed this is being played at is quite ferocious. Really,
it is an incredible pace, and the sun has disappeared behind a cloud for a moment, but considering how warm it is out there today,
we've got another scoop, we've got another long ball.
Oh, great take.
Hand.
Jose Nicolas Otogo Nieto scoring the try there.
Again, we're very similar setups to the first score. We've got a scoop, he goes short side, the defence collapse in, and you've got a 3-on-2, and he completes it, and it's a one-handed catch and dive. So
Thomas Blazer getting the pass out there to Otogo Nieto.
So Switzerland have just gone back to back from doing exactly the same thing. They've gone 70 metres from try line to try line and caused 2 scores. So they'll be looking to defend this one out and do the same. But Belgium will look to hit back.
I mean, this is a team who Switzerland who obviously can score 4 against England. So that they certainly know how to put the ball over the try line. I suppose it's stopping Belgium doing the same, but unfortunately not that time.
Well, yeah, exactly. We've got a bit of a hit out here now. Belgium have just hit back after their score. After conceding to score another one. It was the Link that's drove in, and he actually got in the way of the defending Link, who couldn't make it onside, and he had to keep his line and could just get there before he was onside. So
all square,
all square,
2-2.
yeah.
Still not reached the 10-minute mark of the match yet.
And the best thing about touch here is when you concede, you get to go and try and attack to try and come back. So there's not many times you get the ball back when you concede. And look, there we go. Switzerland have hit straight back.
It's almost like a game of basketball at the moment.
We're end to end here, aren't we? So let's just try and dissect this one. So again, it was just a short runner. It was a 32 short. The runner's taking on the defending middle, and the Link's just chopped his hole, and the defensive Link couldn't get there.
Yeah, so that was a great play by the Link there, because for all intents and purposes, it looked like the pass was going out far side, and he just took it, fooled everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Popped it down.
He's got to chop his hole with speed, otherwise no defender will come towards him. So next time, if he chops his hole with the same intensity, the winger might chop it, the defending winger might get him, as Belgium look to hit back again. Nearly.
No, yeah, you'll have to go back to the 7.
They've still got 2 touches left, so they'll be looking to try and hit back, but they can try and go for a scoop. That's touch and pass, unfortunately.
Slight handling error. So Switzerland have the ball back. They have the 1 score advantage at the moment. Here they come again. Over halfway as they head towards the 10-metre line now.
Belgium have got a good defensive line here. They're not allowing them, the Swiss guys, to get their scoop like they did last time. There's no one really at half, and that's 6 touch. That was a good defensive set from Belgium, considering Switzerland have scored 2 of the last 3 scores from a scoop.
Yeah, it's Belgium who... Oh, gee, oh, that's a long
Yeah.
I can imagine there were some hearts in mouths at that moment.
Well, good job we're not playing Union, because that'd be a hospital pass and he'd be expecting to be put on his back. So it's last touch for Belgium. They're going to go short side. Nice little pop. And last touch.
That's right. I think he was claiming that the touch was a little on the over aggressive side, but nothing doing from the officials.
It's men's touch at the end of the day. Sometimes you're going to expect a little bit of over exuberant touch, and as you should be good enough to be able to put the ball on the floor if you've got a bit of contact.
Ball with Neil Walsh. Puts it down.
So again, Belgium are setting up their scoop. So the referee's now just called that he's made a hard touch. Personally, I think that was a bit unfair, but I'm not on the one officiating here. But Switzerland are going to look to try and get another score on the board here, and if they do, they'll go 2 up. So they're going to go for a quickie play.
Oh, down. Neil Walsh goes down, has to go back to the 7.
It's good defending by the Link, but if you look at the middle, but if you look at the person that's trying to run the quickie, as he dumps the ball, he goes backwards instead of going forwards.
Oh, good touch, good defence.
Yeah, well, the referee's just called a no touch, so if you're in the 7, you have to continue walking as a defender. And the Belgian player pulled out of the touch before it was made, which means he's not walking forward or advancing. So the referee's given a new set and a penalty, but Switzerland have given that one up quite easily.
Yeah, just Lucas Schmidt just not taking the ball with him, which gives Belgium the ball back. I say it, as well as tries, errors have been the story of this game as well. Both teams making quite a few errors,
and the referee blowing quite a lot.
Yeah, it's just stifles the flow a little bit.
Yeah, personally, from who's played men's his whole career, I would like to see the referees allow this to flow a bit more. I feel like they're trying to I wouldn't say influence the game, but they are calling the right calls, but I feel like it's not influencing the game, where if they allow the flow, they'll get a better flow of the game. But we'll see where they go in this next 5 minutes and then into the second half.
That goes down, but it's comes back to the 7, and it's Belgium who still have possession. They just seems to be a bit stop-start at the moment, doesn't it? It's a bit afloat now. Now they may get the opportunity to get something going, Belgium, but good defence by Switzerland.
So
back into the middle. It's still there for Belgium, but Switzerland defending quite high now. Here's the opportunity, but the whistle goes once again.
So the referee's just called that his hips aren't square again, and as he was going to the line, he probably wasn't. The referee was probably right on this one. So it's now Switzerland ball.
Yes, Switzerland change at their sub box.
So Scooper again. I think this is the same setup as last time.
Needs to find somebody open, but again, good recovery by the Belgian defence there.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like all of the players ended up in the exclusion zone at the end, so I think they all went dead. So back into the grind of Belgium trying to go up the field.
Are you always getting an indication how much it means that everyone around the Belgian sub box there was applauding that play when it was broken down?
I think personally, if you defend a set, it's actually better than scoring, because if you're working hard for your team and then your team in the box are all celebrating it, it actually means more than a score, because you're putting your body on the line, literally at times. And yeah, I genuinely think your box needs to be celebrating that more than the score, because they're doing all the hard work for you to then go out and hopefully get a score. We end up with a 32 dump right near the line. We've got Belgian guys. Got through.
Now, has he got it down? Yes, he has. Steven de Geter brings Belgium back on level terms.
So this score's pretty good actually. There's a 32 dump from the right middle. It was only 3 metres out. He's then scooped. He's then gone round his defensive middle, and there's the 3-on-2 and the winger on the outside. He's just dotted that down. It's a good finish. A defensive winger couldn't get there.
So, all square once again as we head towards the end of the half. Switzerland at the 7 metre though from the tap off.
Switzerland are looking to do a quickie here.
Oh, that's well played. And Switzerland do take the lead straight away. It was a tough pass to take as well, because that wasn't far off the ground. It was.
So it was a traditional, what we call a 33 quickie. The attacking players touched the defender, he stepped right, he's taken him short side, he stepped back and passed the ball. It's a bit of a hard pass, and it's nearly got to ground, but the defensive link couldn't get there to shut it down, and the opposite middles just dotted it down with a good hands.
Yeah, fair play to Matthew Conway. Adrian Villas with the pass.
I feel like his hamstrings will be feeling that one.
Yeah, he was full length. Oh, that's a good pass again, and it back out to the wing, but the touch is made.
So Belgium are setting up here. It's what we call a 32. So the right middle is trying to dump on the right, the left defensive middle, and then they're looking to go open side to where all the space is. And I say that, and they don't do exactly anything of what I've just said. And they go short side straight to the winger with a dot down.
So Belgium back on level terms straight away.
It's funny how that happens in touch. One team goes and scores, and then the other one comes back, and then we have a hit out for 5 minutes, and then it goes to a grind. And I feel like we might have a bit of a hit out until half time.
Okay, Bit of space for the winger to put the ball down on the pass from Ugo Sibili. So 4-4 into the final minute of the half. But I suppose it's the advantage of having that tap off with a set of 6 from halfway. It does allow you to get an attacking play rather quickly, but not that time.
No, it was just a short pass. A winger couldn't get there. I don't think it was the winger's fault. I think it was more the pass.
Down it goes again. Oh, it's a handling error, but he'll get away with it as the hooter goes.
Yeah, he does.
For half time. Sigh of relief blown by John Luke Salas there. And it is half time in this game, and we're all square at 4-4. And an interesting game. It's been strewn with errors, and it's not really had a flow, but we've had 8 tries.
Yeah, it's a weird one really. The first 5-10 minutes the referees were blowing the whistle, there was errors left, right and centre. Then we got a bit of a hit out with scores. And yeah, we're essentially drawing as we go into the second half, and I wonder if Belgium only being in their first game will be a benefit to the second half.
Yeah, you would think they will have fresher legs, but as we said earlier, maybe just having that game and an idea of the pace will have helped Switzerland probably manage it better. I guess we'll find out in the second half.
We will find out, and it's really interesting because if you look in European touch, you've probably got 2 divisions. You've got your home nation, let's say your England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, who play at a higher level because they've been playing for longer. And then you've got your mainland teams, your Switzerland, your Belgiums, and these guys these men are competing to try and be the best of that second category. And this is proving that European touch is getting better, and this is a very good game.
Yeah, see some of the tries. That was a really good take by Steven de Geerter to put the ball down. And Switzerland straight back. Great interplay between Adrian Villiers to Matthew Conway, who popped it down.
I would say that last score from Switzerland was the try of the touchdown of the half so far. It was the most eye-catching of touch. I think all the other scores so far have come from driving patterns, really. I would say 90% of the scores have come from driving patterns so far. So having a static play and a quickie step back into hole one, it's probably the nicest of the scores so far.
So you can see the teams in their huddles. Belgium arms around each other, close in.
They won't be doing that in game 2 when they're all sweaty.
Yeah, it's interesting. Switzerland, of course, are in the second game.
Yeah, that's why they've not got their hands around each other. I think both teams here will fancy their chances of taking the win.
Yeah, well, it's very, very close. I mean, neither team has managed to stretch a couple of tries ahead, and I get the feeling it's one of those games that if a team does manage to get 2 scores ahead, they'll probably go on to take the game.
I think so. It's 20 minutes of touch now, so if one team does go two scores ahead, I think they'll take that as well. I actually can't put my finger on who it'll be.
Yeah, looking back at men's 30 tournaments in 2012, it was France who took it. There wasn't a men's 30 competition in 2014, and then the last 2, 2016 and 2018, have both been won by England.
So that 2012 tournament where France won it, that team has pretty much moved through the age groups, and you'll see that They've won in other age grades. I think they've won men's 40s last 2018. So they're moving through the ages, whereas England are able to, keep their team fresh and keep it young. Young for an over 30s team, let's say, and they're able to bring in new players. So I think
it's just like having that depth of
absolutely
within the system, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it works from the ground up, right? So if you've got 15-year-olds playing, they're going to end up being 30 at some point, and the ones that are 20 when they're 15 become the 35s, and that's how it'll transpire over the years. And you look in the southern hemisphere. As soon as you turn 30 in Australia, you can't, unless you're a world beater, you're out there and you're straight into the 30s. Whereas here, if you are good enough still, you'll be playing men's open for a lot longer.
Yeah, it's the difference in depth, but depth is getting much bigger in this country. And what was it, 27 teams, I think, in the development series.
Yeah, exactly.
The same in the elite series this year.
Exactly, and if we can get that across all of Europe, then European Touch is in a good place. England Touch have done a lot of work in the background to ensure that we've got more teams. I think as European Touch, if we can follow that pathway of what England have done, then European Touch is going to be in good hands. And just hope it'll take time, and it is going slowly, but let's hope it gets there sooner rather than later as we start the second half.
Yeah, Switzerland with the tap off, and I think they've got it straight down again. Patrick Stadler, yes, it's given.
So I would say Switzerland's scores have probably had 3 or 4 of the same. They take on the defending middle, he goes short side, he actually goes long open side, and he dots the ball down. So
Neil Walsh with the pass, Patrick Stadler with the touchdown, and Switzerland with the perfect start to the second half for them. However, now it's Belgium's turn with a fresh set of 6 from the tap off on the halfway. Can they strike straight back as they have done quite a few times in this game already?
Yeah, it does feel like that. It does feel like Switzerland have gone up actually one each time, and then Belgium are the ones that are having to fight back. But they've always done that, so it'll be interesting to see what Switzerland and Belgium make of this next 5 minutes. I think it'll be quite crucial.
Well,
we've got an intercept. So this is essentially a tap off now because Belgium are just at halfway. So let's see if they can get a score here.
So
they've actually got an extra touch as well because it was an intercept.
Touch 0. So
here we go.
There's space out on the right hand side. I think it's down.
I don't think it is. I think the winger got the touch. Yeah, the lining up as they made the touch. So I think the link could have scored himself, but he looked to pass it. I think if he dives, he's in. But
got to credit the Swiss defence.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that looked, all intents and purposes, if it was a nailed on try. Oh, that pass doesn't find its mark, and once again Switzerland will start again. They are very deep in their own half, but they'll be glad to have possession.
So Belgium just changed it up there. They were running 32 scoops. Now they've just run a 32 counties where the dumper gets the ball back and then looks to go at the line. They didn't manage to convert it, but they've just changed it up. So we'll see if they continue to do that into the second half, or it was just a one-off. Again,
Switzerland driving well, and I think they've got a fresh set of 6 there.
Yeah, they've got the rewards for going hard and going forward, really. So they've now got a fresh set of 6, and they should be looking to go 2 up here.
Patient build-up so far as they go to the 7 metre. Lucas Schmidt pops it down. Neil Walsh picks it up. Back to Schmidt.
So a quickie play again.
I think the touch was made there yet.
Yeah, so Schmidt's just trying to get the ball back off the dump. I think he needs to go forwards and try and get his half to make him onside rather than go backwards. So he makes the touch and goes backwards every time. I think if he goes forward, he scores a few more.
Now, was that down?
Yes,
I think it was. Yes, so Switzerland do get that 2-try advantage. Martin Buttonshaw putting the ball down. So Switzerland lead 6-4, and now it's interesting.
We spoke about that 2-point lead, didn't we?
Yeah.
So I think they went short side, and the link just chopped the hole. I think Belgium did that in the first half, and the winger just couldn't get there. But that 2-point lead, we said it was going to be crucial. So Belgium have now got, I wouldn't say a massive task, but it's going to be a bit more difficult than a 1-point lead.
Yeah, so again, the pass coming from Neil Walsh. He seems to be pivotal to everything good that Switzerland are doing through the middle. And let's see what Belgium can do here.
They just seem a little bit rattled after those 2 scores, don't they? They're not sure if who's going down or... Oh, we've got some good footwork though.
I think applause from the Belgian box, but
I think it was more hope.
Yes, I don't think he's been given.
No, it was good footwork, but that is now last, and they've got no extra touches, so they've got to just play. So the referee's just called a touch and pass.
So Switzerland have the ball back, and Belgium's latest foray towards the try line doesn't reap any rewards. Switzerland just looking a little bit more fluent now.
Yes, absolutely. When they're driving up the pitch, and they've just got a new set of 6, so again, their rewards for running hard. When they're driving to their sub box, the people that are coming on from their sub box are actually going forward with a lot of momentum and speed, which are causing Belgium a few issues. So here's a quickie, and unlucky, he's run the right thing, but probably not on first. He's then just throwing the ball to the ground. Good speed from Belgium though, driving in the box, that's third. If we could have got the ball down, there would have been a way, but it's allowed the Swiss defence off the hook, I would say.
Yeah, so Belgium, 2 more touches to play with here.
Got an overlap.
Looks like this is a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, so that was another offside call. So Belgium will be looking to go get one back. Again, both teams are running very similar things here. They're trying to both run quickies. So we'll see if that works.
He's tapped away.
I think Belgium might just need to just carry on with the quickie, but looking at the second option to it. They're looking to just score. Maybe they could look to pass it off, or to run what we call a fire up against it. They've got a scoop.
There's still possession for Belgium back at the 7.
It's a
goes
long ball.
long. No, this is. I saw the risk sometimes of that long pass, and I think it's into the wind as well. It just holds up too much, so it allows the defender to come back and make the touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, if the ball is looped, it gives that time for the defensive winger to get across and make the touch. And sometimes, if the pass isn't good enough, then we've got another scoop here. We've got an overlap, 3 on 2.
And now was that charge down?
Yeah, it was. David Jemex, he's just shut that down.
Switzerland start again.
Neil Walsh is organising proceedings again, isn't he?
Oh, great pass!
It was it? No.
No.
Oh, just a late pass.
Oh, just see that again on the replay. It's popped down, and it's a really quick Gerald Howe who really just released it quickly, and Patrick Stadler popped it down.
The referee just thought he got the touch before he got the ball away. It was one of those unfortunate ones, really. And now the referee's just sent Lucas Schmidt for forced substitute. I think it was for a hard touch. So a forced substitute is a player has to go off and has to sub off, but a player can come back on. So you're not down a player. You just got to. Essentially, it's go and cool down. You're a bit too hot-headed. I feel like I've been called one of them or two a few times.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's something I've alluded to when I've covered England touch competitions, is how much respect is given to the officials. Like, there's no arguments straight off.
I think that comes from rugby in general, doesn't it? Where you know, kids are taught from a young age that they have to respect the referee. Maybe some other sports should take that into consideration.
Mentioning no names.
Mentioning no names.
Oh, that's a...
Or codes, should we say.
It's Belgium who have been given a fresh set of 6 well inside the Swiss half. So there's a good opportunity for them to pull it within 1. Oh, it's just beyond Trent McGiffert there.
Yeah, it feels like Belgium are just forcing it. I know they realise they're two scores down, and maybe they're just forcing it because of that. But I don't feel like they need to. They've still got just over 10 minutes to go. 2 scores in 10 minutes is easily doable. So maybe just sticking to game plan will be a good one here. There's another scoot. They're going to go 33 pickup. They go open side.
Long pass out to the right hand side.
Switzerland are just doing the right thing here. They're going 70 metres every single time. They're making Belgium really have to go down the other end of the pitch each and every time. So they've got some really good work going on here.
And Belgium over halfway.
It's good driving, good momentum. Don't need to stop that. Needs to go forward.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of hesitation from the sub box there that held them up a little bit. Although the passing has been very good in this drive. But they have turned it over to Switzerland.
Yeah, I think you've just said it there, Jono, that the subbing's is just a bit off, and when your subbing's not on point, you can't get the players on in the right position to make a strike dump, really. So I think they're struggling.
Oh, it's a good drive by Switzerland the other way. And the burners are on. Antoine Dispas, he needs someone there.
Great touch.
Oh, the touch was made. Oh, fantastic.
So Adrian Villas has scooped through there. He's got all the way through, but the Belgium defender has followed him all the way.
Oh yeah, brilliant dive and touch.
Yeah, we run a thing called mirrors where you follow the person. If that happens, you follow your defender, and he's followed his defender all the way and absolutely got a dive. And he's now running off because he's tired. Let's say
he's blowing a bit.
Yeah,
isn't it?
let's put it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's hands on knees.
Is Jean-Luc Salas again.
Here's another scoop through.
Oh, and this is, I think the touch might have been made. Yeah.
No.
It's been given.
Missed it. Back in the ball game, Belgium is.
Antoine Dispas puts the ball down.
So we've just celebrated that score, but for me, that is the Belgium number 9, who is Jean-Luc Salaz, is it? Who's made that defensive touch. You know, we said talking earlier about celebrating the defensive touch. He's just made that. They've gone 70 metres and scored. I would credit him with that score there.
Absolutely, an important touch, and it's brought Belgium right back into the game. But Switzerland are right back there again, and they've struck back straight away. It's Patrick Stadler again out on the left wing.
Yeah, it was the same setup that they've been doing all game, really. They're looking to get into the 33 channels, so the 2 middles in the middle of the park, looking for a scoop, and the defensive winger can't get to their winger, so he's dotted it down, and he's got a fair few this game, hasn't he?
It's Stadler putting the ball down again.
He's got a long way to go as well.
And Switzerland lead 7-5, so straight from the tap off they increase their lead back to 2 once again. And Belgium have worked really hard to get back within 1, and then straight away they're back to 2 behind.
And that's why we love touch. It's such an attacking sport where, you know, as soon as you concede, you can go and get that score back, and that's one of the best things about it.
So Switzerland have possession once again. They're very deep, looking to make the change. Fresh legs coming on now, but it was quite a messy change, and it's turned the ball back over to Belgium.
Referee was running the opposite way to everyone else to call the over the mark, and Belgium have got a chance to try and go one down, one back. Sorry.
And so Belgium.
So they're going to try and set something up here. We're going to go for a 23 dump.
Now, did
Has the referee called it?
Did he get it down?
No.
Back to the 7th.
So that was another change up. So instead of going for the middles, they've gone on the link. And actually, it's a really good change up. And I think if they continue with that change up, they might score some more. And actually, they should run it again now because Switzerland have just given the ball over, and it's Belgium's ball again. No one knows panic until you sub off and you've given a penalty away and you have to get back on and you're like, I've got to go defend.
Yeah.
No one knows that panic until you're in that situation.
Yeah.
Belgium have got the ball.
Oh, it's just too long. I think to use another analogy of sport, we both like it, is a bad line change.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you're like, you've given the ball back, you've had a howler, you run off, and your mates have got to look after you.
Yeah. They've got away with it, Switzerland, with some great speed
Yeah.
on that right-hand side.
I think Switzerland have just gone off the boil here. If they can go 70 metres again and put the pressure on Belgium, even if they don't get a score, 70 metres is hard to score from. It's this.
Touch was made just in time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just under 5 minutes to go. Belgium need to put the burners on now. Maybe they do need to start forcing it a little bit. Not loads. 2 scores in 5 minutes is fine. So Belgium on the sweep, about halfway. He's quick, he's going all the way. Can he put a dive on? No, he can't stop. Oh, what a score!
Fantastic score. Ugo Sibeli.
I mean, I wonder why he's jogging off. He should have his hand in the air like Alan Shearer here. He's come on, he's swept round, he's taken on his link, he's got on the outside, he's then got caught but stepped back right, got the ball back, taken on the same player he's taken on 3 times and then dotted it down.
So, hope for Belgium. 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes is plenty of time to score here.
They've got to stop Switzerland,
but like we
doing
say,
what they've
exactly
done and scoring from the tap off.
Exactly. Defensive sets are more crucial than attacking sets in this situation. And if I was Switzerland, I'd be rolling around trying to not doing that anyway.
And that's not the time to
cough the ball
up with an error. And Belgium driving well, but again there's another whistle. It will give Belgium the opportunity to make some changes though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do realise they're one down. Yep, they do, because they're going forward now. Oh!
Yeah, touch made.
Nearly. Fingertip touch.
2 minutes and change to go.
We've got a couple of touches left. What they're going to set up. They're going to set up that 23 we said on the short side. Oh, there he was. He dropped it on the line.
It was there for Belgium to get it back to 7 apiece.
Yeah, we spoke about Belgium changing it up from a 32 touch to a 23 touch to a touching on the defensive middle instead of the defensive link, and twice they've had a really good opportunity. And I think if they get one more chance, I'd be running that 23 quickie instead of the 32 scoop. But Switzerland are putting the pressure on.
It's a really good drive by Switzerland so far, but turned over. Belgium have it again. So is this going to be the final opportunity for Belgium?
They might get 1 or 2 sets, but they need to get down there. They need to get down there first.
Down it goes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We've got just over a minute, and they've got
fresh 6.
This is what we spoke about. 1 set left. This is it. Do or die.
So pressure now on the Swiss defence.
Be interesting to see what they run here. I'd go back to those 23s instead of the middle. I would go dumping on the link. Here they're doing it. They're going to try it. No, the middle comes to make it. They're going to run along. Has he got in? Long ball.
Oh, he's dodged away. I think he's down.
Score. No, I got too excited. It's actually a really good touch by the defensive link here.
It did look like Matthew Locust was over there. Oh, he's touched the game, but it's still Belgium's possession. 20 seconds to go.
I don't know whether I should be saying this, but that should definitely be a Switzerland ball. The half picked up, got touched. Oh.
No, 6 touches.
Oh, I would say that's now justified.
Yeah, and that is probably it.
I think so.
There
Here we go. That was a really good game.
And Belgium, full credit to them, they brought it right back at the end. Switzerland just holding on, just having enough.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an end-to-end. Each team going down, each attacking half. Switzerland just probably got the better of them with their drives, really, and I would say that's probably where they won it. No team lost that one. Switzerland probably just won it with their driving.
And both teams taking the handshakes. And it was a cracking game, as we'll see the highlights from the game on screen now.
So make sure you keep yourself well hydrated and some lotion on.
So,
Surprising when we saying that this morning.
So you see here from the first half, and throw as soon as we're at highlights. Yeah, Belgium with the try there.
I think the best thing, you can't actually see this on screen, but both Belgium and Switzerland teams are celebrating together, so that's the best thing about touch here.
Yeah, it's and a tunnel being formed for Belgium to come off, and despite losing the game, they certainly don't appear to be too downhearted. They're looking very good spirits down there.
It's the first game of the European Championships. You've lost by 1. You've given it your all. You've got 4.5 days to go. You can't be downbeat by 1 loss.
And in fact, if you looked at the screen, it would look like Belgium were the victors. And
Yeah,
Switzerland
absolutely. But that might be because Switzerland's played 2 games already and Belgium have only played 1.
Well, Ben, thanks for the moment. It's a pleasure to have your company again. We're going to head over to the studio where Ian is with Jordan, and he's also got Bronte Sykes and Emily Irons with him. Over to you, Ian.
Well, the sun's come out finally at the University of Nottingham Highfield Sports Complex. My name's Chris Wearmouth. I'm coming in to give Jonathan Bullard's vocal cords a much needed break after 8 hours almost of commentary during the course of the day, and we're going to be bringing you next the men's 40s round robin match between France and Ireland. Both of these teams have played one game already today. France won theirs against Scotland 12-6, whereas Ireland lost 2-10 to Jersey. England-Wales we saw on field one earlier on, with England beating Wales 9-4. I'm delighted to say Ben Meakin, resplendent in his shades now.
Good afternoon. I had my rain back on earlier, but sunny's around now.
Yeah, you were threatening a slidometer when we were doing our production meeting last night, and unfortunately it didn't materialise. But it was a shame, because I think at lunchtime you'd have been sliding in from a little bit longer out today. But that's all gone now that the sun's come out again.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think my knees would have held up from a couple of weeks ago either. Still got scars all over them. So maybe not. Maybe we'll get Mel Day to do that for us.
So we're seeing France are going to tap off. Playing from right to left as we look.
Have they got the best kit in the tournament?
France?
Yes.
They signed up with Le Coq Sportif, I think, which is the same kit as the national team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also Racing 92 as well.
You're right, you're absolutely right. And it is beautiful. It is very, very nice.
Two-tone blue.
Very French. But I really like it.
La Bleue Française. With Ireland going from playing from left to right in the white, with green and the occasional light orange as well, to match their national colours. So men's 40s. This is the kind of period of time where as a 43-year-old, I'm definitely not up to speed in this category. But it's the kind of time where physically it's going to be where multi-game days at 40 minutes is going to start to play havoc with people's legs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be challenging, to say the least. I don't envy these guys at all. I don't think I'll ever be playing when I'm over 40, especially with my knees currently. So I don't envy these guys, but they're running around. They're running really well as well. And France are looking to attack early off, and these...
Yeah, just a bit of a show and go, threatening to get the ball wide, but he keeps the ball himself, does number 6. Numero 6, Marc Lajus.
So, for anyone that's watched Touch before, watched this team, or watched men's 30s, we actually spoke about the French men's 30s from 2012, and they won that championships, and that team has now progressed to be in the men's 40s. You've got Mark, who everyone knows as the Silver Fox, and he is very good. He has always been good, runs a very good quickie and static game, and he's just shown us what he can do there.
And it was all created really by the sleight of hand and the dummies, and the running around him as well just froze, the Irish defence almost like rabbits in headlights.
Yes, absolutely. He's done that to the best of us, really, and he continues to do it now. But then I've just noticed number 5 for France, Jerome Denale. He actually plays for London Galaxy in the Development Touch series, so you'll see him at half right now. He used to play in the NTS series. I think obviously as his age has got on and the Galaxy players have come through the ranks to win the NTS, he's got dropped down to the Development, but still running around at Euros.
Lovely step and go there from the French number 4. I think the French 44. That's Olivier Noël. Lovely hands as well from William Palerme. And France have earned themselves a penalty. Ireland failing to get back to the goal line. And France have the ideal situation with which to extend their lead. Just the first touch there from Nicolas Eschwege.
It'll be interesting to see what France set up there. They're going to send a sweeper. So the referee's just given another penalty here. Yeah,
this time it's for not advancing or pulling out early. So you've got to keep advancing when you're in the 7-metre line as the defence. But now it's Ireland on alert. If they give away another penalty, they will lose a player to the naughty step for the remainder of that passage of play. Wilfred Malvone, 33. He passes it off to Stéphane Chanchibot.
And here comes Mark. I tell you, he will look to be setting up exactly the same thing. He's actually going to go for a 33 quickie. And Oh no. I mean, there's not a lot that can happen here.
There's good. Yeah, that's Jerome Denard. Sorry, not Stefan Chanchibot here on this near side. Unfortunately, the referee is half his size, and maybe he didn't see her because that was destined, seemingly, for try number 2.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, one of those things.
Referees are movable objects and they can't always get out of the way, unfortunately, and at that point they couldn't, so we have to just move on. It's not a controllable from the attack. They have to just control what they can here.
Yeah, and Ireland need to, having had that let off, that's Dara Irwin takes the play over the halfway line. Lovely little swerve and go, but there was a touch just on the way through, the faintest of touches. But this is a game of honesty, and that was given, and this time ball goes into touch from Ireland, and it'll be a restart to France. And this is going to be a restart. Stefan Chanchibot taps and goes. So we're just having a little bit of confusion about the restart.
Throwing the ball around.
But Ireland were taken back fully 15 metres. But this gives France plenty of space to play with, but they're looking to get fresh legs on that far side. And here they come. There's the first touch. The try scorer, Marc Lajus, gets some pace going, and then a bit of weaving. And hey presto, here comes that French handling. And all of a sudden, they are on the front foot and putting the pedal to the metal. Olivier Arnal takes the touch. He gets the ball back off the floor. Here comes Jerome Denali, the aforementioned Jerome Denali, with a stylish pepper pot, salt and pepper, should I say?
And with the sleeves rolled up, because he is got some big muscles in, and I'd be rolling my sleeves up if I was like him as well.
Sun's out, guns out.
Oh, absolutely.
But this time, France.
Those guns didn't work that time, unfortunately.
No, they didn't. The guns did not fire on this occasion. Ireland get let off again, but it's only a matter of time for France to extend their lead. But they just need maybe a little bit more composure in and around that 7 metre line. And Ireland this time, they get some good pace going forward. And half gets caught, though.
Dummy half was caught. So Ireland have got over the halfway for probably the first or second time, and they just got some momentum, which was quite nice to watch. But France's midfield defence currently is probably winning them out the game so far. So we'll see if they can continue to do that, or if Ireland can get over the top of them.
Yeah, very impressive so far, this French outfit. As you say, they won their opening game very comfortably, whereas Ireland lost to Jersey in their first game. Both of these teams will have to play England later in the week, but here come France. Oh, what a lovely, it's hit the brakes and they'll fly right by for Olivier Nouel.
Yeah, absolutely. So he runs a 32 short, so as he the dumper dumps the ball on the defensive middle, he runs a nice short line. He then puts on the brakes. You can now see the moulds on the bounds on the ground where he's stamped into them and stepped back, so no one shot on him, and he's got a nice big hole to walk into.
It's like he'd just had some new brake pads fitted at his MOT.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a few of these need a MOT.
But here come Ireland, 2 down. They're going to need to score if they're going to stay in this, and that's not really a heavy touch. I think it's the player off balance. That's Nigel, number 6. But now come Ireland looking to spread the play. That was Charles Gannon who put the ball out to the wing.
6th touch. Good defence by France there.
But it's the thing where Ireland needs to establish more patterns of play deep in that French half, because the only time they've got up to that 7 metre line is when they've tapped off from halfway. France now, Jerome Denali, is that given as a loss of control? Nope, they're just going to take the touch.
Good sportsmanship by both players there. I think the referee's just allowed the game to play on.
Jerome Denali, he with the guns out and the cuts. Has he rolled those up, or has he cut the sleeves off?
I really hope he's cut the sleeves off, but he can't have, can he?
You know, he's gone old school. David Soul, back from the early 90s.
Even I don't know. I don't even know who that is.
No, that's. I'm now showing. I'm showing definitely.
Everyone on the pitch would know.
Everybody on the pitch would know, and I know because I'm the same age as some of these people on the pitch. David Soul played Lucid for Scotland. Back in the early 90s, and when he would scrum down against Jeff Probyn, but he would cut his. He did what Jerome Denali's done.
He has, hasn't he? He's cut them.
He's cut them off.
Oh, he's done. And he looks great. To be fair, if I look half as good as that at 40, I will be cutting my sleeves as well.
I think he's 40 and then some. I think he was playing 40s. He won the gold medal with France in 2018. I think Jerome Denali was their captain.
Did he? So this team is, like I said earlier in the game before, this French team's been together for a while, and I think it probably showed in that first game where they won, and it's currently showing that they kind of got that cohesion and they all know what they're doing.
And here they come on the short line. The pace is going. That just died a death. It's Nicolas Eschwege just died a death on that pass, but we saw the try scorer Olivier Noel. He put some real pace on going through the middle there for the French as they put Ireland onto the back foot. But here come Ireland looking to get some fresh legs on, and they're getting some good
if they can
go
keep
forwards.
This momentum, they'll get a good strike on fifth. They've got one more until fifth, so it's now fifth. They should be looking to scoop.
Just no pace.
Yeah, they've just lost the momentum, unfortunately. They're getting to their own halfway line, they're getting some substitutes on, and then their substitutes aren't actually driving forward to give them that momentum and that fifth touch scoop.
Thanks to Jono, who's taken time out from his break to help with some pronunciations.
Just missed what the referee's called there, but Ireland look like they've got a penalty at least. So
yeah, this is the first time they're going to have a chance to build slightly deeper into the French half.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see what they're looking to run in their attack. You know, what their setup plays are. Currently, we're not sure because they've not had many touches. They need to get a bit closer to the line, to that dash 7 metre line to get an opportunity. They're going to run an open side, a scoop it was, and the long ball again died a death and just went to the floor.
Just talk me through the defensive system that France were playing there, because it looked to be kind of either a slow pistons or, and you can explain this to me in English, but like a slow pistons or alternatively like a pocket defence there.
Yeah, so essentially they're sending one defender up to try and make a couple of touches, and by doing that, if hopefully that person makes the touch, everyone else is relatively close to the line to get back on side within, very quickly to then get that scooper and to stop them from throwing the ball. So it works, but with the new rules of hanging back, sometimes there is a few flaws to it, but I think that's most defensive policies in touch. There's always flaws because we play an attacking sport.
And now Ireland, who had got back to within their 7, had to advance. They were not advancing, and France now have 6 touches 10 metres out from the Irish line. Jerome Denali, ball in hand. There's no touch there.
That was clearly no touch, but the referees definitely made the right call here. So as you were saying earlier, Chris, once the defence enter that 7 metre hash line, they have to advance forward, and as soon as they start retreating and not making forward advancement, they have to give a penalty. So that was the right call.
Jerome Denali, you've been bigging up his silky skills every time he's been on the field, and it pays off then with the scoring pass as France make it 3, and there's a bit of a chat happening between the referee.
There's a lot of hand wavering going on right now, but let's go back to that score. It was a sweeper. Jerome then picked up and went short side, and the link just chopped his hole, and a nice easy score. And the handbags after, I don't really know what it was about, but the referees seem to want to get the game going again.
Olivier Arnal, number 14 there with the score. Numero 15, I think.
Have you been practicing?
No.
Neither have I.
But I'm going to Vichy next week with the for the Junior Touch Championships, and going to go and do some photography, some videography, and I haven't been to France since before the pandemic, so
It's not
about 14. 14. Cans. So it's properly blown off the rust on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good time to practice before you go. We went. Our club team went to play in France a couple of months ago. It's a lovely place to play touch. You know, you've got the sun, you've got good food, good people around you, and you can always enjoy it. And here goes Silver Fox again. Maybe I shouldn't be saying Silver Fox, but he definitely is. Look at him.
It's just a scoop there from Marc Legis. Opened the scoring with the first score. This time he couldn't score because he was the half, but there was just no support there. I think he was completely outpaced the link and the winger on this team, and Ireland's defence holds firm.
I think he outpaced his own team as well, really. He ran away from them and they couldn't get to anyone in time, and again, some of the guys might not be as quick as they used to be, whereas I feel like Mark is still running at the same pace he was when he was 19.
It's one of those things. It's one of those things where you're never sure.
Oh, here we go. Long ball.
I think that's gone a bit forward as well. Potentially, yeah, that's been given as a forward pass. It's one of those things when he says running as fast as he did when he was 19. That either implies that you had no pace when you were 19, or you're a ridiculously fast 40-something.
I'm going to go, because I don't know him as a 19-year-old, so I'm going to go as a ridiculously fast 40-something, probably even late 40s, 50s, but he runs really, really well. I've faced him many a time. Again, we faced him when we went to France in our club competition, and he runs rings around people still. I don't know how he does it. His conditioning for his age is impeccable, so it's something that I aspire to be when I'm that age, definitely.
And of course it will benefit him playing against the likes of NQ Rebels and other European teams who are dominated by open space.
Oh, this is Jouet! Oh no! Ireland have been really unfortunate here. It was actually some really nice play. There was two cuts from France where the defensive Irish player was chasing. They've then cut on them. They did it again. They've then thrown the ball back, and unfortunately Ireland got their hands on, so it means France have got another set of 6 to try and get another score.
Nicolas Lemoyne there is the man who did that lovely pass.
Yeah, it was lovely.
But Ireland are going to have to work hard now to hold France out as we come 5 minutes to play in this opening half of this men's 40s round robin match. 6 teams in the half, and Ireland are they're having real problems with this play in and around the 7-metre line, whether it's a combination of retreating early, so you've got to keep advancing as we've been talking about, or just not making the line back. They're having some serious problems on their discipline.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the French attackers are playing with them a little bit. Oh, that is a brilliant score. I think that was Jerome again. He's then got a 32 short. He's hit the nice short line. He's then got on the outside of his defensive mid. He's then just turned his body to the right and got the ball down with a nice roll dive, really.
Yeah, he's attacked the defender who's retreating back to the goal line, who has to go in a relatively straight line. David White was the man who made that previous touch, and then getting back that 7 metres is really tough. And unfortunately, he didn't quite make that, wasn't able to adjust his line. Jerome Denali does just trying to think of a decent winger there in terms of a finish. That was a great dive, one-handed.
It's more of a rugby league finish rather than a rugby union finish. I went to the more sevens as well. I went to the sevens on Sunday for the Commonwealth, and there was some finishes like that, and you just think he's been watching the cameras too much.
It never ceases to amaze me, especially when you're watching Super League and the NRL, just how good the wingers are at finishing in tight spaces. Absolutely sensational, and especially in Australia where they all grow up playing touch. And that was the thing about the Australian women's team as well.
We spoke about that earlier, me and Jono.
Half of them have played Australian touch,
especially the women's team. Yeah, it makes a massive difference that they can throw 30 metres, they can run they can step, and that all comes from touch because they've been playing for so long.
Final touch there from the French, but again, some of that Jouet handling. And they look like they're just enjoying themselves, France. They're not really. I think there's definitely some more gears to come from this French team today if they need to step it up.
I agree with that. But that's a tournament as well. this is only day 1 of 5, so these guys are going to want to look after their bodies, go through the gears, and hopefully be at 6th, 7th gear, depending if you're Formula 1 or not, on day 5 and for the finals.
Ireland then just run a short line. Oh, the swerve we've been talking about. For Antoine Dupont at one end, it's Brian O'Driscoll at the other, and that's just a little bit of a swerve.
Yeah, so it's a link for the wing dump, and it's just a bit of a sideway motions, and he goes round them, and he goes in with a nice score with a dive.
Andrew Selby finds his inner Casper to ghost his way through the defence there.
He absolutely does.
But that's exactly what Ireland needed. They've been on the back foot for the majority of this half so far. So to be 4-1 down as the half-time hooter approaches.
Yeah, they haven't had much attack ball, have they? So when they've got down there, they need to make it count. And they definitely did that time, and hopefully they can do it a few more times.
Jerome Denali's the half. He can't get touched. Passes it inside to Olivier Arnal. Both of them have scored tries so far today. Here comes Jerome Denali on the scoop, finds the pass. Nicolas Lemoyne is there to support. We've seen scoops not work for the French as the supporters ran out. This time the support is there, and France strike back to restore the 4-try lead coming into the final minute before half-time.
Yeah, again, we've just got the two defensive middles both pulling corners, so that then creates a big hole through the middle, which Jerome's gone through, and the French evade his his defensive player, and dots the ball down just before the dead ball line.
Now here come Ireland. Can they get a much needed second try just before half time? They're finding it tough against a French defence which has stayed really solid and very structured, and you see that structure again. The previous winger comes into link to shut things down, and they swap places, and it's making life very, very difficult for Ireland, and they fail that exam. France restarts 8 metres out, one more touch before the break. And Ben, I think it's a fair enough scoreline, but France have definitely left at least 2 out there.
Yeah, at least. But I also think Ireland have left 1 out there as well. So we should have had a few more scores. But I definitely think the French are the better side on that first half.
Let's have a look at the first half tries then. So this one was the opener from Marc Lejus, and just rounding the defence, showing some good footwork on the wrap to dot down. And the second, again, some intricate play from the French just to tie in Ireland's defence. Hitting the short line, slam. Oh, that was just...
It was the twinkle toes, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, Olivier Noël, 44. This time, Jerome Denali, he fixes his defender and then finds Olivier Arnal. And Denali was going to get on the score sheet again. But this time, that's some lovely... Again, what the French seem to be able to do is just to fix their defenders. They are causing Ireland's defence nightmares.
Yeah, it's very much like their rugby union team. Actually, they like to run. They like to get on the outside, and then once the defender commits themselves so much that they pop the ball back inside and then use that space inside them.
Not necessarily the most intricate play to create that score for Jerome Denali, but definitely the finish of the half so far. And this is Ireland's sole try, and again, that was a lovely finish. This time, it's a rare breakdown from the French defence, just made by just hitting a gap just behind the defender. And you were talking earlier on about how France are sending one defender up, and sometimes it can backfire on you, just like it did just then from Ireland, even though they then conceded just before the half.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're sending up the wrong player or they're not sure what they're doing, then it can create a big dog leg, and that's what happened in that score. And Ireland got on the score sheet. It
has been almost a perfect weather day for the older age categories today, hasn't it? It's low to mid-20s. We had the rain at lunchtime. It was a bit of a breeze, still a bit of a breeze. And when you look at the forecast, particularly Friday, Saturday, it's going to be hot and it's going to be sunny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any touch player that's played 3, 4, 5 days, they want it to be warm. So when they actually go and warm up for their 13th, 14th time, they want to be warm. And when the weather's as hot as it is, it does help just that little bit to get you moving again.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time, not least because Ben's got some lunch, which he's been waiting several hours for.
I've been drooling over it.
So you have your lunch. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the second half of this men's 40s game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning.
Few have just joined us, even if it was 3 minutes ago. Ben Meakin is currently working through his burger, but I'm going to leave him to Karen working through his burger. Just to tell you a little bit about where we are here all week, if you are in the East Midlands, or even if you're a little bit further afield and fancy coming down and checking out some international touch, then we are at the University of Nottingham's Highfield Sports Centre, the Sports University of the Year 2019 and 2021, as you can see on their bleachers over on the far side, which will be packed when it comes to Saturday afternoon, and fully looking forward to the Men's Open, because I think we'll have a very quick chat about that, Ben, just before this starts. I think when you look at some of the results, I think this is going to be a three-way competition between France, Ireland and England.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me, I've just finished my burger, so apologies. Yeah, I think this morning has shown that there's been, I wouldn't say shock results, but results that are probably a little less unexpected, and it means that France, Ireland and England are all going to be competing for that European Championship, and it's a welcome change really. If you look at what England men have done for the last few championships, it's nice to get some competition.
And that's a loss to France, and I've not seen the latest results from the last round of matches, but it was England's only loss of the day so far, so unfortunately but I know that for that case, sticking with our very parochial England hat on, but you know, Tim Osborne and Jeff Bimpton and Martin Wright are going to really have had a stern chat with the lads since then.
Yeah, absolutely. So England Men's Open in European Championships haven't lost since and we've just got a score on the wing by France here, so we'll just run that and then I'll go back to the point I was making about England.
Yeah, it's lovely over, just the winger just unmarked on that far side, created by...
So this is just a quickie setup again, and everyone's on the outside, he's on the outside and the wing is free and he just dots it down. So yeah, going back to my comments about England, they've not lost since 2012 since the 2012 final when they lost to Scotland. And sometimes you actually, every time you lose more, you learn more from a loss than you do from winning. So it might be the kick up the bottom, shall we say, that England need to move forward. Or it might work in against them and it gives France and Ireland the impetus to go on and go over the top of them. We'll see.
Talking of France and Ireland, and we'll come back to the game that's just in front of us, because the France men's 40s team in blue, their traditional blue, playing from left to right as we're looking, they're starting to put on a little bit of a masterclass. They've obviously had a talking to at half-time to say we are better than we played in that first half, and it's just a little bit of a shutdown there from Nicolas Lemoine, who just got touched on the way through, seeming as if the winger was open again. But France have obviously given themselves a good talking to. We said they left at least a couple of tries out there in the first half. Jerome Denali, it's him, the twink. What a lovely bit of footwork there from the tall man with the cut-off sleeves. And he creates try number 7 for the French.
Or has he? Referees are deliberating on this one. But they've both put their hands across with the swipe, and the referee puts his palm up, and that is the score. You're right, again, twinkle toes. He's actually watched his defensive middle. The defensive middle's pulled his corner towards the defensive right. He's then pulled short, so gone through the middle again, and he looked like he was going to run out, but he's managed to pop the ball over for the score. I'm not sure who actually scored that one.
But Jérôme Denali, number 5, and Marc Lejus, number 6, have really been France's key playmakers, and as the week goes on, you're going to need to keep an eye very much on them.
Yeah, absolutely. They've played at the highest level for a long, long time, both club level, international level, World Cups, European Championships, and they know what they're doing. You know, everyone says you lose it in the feet and the body, but the mind continues ticking, and when you play at this level, everyone's in the same kind of shape as you, so if your mind's even as 5% better, you're going to get over the top.
Stephen Kavanagh got touched on the way down, but Ireland now have a touch still to play. Little bit of a juggle. Peter Dolgoruki just gets touched on the way down there for Ireland. 6 touch and turnover, but that was some nice set-up play from the Irish, asking a few questions of the French defence, but France have the answers. And here comes try scorer Marc Lejus. This time he's acting a bit of playmaker off the floor, finds Olivier Matty, and now it's Lejus again to Matty. Oh, and he's just dropped that, just going forward. And here come Ireland. They need some tempo going, and here it comes. They want to get a quick restart. They want to ask questions, but that's a loss of control, unfortunately. Referee Mike Davis.
Oh, we need some Ireland players on the pitch, otherwise there's going to be a walk-in. But they've panicked, which you said in that last game. There's nothing more than the panic when your team leave you and you have to all run on and substitute at that point and start defending. There's not panic like it.
This is going to be an interesting call now, because they're giving... So the Irish were asking if France had fumbled it, and either the referee hadn't seen it or he thought that everything was fine, but he's been given a penalty, I think, for a bit of back chat. That's grounded short anyway. There's a touch and grounded short. That's Olivier Matty. He was asking questions, or interplaying superbly with Marc Lejus, and the two of them combine again right in the middle. There's a smell of, you can see the steam, smoke coming off the South African braai, drifts across this field one. I think everybody's going to be wanting some of that for dinner when they come off. This is their second game, second of 2 today for the men's 40s.
Get on the recovery after that. Oh, great footwork.
And that's a second of the half for that far side winger, and when he turns around we'll let you know his name, but that's the second time he's been on the receiving end. The first time was Jérôme Denali, who I think fizzed the pass. The second one was Marc Lejus, and that is Christophe Guérin-Langlois.
Yeah, so again, Silver Fox has just picked the ball up. He's stood his defender up one-on-one. He's gone round him, and the winger was open, and it's a really good long ball to get there, and it's a simple dot down in the end.
Ireland defending tight, and France are not afraid to go round over the top and round the outside to score. The play on for the Irish. Ball was flying about on the deck before it got picked up, but everything can carry on, and Ireland need to get a score. It's just a little bit of unfortunate handling there for the Irish, but it's been given as a penalty for a late pass.
Yeah, Ireland are getting into all the right positions, really. It's just that last pass or that last thought to make sure that they're getting the score. So even if they take 5% off or a bit less speed, they'll then get that. I think they'll get a few more scores.
Fingers crossed they do, because I think this needs to become a little bit more competitive. I mean, for the neutral, you want it to be a bit more competitive. I think, obviously, from a French persuasion, you are loving this. We saw his twinkle toes in the first half, Olivier Noël, and here he goes again, this time in attack. It's a little bit further out, and it's put France into the attack, deep into the Irish half, and they've got a penalty. Once again, Ireland conceding a penalty in their 7 on or around their goal line, and it's no surprise given the pace that the French attacked. Here comes the tap from William Palerme, And that is try number 9 for France.
Yeah, and just the guy with the long socks, he just makes a big right foot step after making the touch. After tapping the penalty, and just goes around his player and walks in, really. So is that 9 now?
Yep, that's 9 up for the French. And that time I think the link just assumed that he would have to pass the ball as the half, because that's what will normally happen in that situation. But from a tap, the person who tapped it can score, and that's what happened. So a little bit of a breakdown, a little bit of lack of concentration in the Irish defence, but they have had to work hard today, particularly deep in their own half. And so that's a heavy touch in attack.
Yeah,
it's overstepping the mark maybe, but it's certainly...
I think you're probably right as well. He's put his arm out, and that's actually caused him to go over the mark, so it's a bit of both. Probably the right call from the referee.
France, who have impressed with their pace and directness and a lot of their handling. This is a complete performance we're seeing from the French. They get away with a bit of a bounce ball at the roll ball there, but if you get away with things, you want to make the most of them, and that's what they're doing. Jerome Denali is beckoning the defenders to come to him.
He's wanting them to come up, isn't he? Because that means they have to take a lot more time to get onside, and he's just shown the reason why.
Yeah, and the touch was made, but the defender didn't get back to the goal line. Play through comes the call. Jerome Denali gets his second.
He's playing well, isn't he?
Jerome, yeah, I think I've been really impressed by Jerome Denali, number 5. We said Marc Lejus, number 6, but also their other mids and the other players stand out. Olivier Noël, who's got that little bit extra. He's got that stardust really to break a game open.
This game is obviously about speed. It's about passing the ball, but if you've got all of that plus agility, you can go a long way. And he's shown a couple of times now he can go around people with ease with his footwork, and yeah, he's shown that he can do that. As Ireland just dropped the ball again, so France will come on the attack, look to sub off as they always do, and get a transition to see which one of their playmakers come on and try and scoop and get a score.
It's interesting they've kept the far winger. He scored 2 this half, Christophe Guérin-Langlois, number 9, and he stayed on the whole time and has helped create the opportunity for France to go over for try number 11. Wilfried Malveau, as France are sharing the love when it comes to the tries now.
Well, we're talking about twinkle toes and speed. He's just swept on here, and he just keeps running and running and running. Gets through 2 players, and he's got a swarm of Irish players around him, and no one can make the touch.
Yeah, he just seemed to get the momentum going from about 15 metres out of shot, just popping onto Marc Lejus's pass, and it's no surprise that they are both off the field.
Yeah, going back to your point about the wingers, so in touch you're only allowed 14 players in a match day, match squad, and you try and use as many players as you can between your middle and links, because they're the ones technically doing all the sprinting work, not the long distance running but the intense running, so they're looking to the ones that sub, whereas our wingers are trying to be a bit more anaerobic, as French has come down for another 32 short. And there's the winger that we were talking about. Has he got the footwork as well? He has. Has he got the dive? He doesn't need it, and he's in.
Stéphane Chanchibot. We saw him be denied in the first half because we had a referee and him collide. I was going to try and put it a little bit politer than that, but they got in each other's way, should we say? But this time there's absolutely no denying the winger. And like I said, they've kept both their wingers on, so what they've in effect got are 3 pods
of 4,
and are able to rotate and, as you say, to keep legs slightly fresher for this. For, as you said in the first half, what's very important as you get older.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice little pop. Was it 4? I think it might be 4 if referees are deliberating over it. He steps back, gives a penalty. What's he given the penalty for? Not advancing
not
forward,
advancing.
I believe.
Yep, not advancing.
So normally teams, it's very European based, where they play in pod systems, where they play 3 pods of 4, and that's because they want to be in the same positions with the same players every single time they're on the field, so everyone knows what they're doing, and it's definitely a benefit of some. Sometimes it can be the downside if someone gets injured, but if no one's injured, then the positives definitely outweigh the negatives.
We're staying with the Masters division next up here on Field 1 as Mark Lugis threatens to break open the game once again. Calcutta Cup game, England against Scotland, that's coming up at 4:25. And then at 5:15 we have the Women's Open between Wales and Ireland, and then the final game of the day is at 6:05, the Men's Open. Finishing the day as we started it, but this time it's going to be Scotland and Wales.
3 really good games actually. I was just looking at them. You've got England, Scotland and Wales and Ireland in the women's 35s first and then Women's Open. 2 really competitive games, and that's what we want from Field 1, as many competitive games to showcase our sport.
What's great to see in the women's 35s, just a very quick preview of that, is to see that 4 years ago there were only England and Scotland playing in the women's 35s, and this year they've got 6 teams, I think, in the division.
Really? So we were actually speaking about the age groups and how they should develop over the years. So if you look at the Southern Hemisphere, touch players start from when they're 5 and they go to age grades, they go to Opens, then they go to seniors and Masters. Whereas in England we haven't got that depth yet, but the depth is starting to be built. And you can see that now with the 2 teams going to 6 in the women's 35s, and that's really good for the depth of European touch.
And we're seeing, talking of strength in depth, the French men's 40s, the reigning European champions in this age category, and they are showing exactly why they could very well be favourites this time around for the same crown, because they have been very, very impressive against Ireland.
I would say clinical. I know it was 2 scores in the first that they probably left out there, but clinical again, running through the link hole after just a 32 long, and yeah, I would say it's very clinical at the moment.
Christophe Faisole, sorry, my French pronunciation, as you can tell, is appalling.
Do you realise why I've not said one French name yet?
And you've been to France more recently than me.
Exactly.
But I'm not going to try and pretend I'm not going to try and pretend to be Eddie Butler with my pronunciation.
I made a fool of myself out there. I'm not doing it again.
So we will improve for day 2 and day 3 and day 4 and day 5.
Just as the touch players are.
Absolutely. And everybody's starting to really click into gear here at the European Touch Championships. It's been 3.5 years since there was any international touch. Well, on this kind of scale, obviously we had the autumn series in Manchester last September, which included Ireland, but I don't think they played a bit of men's 40s.
No, I don't believe they did either.
But but in terms of this scale, and you're starting to see the teams just start to remember what it's like to play at this level.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a different kettle of fish really when you're running with your club and trying to run hard. There's nothing like international touch. The speed of it at any age grade, because it's obviously that's why you play age grade, and the speed's always going to be a big factor. As the ball didn't bobble. Oh
no, it's been play on from the referee. I think Jerome Denali was asking if there was a bit of a body check.
I think the far sideline referee has just said that there was a ball down, which I probably agree with. So it should now be an Ireland roll ball, which they've got on quickly. And Jerome's trying to talk to the referee, trying to make them change their mind. But I think I, for one, know that they're not going to.
Yeah, that try was not given. So Ireland having had a let-off, but this contest was over by the half-time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes when you're 4 or 5 down, I don't think it was about the score at half-time. I think it was about the showing. And France were definitely the most complete team in that first half, and they've definitely dominated this second one as well.
And France came firing out of the blocks in the start of the second half, after having left a couple out there. But I don't think they've left any out there today. I mean, maybe that last one, but that was that was not from a poor pass or anything like that. That was just a little fumble on the deck, which was picked up.
Yeah, and I think what we were just saying a moment ago, where teams are trying to build, you're building from half 1 to half 2 in each game, and if you can get better each game, then when you make those finals or the final day and France just go over for another one, it's a very similar score to a fair few others where the middles are getting on outside of their defensive middles, and the links are just chopping holes and going straight through, and it's a nice simple pass and another score for France.
Yeah, that was Nicolas Eschwege going over for the score, but it was Olivier Noel. Now, we talked about his dancing feet in the first half and also in the second, but that time I think maybe Ireland were worried about those dancing feet, and it just creates creates the space.
When you've got dancing feet, you then start to cause indecision between the defence, and obviously at that time he got on the outside. The defensive link thought he was going to score, so he came in, and it left a big hole on the outside of him. Maybe he just should have just stayed out a little bit.
Ireland now seeking just a consolation. Their only try came in the first half, and by then the game was virtually gone for them. And that's a 6-touch and a turnover.
Bit of confusion with the referees. I think they were talking about the subbing. And it's just over a minute to go, minute and a half to go. France will look to try and go 70 metres again and try and get another score.
And you wouldn't put it past them, would you?
Absolutely not. You know, the speed that they run with is really causing the Ireland defence a lot of stress, I would say.
And here come Mark Legis. He opened the scoring 40 minutes ago, and here he is setting up a strike play on the Irish 7-metre line. Will he finish things off?
Potentially he will.
He scored the first, he scores the 15th, and this is a comprehensive win for France. And I think we talked about their speed, we've talked about their skill. The third S is stamina, and to play 40 minutes like that, as intense as that, is very impressive.
It is indeed, it absolutely is. You know, it's quite a warm day, so playing at that speed, and yeah, you're right, the stamina to go 40 minutes is very impressive. And you know what, I'm going to put it out there, I think they'll win this championship in the 40s category. Even with my England hat on, I think they might, and that pains me to say.
Well, they are going to be playing England tomorrow, and we will keep an eye on how that result is. And France can now just see out the last 15 seconds with a penalty, but they opt to roll ball, and Jerome Denali points upfield, and France can now just relax, take that final touch, and will be able to head off for their recovery and their evening meal. Maybe even they will be tempted by the smoke and the smell of the braai to our left.
I think we all should be, and I think they'll probably have a glass of red after that performance as well.
Well, congratulations to France. Thanks very much to Ben. We will see you later today, or if not later today, we will see you tomorrow. Jono will be back to bring you the Women's 35s round robin between England and Scotland in just under 5 minutes' time. And go make yourself a quick cold drink or a warm drink, and then rejoin us.
So wish you all many more years of happiness.
Welcome back to Highfields Park here in Nottingham. We've got 3 more games left today, and what we've got next is the women's 35 clash between England and Scotland. I'm delighted to say, joining me on co-commentary once again is Mel Day.
Hello, how are you?
Better now I've had a game off. Rearing to go for the last 3 games now.
Rested the voice box, ready for the last games of the day.
Yeah. Now, as you said to me just before we came on, you have intimate knowledge of this category.
I do.
So
I'll leave the messy details off air.
But both teams have played earlier today at 1 o'clock. England beating Wales 9-1 and Scotland falling to Ireland 4-2.
Yeah, Scotland have a lot of experienced players in their team. And being an ex-ref, they've got a couple of ladies I've refereed. And number 5, Elsa Falconer. Number 8, Rachel Howe. But they do have some really solid players in their team. So, yeah, let's hope they take it to the England 35s. But England 35s, bronze medalists at the last World Cup, and I think this is probably one of the hardest teams to select in terms of quality of players across the park. So 35s, I think, the definite favourites for this match.
Yeah. 35s in the last European Championships in 2018. It was an actually test series with Scotland, which they won 3-0, and England with a great start there, straight from the tap off, and they're 1-0 ahead.
Yeah, great hole hitting there by Sue Ellen. Good there. We'll watch it back on the replay. You can see her just chopping that hole really well, straight in. Marnie Wills with the assist. Great start. 1 minute down, 1 try scored.
Yeah, Sue Ellen good. With the opening try for England, as you're saying, there was only 2 35s teams in the last European Championships. England played Scotland in a 3-test series, England winning that one 2-1. So on that basis, you would expect a close game here.
Yeah, I remember the last Euros, and they won the first one, and that was a really tight game. In the second one, they went down in that second match and then came through for the deciding test match.
Yeah, 1-0 in the deciding game, so really tight.
A very, very tight game, and it's fantastic for the 35s to have their own. We can see a referee go down in the background. There'll definitely be fines for him in terms of that within the referee court session later on. But yeah, it's great for them to have their standalone division. Last year, as they played with the 27s, but 4 teams playing around robin this time around, and Scotland having a couple of cracks at the line here. I think just the second touch. Yeah,
just at the 7 metre, just stepping back a bit. Good defence so far by England.
Yeah, Sarah Ebbett, the 14, is quite a strong playmaker for the 35s. There she goes, picking up from half and ball down. Yeah, Sarah Ebbett, great speed on her, and England will be driving up off their line.
So England coming forward. It's a good drive so far, but it's a good touch.
Incredible speed by Nola Quinn. Used to be a Scottish player, used to play for Scotland Senior Mix, Nolgs as she's known as, but yeah, exceptional speed.
Oh, that's it. Lewis Lamb, who after the Elite Series, Development Series, you don't expect to see that sort of handling error from her.
No, Lois is an exceptional player in his 35s. Just like looking at the park now, you've got Kylie Hutchison, the most capped player for England. There in the mids, Rebecca Maxwell, really strong player, just quality across the park. And it's almost disappointing that they're not playing in the 27s division, because it would have been really interesting to see this team play against some of the 27s, because they are that strong that I think they would have done quite well.
They got a few fresh legs on now as England do hold the 1-0 advantage, drive towards the line once again. Half needs to find a mark, and I think that's down.
Excellent work. Leah Cuthbertson scoring there off a fantastic scoop.
Yeah, just
Vicky Tomlinson, a winger, coming in there, scooping straight through the middles. You can see the middles just kind of backs facing towards each other, hole opening up in the middle. Great score by Leah.
yeah, Leah Forbes Cuthbertson getting the ball down. It was made by Vicky Tomlinson. Great speed going into the zone.
And Leah also originally, she's from Scotland as well. Her family still live up there. She's been living in England for quite a while now. She hurdled Hadrian's Wall a fair few years ago. And an incredibly strong player. Previous mixed open representative, women's open representative for England. Coaches a lot of the junior teams as well. So it's fantastic to have her in this 35s team.
And England coming forward again, and this is starting to look ominous for Scotland already. But fortunately for them, the pass is off mark and they will have the ball back, but it's been a very strong start by England.
Yeah, I think they're going to be really happy. Like, they've had one handling error, but since then they've held it for 6 and had a couple of really strong strike dumps. And I think with this 35s team, they were able to set up those strike dumps and have those from, say, 15 metres out, and for them to be incredibly effective with really fast scoopers and things like that. But Scotland, unfortunately, just putting the ball down there, and England will be driving up. Good touch there by the number 10, Ruth Kerr from Scotland, getting up off the line.
England coming again. They'll use the sub box, I think. Yes, they do. A couple of fresh players coming on.
I think this will be 5th touch coming. Great midfield D from Scotland here, and that was 5th touch, and they've really made that 5th touch not a strike dump. So England have got to create something from a very static situation, and Scotland comfortably defending that. Really, really strong midfield D from Scotland.
Good defence by Scotland. And they will look to get to the sub box themselves. Looks a bit light over on that far side. There's 1, 2, 3, I think 6, only 6 or 7 in the box.
Yeah, start of the tournament, they don't look to have a full complement in their box at the moment, which, yeah, in terms of fresh legs, it can make it a little bit hard. But having fewer players, sometimes it gets the players really into the game and maintained into the game. Sometimes having fewer players can actually help, as we see Kylie Hutchison go for a drag. And 5th touch.
No, they are back on the 7 metres. So again, a static start on 5th touch. And again, the Scotland defence comes through with flying colours.
Yeah, they've done really well after those first 2 tries. It's almost possible after 2 tries in quick succession for the scores to just keep on coming. But I think the Scotland defence, both on the line and the middle of the field, has been really strong since then. They've just got to focus on holding it for these 6 touches and getting down to that England try line to hopefully set up a scoring opportunity, as we see Ruth Kerr driving the ball in 6 touches there.
And England back with possession. 2 touches and they're still shy of halfway. They'll go over halfway now. Oh, well taken. Vicky Tomlinson just trying to dodge the touches. She dodged one, couldn't dodge the second. England still have it though.
Yeah, she's got great pace, Vicky Tomlinson, and here we go, Semi Phillips scooping straight through. She can't score because she's half, but she finds the runner in number 13, Nogs Quinn.
A really, really good play by England, because she had to hold on to that ball for a long time. And 2 players were well covered, 3 players well covered, and then finally someone was free. And it was Nogs Quinn. Put the ball down, and England 3-0 ahead.
And Nogs Quinn, she would have run from halfway across the field for that. Just the urgency to try and be an option for that's incredible. She's having a good start, Nogs, to this game.
So they are starting from halfway once again, Scotland. And they've Had a few really good defensive plays to keep England out, but just couldn't manage it that time. Need to provide some offence themselves, and no, they won't do it like that, unfortunately.
No, just to be needs to be a little bit more sympathetic with their passes and get those scores in. We see Jen Palmer go right through the middle.
And again, is a strong drive from England. Touch is made.
Yeah, I think that play was coming from a very offside position through the middle of the ruck.
A fresh set of 6.
Quite deserved. Can't blame her for
It was quite. I
chancing
think Louise Rickard looked round as he said, "What has just happened?"
Marnie passing out.
Touch is claimed. I think it's going to be given. Susan Ferguson Ward did make the touch. Then we go back to 7. Still there for England though.
Oh, nice pass.
Great
from
pass.
Anna Wills.
Great pass, and Jen Palmer takes it in the stride, pops it down, and it's 4-0 to England.
What a great ball. Marnie Wills, number 1. Once again, Women's Open, Women's 27 representative. It's been on the scene a long, long time, and you just see her pass straight into that hole. And often you'll see players like Marnie, and they will just pass at the hole rather than a player, pass at the hole and just trust that their player has spotted that hole, running the right line. And Jen Palmer doing exactly what Marnie needs her to do. Great score.
So 4-0 England lead now. And
I was telling you, Jono, I got dropped from this women's 35
Yes.
squad from England, and I can start to see why. My plan on the commentary was to boast about all the things that I could have done that these players aren't doing, but they haven't given me any ammunition yet, unfortunately. They're tearing it up.
don't worry, Mal, it's a long week. So.
I'll have to wait for men's 40s to show why I could have made it into that squad instead. Here we have Bex Maxwell passing out a little very static drive from England, have lost a lot of momentum on that drive. You can just see with the subbing on, it's not a strong subset from the England team, but going forward now, Semi Phillips, high performance director for England, touch with the ball. Great strike up by Semi, creating some momentum. And here we see Kate Hyde trying to go through the middle, but good touch there by the Scotland mid.
The rain is falling once again here. It's been a strange day weather-wise. It really has.
It's been very interesting.
Yeah.
I've been wet all day, either through sweat or through getting rained on. So, or through.
Yeah, it's not pleasant out there when the rain is falling, especially with it being so close as well and humid. It's
fantastic to see the fields holding up really well, despite the rain showers. Some great facilities here at Nottingham.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, this is probably the first. We had some showers in the past couple of days, and probably a couple of days before that, but they are the first sort of lot of rain that we've had in Nottingham for a long time. And as you can see from the car park to our right, how brown the grass is.
Oh, true.
There, it's. But obviously, these fabulous facility here, the pitches are incredibly well looked after and lush and green.
Oh,
So
you know what?
credit to the groundspeople here who've created some fantastic playing surfaces for this competition.
Absolutely. Sarah Ebbett, going from half, she's created some really good attacking opportunities. Sarah Ebbett, the number 14. Yeah, as an attacker, I think she's been one of their strongest players. And England are going to be disappointing. These last 3 subsets, they've just a few dropped balls, just a lack of momentum on those turnovers. So Scotland throwing a few subs on and they're going to really want to capitalise on these errors.
It's good pressure from Scotland. Probably their best spell of the match so far.
And we can see Ruth Kerr driving the ball in. Sweeper play with that player coming around the back of the ruck. And they've just got a penalty for an offside. So 6 again, maintaining pressure on this England line D. Susan Ferguson wore the number 6 with the twin ponytail. She's got some speed on her. Look at her go. She's a great sweeper runner for that reason.
And as she put that down, now she's back to the 7 metre line. Still Scotland's ball though, and they'll be pleased to have so much time in an attacking situation.
They've gone back the other way.
And they've broke down by the pass, and England have the ball again. And they'll be glad of that. That was a long period of possession by Scotland.
And once again, really good, strong midfield D. They've got them 4th touch and they've just reached halfway. England, that was their 5th touch. Money Wills skipping from half. She's still half here, so she does have to pass that ball, and she does out to the winger. And a fairly comfortable score.
Yep, and it's a 5th for England, who answer that spell of Scotland pressure by increasing the lead even further. Kylie Hutchinson popping the ball down there. Five minutes till half time, and I'm guessing even now Scotland probably can't wait for it to come so they can regroup and probably run through a few plays.
Yeah, and the fantastic thing that we've seen on Field 1 today is often when teams are having a tough first half, I think without exception, after that half-time talk, we've seen every single one of those teams come out after half-time and really take another step up. So it's definitely what Scotland will be looking for as well.
Yeah, because they've been... Oh, and that's a good dive through. I think that is a score, is it?
Yep, no touch.
Yep, and the score is given, and Scotland are on the board. Siler Clark puts the ball down, and it is 5-1, and that is just what they needed. And after the sort of spell of pressure they've had probably over the last 5 to 6 minutes, it's no more than they deserve either.
Yeah, Siler Clark, exceptional dive there, straight in the middle of those England players, and that's going to benefit them going forward as well, because England are going to spot her as someone who can dive. Their defence is going to really tighten up around her, and then it's potentially going to give Scotland some options on the outside. So Siler Clark doing a team a chock full of favours with that, and we've got Lois Lau with the response straight away.
Yes, it just goes to show the strength and depth of Englanders straight from the tap off. Lois Lau takes the ball. 3 in front of her, no matter, beats the despairing dive and puts the ball down. And it's 6-1.
Incredible player, Lois. She's been everywhere this week. She's been at the Commonwealth Games, she's been at the World Cup football final. She said it was about time for her to throw on an England jersey, and she's definitely representing it strongly today.
Yeah, obviously at Wembley for that fantastic victory for England against Germany, and it finally came home.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some of the touch girls getting their jerseys off and helicoptering down the field. I think we need to get a few more traditional try celebrations happening. If anyone wants me to do it from the commentary box, just drop a comment in the live feed.
Unfortunately, the camera's pointing the other way.
I'll have to run downstairs, so just give me 5 minutes. But
because we've always got the stereo camera. There's England
Liv
go
Jones.
further ahead. 7-1.
Liv Jones on that far wing, she has got some pace, and you know what, she has an exceptional dive as well. Unfortunately, not being pressured enough to show it off on the live stream, but yeah, exceptional player Liv Jones. Played me out of a wing position, so I'm a bit salty about it still, but well done to her.
And he suddenly got very cold around.
I tell you what, and you can see the wind on the live stream. You'll be able to see those flags. And
Yeah, it really has started to blow. Earlier today, it was blowing into our faces here on the commentary box, and now it's sort of going straight across the pitch. And it has certainly picked up during the day. It's a lot stronger now than it was.
And you'll see the players adjust for that. Like, even when you're looking across this Scotland line, they are quite flat, you know, especially those wingers. And you always look at this wind, and that's really going to impact those long balls when they come in terms of the direction that they do take. And passing out to Rachel Howe on the far wing there for the turnover. And England are going to have to make it across the fields with quite a few passes, and Scotland will be trying to force a mistake here. Leah Cuthbertson, great, strong dump in there.
Oh, well taken by Lois Lau. That was a difficult pass. This will be the final play of the half, though, and that will do it. But what a half it has been for England. 7-1 they lead after 20 minutes of play, and Scotland desperately need that regroup. And they have shown flashes in offence, but England just really quite dominant in that 20 minutes. There he is, the opening try.
Yeah, that great chop hole by Sue Ellen. God, that was an absolute cracker. And Marnie Wills has been, the person to throw some of these exceptional passes. Here we can see Vicky Tomlinson scooping right through the middle to Leah Cuthbertson. And you can see a lot of these tries getting scored from not on the 7 metres, but kind of, 10, 15 metres out. It's one of the 35 strengths in that, and quite a few coming from scoops as well, actually.
Yeah, you saw such a patient build-up all the time. No panic.
Yeah. And Marnie Wills special, absolute pill to Jen Palmer.
It's like you say, often not passing to the player, just passing into the hole and hoping someone's there. That one was very much a pass to the player onto the wing. Scotland,
you can see this excellent dive. Number 3, what a score. Just an absolute cracker from Sila Clark.
Yeah. Although it was England who came straight back from the tap-off. Lois Lau with a great dummy pass and just carried it over the line and popped it down. Still more for England. Olivia Jones
Just
going
getting
to the corner.
becoming a bit broken with their D, Scotland. Sometimes they are sending one player up, but their other players aren't backing up and getting onside to be that cover defence to these really, really fast attackers. So if I was in the Scotland box, I'd say focus on that midfield D. When they're really strong on that midfield D, they pissed and they've got those onside defenders. They are putting pressure on England, and I think sometimes they're pressuring a lot of turnovers, quite cheap turnovers from the England team. And if I was in the England box, I'd be Ed Budge saying, geez, I'm glad I didn't pick Mel Day for this team, because the rest of them are doing an absolutely sterling job. It's fantastic to see this 35s team, just class all around.
And you can see very, very much together down below us. Arms around each other.
Just like we're standing here in the commentary box, Jono.
Having a half-time team talk before we carry on with the commentary.
We're a tight crew, the commentary team, aren't we?
We certainly are. But
I've been trying to get the boys to put their arms around me in the commentary box, but haven't had a taker yet.
notice it's a very different scene in the sub boxes. It's like, as you say, England seem very close together, very different over on the other side with Scotland.
Yeah, sometimes that can be they do have, as we spoke about, a fairly skinny sub box. So sometimes it can just be that fatigue, needing a bit of space, needing a bit of air and things like that. But knowing that 35's team from Scotland, that they've got, you know, a lot of stalwarts in that team, although they might not be close physically, they're a really tight bunch, and I've got no doubt they're going to come out and really try and smash the second half.
And it's like you say, we have seen it pretty much every game where there has been, so shall we say, a lopsided scoreline going into half time, that the team behind has really come back into it in the second half, and that's going to be the goal for Scotland now, is if they can come back into it, score a few tries and make a game of it. I suppose it's like breaking the game down into chunks and saying, right, this is a 20-minute game now, we're starting at 0-0.
Yeah, and 20 minutes is a long time in touch, and sometimes it can take that little bit of time to get in the flow, to depending on the preparation of different teams, it can just be that time to get used to who you're playing with in these match situations. And for these ladies, I think it's only their second game of this tournament, and it's going to be a long 5 days, and Scotland will want to warm into it definitely in the second half.
Well, we are off again in the second half, and it's Scotland who had the tap off, so a good opportunity for them to put something on the board early in this second half.
Yeah, we've got this Susan Ferguson-Ward standing very deep in attack, getting ready to run from depth in attack. She does have some great speed on her. She's with the ball now. I think they need to set her up on, you know, a few more sweeps, a few more short runs to really target that offside defender. But unfortunately, 6 touches, so they'll just have to wait for another attacking opportunity.
And they're coming in again. And England have it up to halfway.
England going direct here, driving down the opposite sub box, getting a few fresh legs on. We can see Lois Lau, one of their performers from the first half, about to scoop on the 7-metre line.
And it looks like they've got a fresh set of 6. And England make a couple of changes as well.
Yeah, they normally like to keep their consistent pods, and I think we saw a couple of players come off in that driving set, but a couple of players have to stay on to drive the ball. So they've just gotten those 4 pod players in who are used to playing together, so they are comfortable with each other. We've got Kylie Hutchison passing from half to Lois Lau. Great hole. Number 7, Claire Davis.
And it's an early score in the second half for England, just like it was in the first, 8-1.
And just look at this angle that Claire runs. You can see them bringing it over to the right-hand side, bringing it back left, and Claire just is on the outside line, but then just chops in. Just exceptional line running by Claire Davis there. Geez, that looked good from up here. It's really subtle movements, kind of that outline to that chop hole, but it's so effective when you see it on a slow-mo like that.
Yeah, fantastic try from England. Scotland, strong drive so far from the tap off.
Yeah, number
No,
15, Fiona McKinnon, going for the dive there, and she's got the penalty for a team, so good play there by Fiona.
It's a good opportunity for Scotland, a fresh set of 6, and they're at the 7-metre line. She's just trying to figure out this England defence that has been exceptional in this game so far.
And this is good by Scotland, just some solid attacking plays, testing that England defence. Really good opening touches by Scotland. We can see a scoop. I think she might have, I thought she was half there, but I might be mistaken. Oh, no. Oh. She was half there.
So
sometimes you can skip by half, and with the excitement, just go for it. I do it all the time.
And slow out. Great speed. As England makes some changes.
Oh, this is up there with the Opens in terms of that speed and momentum on these drives. Great performance by the England 35s.
And she was the half of touches claimed, and I think that is going to be given. It is.
Yep, great touch there by Liesl Lepstrew-Holmes. Rachel Howe, the winger with the blue hair, over on that side of the field, and once again they've gotten a penalty for an offside, getting piggybacked up the field here. Good driving there by Sarah Ebbett again, the number 14. This is fourth touch coming, so if they can create attacking move and then perhaps do a second phase, we've got the number 3 sweeping around, Sila Clark again, who scored in the first half.
Do they have a fresh set of 6 here? I think
They do.
they may do, yes.
Another offside penalty, and England have got to be really careful here. That's 2 penalties on the line. Another penalty, and it'll be 6 on 5. So Scotland really want to hold it for the 6 touches and try and milk this other penalty and get that player excluded off.
Sila Clark dives through, and I think, did she get it down? No, the touch came in.
She's been a standout for the Scottish side, hasn't she?
She certainly has. You wouldn't bet against us scoring again here. Touch is made, and Scotland looking to draw that penalty to get England down to 5. It hasn't happened yet, but it's last touch.
Oh, Sarah Ebbett. So close there. The dive was almost in there by Sarah Ebbett. I thought she was into a good hole there between the wing and the link, and England having to work off their try line.
You have to pay credit to the England defence there, though, because with hanging over them another penalty and they go down a player, but still to hold the defence and keep Scotland out. It is really, really strong defensive play.
Yeah, and so tight. You can just see there weren't any holes in there. And I think that might be a score from England here by Kylie Hutchison.
It is indeed.
You could just see Scotland retreating, and you've got to be really careful where that line is. It looked like they retreated just behind that line and just opened up that scoring opportunity for Kylie Hutchison. Yeah, just getting the ball there, and you can see that defender just behind that line, and Kylie Hutchison, just the most experienced player in England women's history. Just an exceptional leader, great player, good mate. Serves far too much alcohol at her house at dinner parties. Should be illegal.
I don't know what it is, Mo, but I keep getting this theme whenever you're on commentary.
I need to slate her a little bit for the hangover I had on New Year's Day. It was a very messy 1st of January this year, unfortunately.
Is she also a wine connoisseur like yourself?
And Leah Cuthbertson, so strong in the ruck, Leah.
And it's England again. They just seem to be driving forward so easily, and that's not to disparage Scotland at all. It's just the experience and skill within this England side that they are finding those gaps and finding each other so well.
Oh, excellent touch there by Rachel Howe, the winger for Scotland. Exceptional defensive drive. That was the difference between, a try and no try. Rachel's got to be so happy with that defensive effort. But you're right, the England drives, I think they are really winning their rucks. When you watch these England women drive, they're winning that ruck, which means they're making that touch. It's not destroying the momentum of that roll ball. They're just so strong, these girls. I think I need to take up CrossFit because I get dominated in the ruck quite often. And not in a good way, unfortunately.
Here they come again. Take the opportunity to change practically every player, and they do. They get a full fresh set on.
Good touch there by the number 15, Fiona McKinnon.
Final touch.
Oh, I think
Lewis Lau. Oh, that's fantastic. It really is.
yeah, Fiona McKinnon, hands on her knees there, and she's a bit unlucky here. You can see England start to work across, and it looked like Scotland were going man on, that they had them fully covered. And you can just see a late switch here by Sammy Phillips, and ball down. Really, really tough to defend that.
And England into double figures, and we still not even at the 30-minute mark yet. And it just emphasises the dominating performance that they put in this game. I think it's fair to say Scotland have tightened up a little bit. They've not given England like the freedom of the offensive zone, and they've had a couple of chances themselves, but just as we said before, just the quality of this England squad is really shining through here.
Yeah, when we just watched this defensive set here, they're just so tight with each other, and they follow the ball across as a unit and just limits the gaps. But you're right, I think the Scottish attack has been much better in this half, and they've had quite a few shots at the line, and it's just about that execution, but it's just so hard against a very good defensive team like England.
England still driving towards the line. Over the 7 metre now, there's a player over left, they have to go back again.
Bex Maxwell, late cut. Once again, superb defensive effort by the Scottish team, with Linda Leslie coming over and making a awesome diving touch there.
Yeah, she's done really, really well. Just gives Scotland possession. They are very deep in their own half, so again it moves over to the sub box so they can get some fresh players on.
And this will be the time. I think there are 6 players in that Scotland sub box. You know, compared to 8, just having that 2 extra players, especially when you come into the last 10 minutes of the game like we are now, it does make a difference with these 40-minute games.
Yeah, there's that extra depth. Especially considering that with the 2 games that they have played, they didn't have their first game until 1 o'clock, so that they've not a great deal of rest in between games.
No, not at all. Only 2 games, but yeah, quite a tough proposition. And
that's through the middle again. It's 11 for England.
Yeah, looks like Swellen just going straight through the middle, and I think this is when the fatigue starts creeping in, when you start retreating behind that score line instead of just like making that score line, bouncing straight back up off it. You just through fatigue, you start to retreat just slightly behind it, and unfortunately these sneaky tries that England have got a couple in this half, they're going to creep in.
So 11-1, England lead now. And Scotland, they'll want to get something else on the board, if only to take a bit of confidence and momentum into their next game tomorrow. But unfortunately just passes not held, and that gives England the ball back. And again you see it again how quickly they drive up the field.
Yeah, and it's nice when you see teams go direct and kind of use that other side of the field, and normally defences are quite used to flooding across and saving some legs, but England really stretching them. Lois scooping through, looking for a support play to score, and she's found it in Vicky Tomlinson.
Yeah, Lois Lau has had a fantastic game. And England have 12. And it has been a really dominating performance from England, and Scotland really haven't had an answer to the England offence, really.
No, and it is a game of inches. You could just see that swiping touch, attempted touch on Lovis there. It was probably just a couple of inches in it, and unfortunately that can be the difference between a score and holding someone out. And here we go, Scotland. Nice strike dump.
I think that was forward anyway, but the pass wasn't completed. So Scotland start again.
Here they go, right through the middle, England. Nice defensive touch there. That just broke up some of the momentum of this England drive. So, but here they go again. I think that's fourth touch. So they'll have a strike dump here through Kylie Hutchison, who throws wide.
Just retreating back a little. Still with the ball though. Back to the 7 metre. Oh, just not quite taken in by Claire Davis. A very rare handling error for England. In fact, I don't recall any error by England at all throughout this game.
Yeah, they've been very solid in their basic skills at whole controlling the controllables, which is something the coaches talk a lot about. Just been handed a clean shirt by my co-commentator Ben Meakin. I think he's trying to hint that I might be a bit smelly after today. Just after I've mentioned I've been sweating all day on the live comms. Thank you, Ben. And Leah Cuthbertson coming onto the field. Great touch by number 11, Linda Leslie. I think her defence, Linda Leslie, has been really good this game.
Here's Lau again. Pops it down.
Marnie
Wills needs to find somewhere open and finds Lois Lau, and great combination, and it's a baker's dozen for England. 13-1.
It's amazing when you watch these pods. Normally there are 4 central players in each pod when teams do use this pod system, and the players just get so knowledgeable and confident with each other, and the number of times we've seen players like Marnie Wills and Lois Lau combine, and it's off the back of hard work from other people in their pod, like Leah Cuthbertson driving so hard up the field and setting that really strong base. It's pretty special to see, actually.
It's been a fabulous performance by England, both offence and defence. Scotland looking to finish on a high.
It's just the pace of England. England is still looking fresh at this part of the game. We're starting to see Scotland, they just look a little bit fatigued in parts, but England, it's like they're playing like it's a second minute of the match, aren't they?
Yeah. I think there seems to be a sort of stutter to Scotland's moves. It's not as flowing, it's not as free flow as England, it's just completely free flowing up the field. And the passing is on point, the changes are on point. And there's my commentators.
Avada Kedavra.
So Scotland have the ball back as they look to get some fresh legs on. They do look tired, it has to be said. Bench not as deep for Scotland as it is for the England women's 35s. And England have the ball back again.
And with Scotland, these games can be quite hard, but I'm sure they're going to walk away and take a huge amount of motivation from these games. I think you can walk away from these games and they can actually make you so much better for your future pool games. Number 11, I think that was almost a try-saving knockdown by the number of 11, Linda Leslie. But sometimes you need a game like this just to kind of bring you back, motivate you for the next one, and just lift you to that next level. And I've got no doubt that, the Scotland 35 is going to come out tomorrow really, really, wanting a strong game.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't want to be playing them first thing tomorrow.
No, they've got something to prove, haven't they? Now, because this is the second loss out of 2 games. So you're right, they need to come out firing tomorrow. So we head towards the final minute of the game, and Scotland with a strong drive here.
Oh, this is much better from Scotland. Great step back by Siler Clark.
Virtually final touch, so England have possession again.
Siler Clark again working really hard in D here, making these defensive touches. Lee Cuthbertson once again setting this platform, and that support play, sometimes you might not be the one to score, but the support play you do in setting up these tries, it's just invaluable. And she's just had a direct assist in a score by Liv Jones over on that far wing. Great heads up play by England.
So 14 for England now as they cut through, but a great pass.
And great change of direction by Liv.
Gillian Bond almost getting back actually to get the touch, but the ball was down.
Yeah, it looks very close on that replay, didn't it?
So
this will be the last couple of plays.
there we go. So final play of the game, and there's the touch, and there's the whistle, and I think Scotland will be quite pleased that that one's over.
Yeah, a tough outing for them. I think, their midfield D, if they just tighten up their midfield D, start winning some of these rucks, making that touch in front. And they've got some incredible highlights. I thought they had some great play from a variety of players. I thought Siler Clark, so much, potential to play off her a little bit more. And Linda Leslie and Sarah Ebbett, I thought, should all be individually happy with that game. Obviously, they'll be disappointed from a team perspective, but tomorrow they'll definitely come out. And England, I tell you what, who do you give best on field to from the England team?
Well, for me, Lois Lau I thought was the best player out there, but you could perm anyone from probably 6 or 7 out there. It was a fabulous performance.
Yeah, I'd probably give it to their pod. Leah Cuthbertson, Marnie Wills, Lois Lau. I thought, each of them really set up some strong plays. So, 35s will be happy at dinner in the university halls tonight.
2 wins out of 2 for England. Scotland work to do, but plenty of time left this week for them to get some better results and get it right in their next game. So we move on. 2 more games left today, and we've got the Women's Open round robin game between Wales and Ireland. That is coming up next, live from the University of Nottingham. Do not go away.
Ladies and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Ladies and officials, 1 minute warning. Remember, take your property with you when leaving the subbenches. All lost property will be handed to charity at the end of the lot.
Welcome back to Highfields Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham. Our penultimate game of the day is a Women's Open round-robin match between Wales and Ireland. Ireland in the green, Wales in the black. I'm delighted to say Mel Day is still with me, and we're just saying before we came back on air, you're really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I am. On the Wales women's side, we've got a number of strong players. One of their key players is their middle, who's about to defend now, Ella Trias. Has played a lot of Galaxy touch and just a really exceptional player, has a strong dive on her and excellent passes off both hands. And then we have Ireland, who I think 7 of the Irish team, so about half of the Irish team, come from Old Wesley Club over in Ireland. And Old Wesley have just gone from strength to strength. And the Old Wesley ladies came and played NTS in England and were very strong. They smoked my club Galaxy in a game, and very physical players. A lot of them from a rugby background, but really strong. Rachel Duggan is a player to watch from their team. Who, is a very strong player. And men's and women's, Old Wesley, they've just gone very hard on their touch program, and it'll be good to see whether they can convert it here. And I think that's Rachel Duggan, the number 5, going in for that dive there.
Just touched on the way through.
And here they go for another attack. Good dive there by the number 2, Leanna Priceman. But Rachel Duggan, the number 5, she also plays for Tea Smugglers, my social team, one of our best players.
So, yes. And Ireland started the tournament with a 7-3 defeat to France, but Wales with a 10-0 victory to start off with, which is an incredible result so early on. That was against Belgium.
So close there. They've got some great divers in their teams. Some of that rugby background in women's touch can really lend itself to great dives. And Ellie Boyce, they're the number 10 for Ireland. She's got an excellent dive on her.
Almost juggled through. Really,
I know that. I know the Irish lost to France earlier on, but I think the France women's team is a very good one. You know, they've got some strong players like Cecil Mass, who's I think one of the best female players running around in Europe. So it's possible that Ireland could really bring it to this Wales team, and it could be a cracking last game for the ladies.
It's a strong tournament, this Women's Open. We saw England earlier open up with a 10-3 victory over Scotland, but Wales 10-0 over Belgium. Ireland 7-3 against France, but you would say probably Wales, France.
Great passing through the hands by Wales.
The Wales, France, Ireland, England, probably the top 4 in this competition, would you say?
I think so. I still think Scotland have a chance to come back. I know they had a pretty heavy defeat to England earlier on. I think that speaks to the class of England, but I think Scotland could still take it to a number of these teams, though.
It's Ireland who are back on the attack again. Nice switch pass now.
Switch.
The hole has opened up. I think the touch was made, though. Great diving touch there by Lucy Isaac.
Rebecca Phelan, the Irish player, going straight through there. Great pace and great cut.
Desperate defending from Wales, though, and it came off. It's Wales on the drive now. They've got some fresh legs on.
Yep, Ella Trias with the ball, directing play, and great pass.
And great speed as well. Seren Lockwood goes bursting through and opens the scoring for the Welsh.
Yeah, what a pass here. You can just see Ella Trier's straight through. And great line. Actually, all Seren Lockwood there, I think.
So, fantastic. Seren Lockwood opens the scoring. Great passing. And so Ireland start off again, a set of 6 from halfway. We've seen it happen so many times where teams have answered straight back when they've gone behind. Can Ireland do it here?
And great momentum change from Wales there. I think Ireland had the vast majority of their attacking play, and Wales have been stuck on their line but then just turned it around straight away. You can see Ireland attacking here, long ball out, not quite making the winger, but I think it was a good option there. It just had a bit more gas on it.
Yeah, as you say, if the pass had been on the mark, I think that would have been 1-1.
Oh, excellent pistons here by Ireland. You can see the girls rushing up. Unfortunately, Wales just passing it wide, making those metres.
And it's Wales who are driving over halfway, just past the 10-metre line now. This is great speed, but pass just behind, doesn't quite find its mark, and that will give the ball back to Ireland. But it seems to me that Wales have just suddenly flicked into gear.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great passage of play by Wales. And you know what, great shifting D from Ireland as well, like moving across the field with them. It's a great opening few sets by both teams. Gosh, Wales have some great pace in their team. The number 10, Joanne Jones, who's just making the touch now, she's got some real pace on her.
And dive through, but the touch, I think, was made. So Ireland have to go back to the 7-metre.
Shania Masters coming across with that cover D. Good long ball out to the wing, and bring it back in.
Oh, touch was made. So Wales have the ball back, but promising signs from Ireland.
Really promising. I think it's great on both sides. The skill level, the energy, the defence.
I think what's obvious from both teams is there is some real pace in both sides, but and we're seeing it again here. The despairing dive, the touch isn't made, and Megan Wynne-Jones goes flying down the wing and puts the ball down. Superb try, and she did so well to evade the despairing dive as well.
I mean, talking about pace here, this is the second time that Wales have made metres on this wing as they're shifting across. I think Ireland just have to change their defensive policy there. And that pace, Megan Wynne-Jones, look at her go.
Fabulous try. So Wales 2-0 ahead. You feel that's a bit harsh on Ireland, the way they've played so far, but absolutely clinical offensive play by Wales.
Oh,
long pass out. Oh, well taken.
I love seeing those long balls in a women's game because it does stretch the defence. It does make that defensive winger be really wary of that chase out. It does just spread the defence a little bit as well. But Wales, unfortunately, not quite making on that side. They've been absolutely exceptional in their boxing plays, making yards on this side of the field. Just incredible.
Ireland start again. They've got to try and figure out this Welsh defence. They've been very tight so far.
They've been so close on a number of opportunities, Ireland. You just think it's a matter of time before they score, just as I say, Alana Byrne almost getting over the line there.
Yeah, only Kate Lewis getting the touch. So Ireland go back to the 7. Diving through.
Once again, excellent dives here. But you can just see that Wales defender just making that step up off the line and getting that touch in, and that is making all the difference from Wales. Excellent defensive set from Wales here.
There was Caitlin Gill diving through there, and the touch from Wales' point of view coming in. And they'll be thankful for that as they start their drive again.
great touch by Rachel Duggan, and great work from Ireland. You can just see this defensive. They really shut down that Wales subbing play then. So it looks like they have adjusted to that the subbing movement by the Wales team, and great drive through the middle of the field. Number 5 taking off Imogen Boone. Oh,
I think the touch was made.
oh.
Yes, it was. A great defensive touch there by Alana Byrne.
Just great skills on play on both teams, isn't it?
It certainly is, and the pace that both teams are showing as well. Not only Wales offensively very quick, but Ireland defensively as well. 6 touches.
Just throwing the ball away there, so giving Wales a bit of a leg up the field. And I think they're going to just call the touch here, despite a bit of an appeal for a hard touch. And you can see the...
almost didn't come off there. It was a bit low to the ground, that pass. Did well to take it. Looks like it's a fresh set of 6 for Wales.
They have gotten a hard touch there. Number 6, Lucy Isaac, feeding from half to Joanne Jones. Joanne Jones making that strike dump. Sweeper play coming around with Shania Masters. Oh, great touch there by Liana Prizeman. She's been great in defence, Liana Prizeman in the white hat in the middle.
Yeah, they've done very well defensively. Just the 2 times that Wales have managed to breach it, and one of them was just some exceptional speed, but they've got another chance now, and they do make it 3-0. It's just that little bit of extra clinical play in offence for Wales.
We saw before this they were running a sweeper play to this side of the field, but there you've got a sweeper pick up where the half picks up, goes in the opposite direction, thinking the defence is going to slide across straight through the hole, and excellent play. Amazing conditioning of the defence by this Wales team. Class play.
So 3-0 Wales lead. And again, I still think Ireland are going to feel pretty harsh done by this scoreline so far.
Yeah, I was going to say the scoreline is flattering Wales, but I don't really mean it in that way, because I think the Wales skills on show have been absolutely exceptional. I think it's probably just not being fair with how I think strong Ireland have been. Rachel Duggan going up, making a great touch there in defence. These attacking players sweeping on. They're taking a lot of momentum into this strike dump. This is 5th, so they've got to do something here. Sweeper goes right through. She's got a pass here.
They've gone down again, and I think that is a 4th. It is indeed. And Wales just starting to pull away a little bit now.
Elin Huxtable, the number 12, coming through here as the support player, getting low down to the ground. Yeah. Great score.
All set up by Seren Lockwood.
Oh, good first drive from the tap-off here by Ireland. Great yards made for what will be 3rd touch. The drives by the number of 11 at Byrne there were exceptional.
Diving through. Caitlin Gilt has to go back to the 7 though as the touch was made. Now a bit of space has opened up.
And I think this might be play on. I think that was an offside player, so try given.
Yeah, so Ireland on the board, and it's no more than they deserve for their efforts.
Absolutely. One thing I really like about this Irish attack is you can just see that focus and that desperation on the line. Plenty of dives, plenty of focus on the line, and you can see a pass out. Didn't look like that defender made the line, so play on by the referee. Yeah, really, really good shout.
Alana Byrne getting Ireland's first try of the contest. But here come Wales again, straight from the tap-off. Now, Was that a charge down, or was...
That was a not in my house. So, sometimes frustrating those knockdowns when they're not totally necessary, but I think that one definitely was. For the Irish player, here we can go.
Yes. Alex McGuinness very much letting the referees know she made the touch there.
Here they are, mid play. Oh,
Diving through again, but yes, it's given. And Kerry's Ballet puts the ball down here.
yeah, a couple of repeat goes on the line from Wales, and you can see on this occasion she just feeds her partner mid and dive in. Bit unlucky, it was quite close, that touch call, but referee right on the spot.
Yeah, Leanna Priceman claimed the touch, but I think it was just a fraction too late. Ireland strong drive from the tap off though. As once again Highfields is bathed in sunshine.
And a penalty for Ireland. So they'll definitely want to hold it for their set of 6 and try and take advantage here. Great dive by the number 10 there. I think great shout by the referee. I think that was definitely ball down by Ellie Boyce.
Yeah, so Ireland bring it back to 3. Straight from the tap off. And getting another try. Ellie Boyce going over this time, diving through.
Yeah, great game so far. I'm really enjoying this game.
Yeah. And probably closer than 5-2 suggests as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think great skills on show. And I think this is the kind of game that both teams will really want, especially when they're heading in tomorrow. Both teams have some really challenging games tomorrow. And this is a great hit out to finish day one with.
Yeah, so Ireland have done very, very well. They'll probably get to half time, and if it's still the same scoreline, they're probably like, how are we 5-2 down? But you have to say, when Wales have got into attack, their speed and passing has been beyond exceptional.
Yeah, their dives, their whole hitting, it really has been great. And they have done just these couple of scores from halfway, just working through the defence. And when you take those out, I think we've got a scoreline that more reflects the play that we have seen. Rachel Duggan, number 5, going to half here, feeding her number 11, and I think she's in here.
I think she is, yes she is. Oh, this is very interesting now. Alana Byrne. Alana Byrne gets it to within 2. Now, Ireland, they're saying, right, we are not going away. And they got it to within 2. And maybe some seeds of doubt down there on the Welsh bench.
Yeah, I think they'll really, really want to... I think they'll go very hard at this tap-off. We've seen every time Ireland have scored, Wales have really just stepped it up a notch. And it feels like that's what both teams have done throughout this game, which has been why it's just been such a great game to watch, actually. We can see pass out here to the link. Great touch there by Leanna Priceman. Once again, her defence, I think, has just been exceptional.
Yeah, just calming play from Wales as they just slow it down a little bit. Now there's space out over on the right-hand side. Brilliant pass. And it's put down.
Imogen Boone.
And I think there's an injury as well.
That pass out by Imogen Boone, this number 5, here you can see she passes. She's picked up from half a couple of times and just pings this ball left to right. What an exceptional pass on Imogen Boone.
There's a collision at the end. She's okay.
Oh, that's incredible, that pass. That was
absolutely superb pass. Well taken as well.
so hard to convert those when you're catching them from so high up. But so glad that she was able to execute the try, because the pass certainly deserved a score on the end of it. And as we can see, Wales responding straight away when the Irish are getting through. Unfortunately, an uncharacteristic error from the Irish on that attack there.
Again, it's been a game of very few errors so far by both sides. And I think that's why it's been such an absorbing contest so far.
Once again, making great yards on their sub-box. Feels like Ireland are sending up a player, and that player is having to target a ball player who's gotten a long ball, and it's just leaving the winger free for a quick check-off. Or they're staying out and the hole is opening up. So Wales definitely exploiting that on their box side wing. Oh, straight through.
And down again. Now, our clock is showing over 20 minutes. Ah, there we go.
I think they must have
heard me. They reckon they're watching the stream. Oh, God. Press the button. But a try for Wales right at the end of the half. So it's 7-3.
Oh, a bit of a heartbreaker just before the siren as well. Just that extra score, 7-3. It sounds so different to 6-3, but again, really well deserved. Just straight through.
These are the highlights of the first half.
And as you can see, these yards down this box side wing, we see that as a pattern in this first half, and Ireland do need to address this, because they've leaked a couple of scores on this box side, or alternatively quite a few yards, unfortunately. Oh, some great opening scores by Wales, really exceptional.
They opened that sort of 3-0 lead. I think they took it to 4, and then Ireland started coming back into it. But it was. We were saying how harsh it was on Ireland as Wales went flying ahead, but then Ireland coming back with some tries of their own.
And Wales, just so hard to defend against when you've got players like Ella Boone who can throw that accurately, that far. It's really tough, and it does feel like a lot of their scores are either coming through scoops, just through speed, or through these exceptional passes out wide.
There's a try by Kerry's Ballot. And then Ireland coming straight back.
Great score there.
Diving through was Ellie Boyce.
And that really changed the momentum. I think Ireland just started to have some belief in terms of their scoring potential, and you can see they got another one straight away, but Wales always with the response at the moment.
Yeah, this was this pass, exceptional pass. And then right at the end of the half, this was the final try for Wales to make it 7-3 again. Exceptional passing out to the wing. Yeah,
ball skills. Wales, I think their coach is going to be incredibly happy against quality competition that they've had in this game to have this kind of scoreline. I think, they'll be absolutely stoked, the Welsh team.
Yeah, and they're down below talking to us. I'm just seeing table of the men's 45s. England 3 from 3 so far. In the men's 40, France and England 2 from 2.
Definitely the two favourites for the competition, France and England in the 40s.
In the women's 35s, England 2 from 2. Ireland and Wales with a win each, and Scotland with 2 losses. In the men's 50, England 2 from 2, Ireland and Singapore with a win and a loss, and Wales with 2 defeats. So that's some of the other competitions, the table so far.
Ladies and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Ladies officials, 1 minute warning.
So 1 minute until we start again. Both teams are very eager. Back out there.
Yeah, absolutely. All lined up, ready to roll. And great support for both teams on the sideline here. Can see some Welsh Dragon flags, some big support.
There's been some really good support throughout the day. None more so than when the Swiss were playing on here, and cowbells and lots of shouting, lots of cheering. That was great.
Definitely the supporters of the day. I've been hearing their cowbells ring everywhere.
So you hear the cowbells, I expect to look and see a downhill skiing run.
Looking for the après.
As the wind picks up again here in Nottingham as we start the second half, and it's Wales who have the tap off. 7-3 ahead.
Oh, good defence.
It was a heavy fall.
Yeah, no,
I think she's
I don't
alright,
think that
Sarah
was
Platt.
a hard touch there. I think that was a good call by the referee. I think that was just a player.
I think it was a trip. I think it was just a trip, but she went down quite awkwardly, but she's absolutely fine, Sarah Platt.
Yeah, it was a great defensive touch by my defensive player of the game from Ireland, Leanna Prizeman. I've called her name quite a few times in defensive highlights for Ireland, and she's showing that now.
Oh, again, another good defensive play. Leanna Prizeman again. Deserves all the plaudits she's given her. She's been absolutely superb in defence for the Irish in this game.
And here they go. Fresh players on. This may be fifth touch coming, I think, for Ireland, so they'll need to set something up from here. Is Scooper going through?
Touch was made. Good defensive play by Joanne Jones. Wales 4 to the good. But this is one of those games where you wouldn't be surprised if you see Ireland coming back into it.
No, they've clearly demonstrated that they can score. They've got 3 on the scoreboard already, and great field position here. Definitely. And in the first half, they scored a couple fairly quickly back to back, and if they do that again, we'll definitely have a game on our hands. Targeting that far side of the field, which has opened up the space on this side. We'll see whether they run it through the hands or drag the defence out this way, which is exactly what they do. Rachel Duggan from half, passing back.
Final touch. Just can't quite make the dive through. So Wales have the ball back. There's Eileen Russell there, just trying to dive through, but was touched on the way.
Oh, excellent defence from Ireland. They are shutting down this box side now. That's third touch. It's going to be fourth touch before the halfway line. You can see the impact of just getting tight on this side hat. That's six touches. Excellent drives coming from Ireland now.
And they're getting some fresh legs on from the sub box. Just slowed up a little. Good tight defence by Wales.
Alex McGuinness, the 7. She's taken off from half again. She's done some good runs from half. Excellent pass out. Oh.
And that is the score that Ireland wanted and needed.
I was just about to say that's champagne touch right there, but I think it might be Guinness touch. Smooth.
Very
satisfying.
smooth.
Fantastic ball out. That just left her hands, and you knew that was going in for a score. What a ball.
Isabel Tierney there putting the ball down, but great use of the wing. And Ireland within 2, it's 7-5.
Oh. You know, I think Wales just have to be a bit careful here with their attacking touches. I thought that might almost be a penalty against them. Quite physical going into that touch, but it looks like this will be a penalty. I think the referee is saying that the Irish player wrapped her arm around her, but unfortunately, given the ball away straight away, and Ireland, unfortunately, error in the roll ball. They just really need to stay composed on those turnovers. You do need urgency on those turnovers to build up momentum very quickly coming off your line, but yeah,
just being careful of what you're doing there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I apologise. I said he's willing to at 7-5. It is of course 7-4. It's been a long day.
It feels like 7-5. And a quickie out to the side. Irish defence all over it. You can see 5 of them are within 20 metres of that ball, staying really tight. They do want to keep Wales out here and have another crack at their line to try and even this game up. You can see the number 4 is Sarah Platt just pulling her player back, timing it, trying to pull the Irish team out from the line, but we've got a turnover here.
Yep, so Ireland have the ball back. 25 minutes gone, so still 15 minutes left.
Plenty of time.
And if Ireland can get the next score, then it is very much game on.
And one thing I know about the Irish ladies, especially with quite a lot of them coming from Old Wesley, unfortunately, just putting the ball down there, they do take their fitness very, very seriously. Across their men's and women's, their opens teams look incredibly fit. So, that said, Wales have never been slouches when it comes to second half touch either.
Oh, that's well held. It was a difficult ball for Sharon Lockwood to run onto, and she did really well to hold it. It looked like she might just lose it out of her fingertips, but just brought it back in again. And she is again, pops the ball down. And now there's space out on this left-hand side. It's a fabulous try.
Joanne Jones throwing absolute seeds out to that wing.
Wales extend the lead back to 4. It was a really, really well-worked try.
And it's great to see these ladies pulling out this long ball. Like, long balls, especially in Europe, at a women's level, didn't have the effectiveness that they once did, but it's really been a focus. And, yeah, both teams pulling out some exceptional long balls, but particularly Wales. They've got some ladies that can really ping that ball out to the wing, and they're getting rewarded for it with some great scores.
And that's the thing as well, because you often have a player over on the wing. These are often in a lot of space as Ireland go down again, but I think the touch came in. But there's often a lot of space out on those wings, and if you can get that accurate long ball out there, it's generally going to lead to a try.
Yeah, especially in women's touch. Like, you do see the women's touch defenders staying really tight. So it does. You do normally leave someone, out there and try and trust that chase out. But when you've got these long balls that are as fast and as flat as they are, it's very, very hard to defend against. 8-4 in Ireland have a fresh set of 6, and they're at the halfway line, so they'll definitely want to make some metres here. They're getting some fresh legs on. Oh, great shooting defence by the Wales winger there. Just cut off that momentum. Oh,
it's a great rushing play by Ireland. They're certainly not giving up by any stretch in this one.
I think there might be space on the right here, but she's gone left and she's scooped straight through, pinging the long ball.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Annabelle Redmond, what a finish.
And we talk about that long ball, and there it was in perfect technicolor.
You know what, especially when you're scooping like this, Ellie Boyce, she's been a standout for the Irish team. Under pressure, the ball straight out. Fabulous, fabulous play. Ellie Boyce, I think she's been incredible for this Irish team today. And all of a sudden we're back to 8-5. And once again, plenty of time on the clock, over 10 minutes for Ireland to continue the momentum, and plenty of time for Wales to assert their dominance as well.
It's Wales who are on the attack. They're at the 7 metre.
They've got Joanne Jones on the field. We've seen her long ball plenty of times today.
Oh, great dummy.
Oh,
That's absolutely fantastic from Joanne Jones. Evaded 2 touches, dummied the pass. But no.
Incredible defensive touch. Number 12, Caitlin Gill, I think, from Ireland.
We've got the replay here.
She did claim that touch straight away when she got off the ground on the foot of that Wales player.
Wow.
Oh,
this is a great run. Superb yards.
Rebecca Phelan, incredible yards there. Really set up a team here for a great shot on the line as well.
Oh, really good passing. Dummy pass didn't quite come off for Alana Byrne there.
Yep, Ellie Boyce and Alana Byrne in the mids here. 2 of their key attacking players. Oh!
Final touch, and they do get it down. They are within 2. What a great game this has been.
This is a fantastic game, and you know what? It's just due to great attacking plays. I think the defence from both teams has been actually really solid. It's just, a couple of late shots where you're just a second late and coming in for that shot, that is making the difference when you're faced with this incredible attack.
Yeah, the tries haven't come from defensive breakdowns, have they? They've just come from excellent attacking play.
Yeah. And that's the kind of touch that you just love to watch. I'm really pumped for this game. I'm really excited.
So it's been an excellent game. Really has. And here come Wales again. Another long ball. Oh, it's just can't quite be gathered in by Annie-Kate Lewis.
And forward pass, it looks like, as well.
So Ireland have it back. They've still 9 minutes left in this one.
Ella Trier's great work getting up to make that touch. Oh, great piston running from Wales. 2 touches. They're not letting Ireland any momentum here.
3 touches, 4 touches, and they're still not at halfway.
Oh,
that's a great switch pass. And again,
and
good yards here, but the touch is made. Fabulous touch.
5th touch. I would run a couple of cuts here just to kind of create some overlap, but they're going to take the touch.
So Wales have possession back.
And excellent field position as well.
Certainly is.
They'll take second touch on the halfway line. 3rd touch, 10 metres on that drive. Just very, very strong driving by this Wales team consistently through this game.
4 touches and they're at the 7 metre.
Joanne
That's
Jones.
5th. And the touch is made, and Ireland will have the ball back. But they are starting very deep again.
It did feel like that was the right attacking option for Karis Bollett there to go to the left. It looked like they did have an overlap there.
Ireland bring a new pod on.
Yeah, great check off here, making plenty of yards, Ireland. This is 5th touch. They're going to have to create something here, but once again, they are just getting shot down by Wales and not really getting a strike dump. And Wales are getting very strong field position on these drives. Bit of a questionable pass, but ball down anyway. Right in front of us here in the commentary box.
So here is the opportunity for Ireland to almost tap off play. Fresh legs on again, 2 touches as they cross the 10 metre.
Yeah, great field position. 3rd touch, so they're going to have an attacking 4th touch and potentially an option off their 5th.
Here we go. Space out on the right hand side, but Priceman chooses to dive through. Has to come back.
I think she's gotten a bit winded in that dive there. As you saw, it was raining very heavily earlier on. I think they've gotten used to that slide on the grass, and with that amazing sunshine that we've had since, I think it's really inhibited those dives, and I think we saw it, unfortunately, on that dive by Prizeman.
Well, the wind has picked up as well, which would have dried the ground out quicker, as well as the sunshine. So, yeah, oh, that's a great pass, and it's speed down the wing. What a great touch by Rachel Duggan. Stopped Taylor Thompson in her tracks.
Yeah, and Rachel Duggan's a mid there, and you can see that she's come right across to that wing to cut off that run. And you can see Wales are trying to make these dumps on the line, and Ireland are getting called back to the line and getting a few offside calls.
Great pass.
Great hole hitting.
Yeah, it's hitting that hole again, and Wales go to 9-6, and there's 5 minutes remaining, and is that going to be enough for them?
They really deserve this score as well. I think their driving sets in the last couple of sets of sixes have just been incredible. Really crisp passing, finding those holes. Really well-deserved score from Wales.
So, Wales will have been wanting that as well. They've been under a lot of pressure with Ireland getting it back to within 2.
This passing, when you can see these defenders out, they are just making such good effective yards. Ella Trios, great drive there by the number 2. This might be 5th touch coming. I believe they want to do this on the 7 metres, which they've set up to do now. Going on the outsides, not a lot happening there, so 6 touches.
So Ireland have it back. They have got time, just over 4 minutes remaining, but they have to have some very strong drives, and you feel they have to score on this drive if they're going to get anything out of this game.
And some assistance up the field from a hard touch penalty, and I always think in touch, if there are more minutes left in the game than tries you need to score, there's always hope. So plenty of hope for Ireland. 30 metres out. I think this will be 4th touch coming. So once again, a couple of attacking options that they have off 4th touch. Passing back in. This may be 5th coming now. Pulling the Wales defence out. Going to the right. Great pass. 6 again there, I believe. Tell you what, if that connected with that link player, I think she was straight through.
3 minutes left now. But still a strong drive by Ireland that gets them to the 7 metre.
Oh, and they've targeted this short side again. I think that's a score there.
I think it is. It is.
Almost a carbon copy of what they tried to do on the play beforehand, and I think that defender just got caught behind the attackers. We can see just almost like a quickie play and a little dummy and pass behind the defender. Great heads up touch. Did not look like there was space for anything out there, and Ireland creating a score, 2 down with 2 minutes to go.
Great play by Alex McGuinness and Shannon Gill. Great interplay, and Ireland back within 2, but time not on their side at the moment as we head towards 2 minutes left to play.
Oh, whenever I see the number 10 Joanne Jones on the field, it would make me very nervous as an Irish defender. She just seems to create something from nothing, and there she goes. Pass off and getting a 6 again. Creating something from nothing. 5th touch, getting 6 again for a team. A score here would really nail it, I think, for Wales.
Yeah, you would think so. Diving through.
And a penalty here just for not advancing off their line. They really need to make positive movement off their line, the defenders, until that touch is imminent. You can see the 2 moving up now to make that touch.
cheers from the Welsh sub box, but the touch was made.
Just a little stutter there. Yeah, ball down from Wales.
Ireland know they've got to move. Unfortunately, I think with just a few seconds left, they're just going to run out of time. But what an effort it has been by Ireland in this second half. It's been a fabulous game, it really has.
Yeah, I think it's actually been the most enjoyable game I've watched all day, and I've seen, you know, Opens games on the backfields and men's mixed, but this ladies game I think has just been, yeah, a cracking contest between two really talented teams.
It certainly has, and Wales, who opened up with a 10-0 victory over Belgium.
Oh, here she goes, skipping through, pass out, try.
Just as the hooter goes, they do get it within one, and a fantastic effort by Ireland, but also a great performance by Wales as well, who had a fabulous first half. Ireland coming back so strongly in the second, but it finishes 9-8 to the Welsh. And Mel, what a great game that was.
Oh, I think such a fitting way to finish a game with a score to Ireland, constantly chasing Wales, but I think Wales absolutely deserved the win there. I think they were just very, very consistent. Joanne Jones, their number 10, absolutely outstanding player. But as we say, there's nothing really splitting these teams. I think, you know, a few defensive tweaks, and I'm sure we'll see another tight contest between these two teams in the rounds ahead. But what a cracking contest put on by the ladies.
Yeah, great game of free-flowing, open, attacking touch rugby. And I hope you watching at home enjoyed that as much as we did watching it here. Well, Matt, thank you very much. I think that's you done for today.
It is me done for the day. Time to hit the bar. Ouch. Sorry. Oh, that's terrible.
That is as bad a dad joke as I've heard.
Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure, as always. We will be back very, very shortly. The final game of the day comes from the men's open competition. Scotland take on Wales. That's up next. Don't go away.